January 16. CTBC Flying Oysters step onto the Rift as defending champions, but a hungry league is lining up to take their crown. This season, we welcome returning contenders, alongside new teams Deep Cross Gaming and Ground Zero, as 8 teams battle for regional glory, global qualification, and the right to be crowned LCP champion. The 2026 LCP season raises the stakes with an evolved format designed to reward both consistency and momentum. New in 2026, championship points sit at the heart of the LCP season. This system rewards teams for consistent performance across Split 1 and Split 2, while still giving every team a real combat path heading into Split 3. Points are earned through game points and standing points, and the value of those points increases with each split, meaning the stakes rise as the season goes on. For every match, teams earn game points by winning or losing individual games. At the end of each split, standing points are added based on final placement to determine a team's total championship points. Here's how championship points are awarded. Later splits carry heavier weighting, ensuring strong finishes can reshape the standings without erasing the value of early consistency. To keep every team in contention, any team with negative points at the end of Split 1 or Split 2 will be reset to 0. In the event of a tie, playoff standings will determine the final order. Split 1 follows the same format as last year, with a BO3 round robin into a BO5 knockout stage to crown the LCP's representative at first stand in Sao Paulo. Split 2 follows the same structure, where the Split 2 champions qualify directly for MSI, and the second slot goes to the team with the highest championship points at the end of Stage 2. Every game matters, and consistency across both splits can be the difference. Split 3 introduces the most impactful format change of the season, the Swiss stage, where seeding and championship points can make or break a team's year. Top 4 teams from Split 2 playoffs face the bottom 4 in the opening round. After that, teams are paired against others with the same win-loss record. Teams continue playing until they reach 3 wins and qualify for playoffs, or 3 losses and they are eliminated. Following the Swiss, BO5 seeding matches determine final placements. The top seed earns the right to choose their playoff opponent between the 3rd and 4th place teams. In the playoffs, 4 teams battle through a double elimination bracket for 2 spots at Worlds and the right to be called the 2026 LCP champion. Additionally, the team with the highest championship points secures a Worlds berth, rewarding year-long excellence. The LCP Promotion Series returns in 2026, with 2 guest teams required to defend their place against champions from the region's domestic leagues. But this time, championship points will be a determining factor in which guest teams have to defend their slot. The pressure is on across every level of competition. This is the League of Legends Championship Pacific. Let's show them what we're made of.
Feel it before the game even begins. The noise, not pressure, electricity. A region that doesn't wait its turn, doesn't follow the script, where every match threatens to flip. Because here, nothing stays quiet. The pace is faster, the moments hit harder, and if you hesitate, someone else takes it. Anyone can break through, but not everyone can hold it. It's not just about the play, it's the next one, and the one after that. No guarantees, no safe paths, just opportunity for anyone ready to take it. Made for the stage, made for the moment, made for this.
Taking aim.
ここから再出発だ。あとは結果で見せる。
Chúng tôi đã từng gục ngã, nhưng mùa này chúng tôi sẽ bứt phá.
我们曾站上巅峰，如今正走在重返荣耀的路上。
CFO
Đội tuyển này có một vị thế nhất định và chúng tôi ở đây để đưa GAM về vị trí vốn có.
我们这名博实力，再不是等。
俺らの実力が証明した。あと勝ち続けるだけだ。
我们一路奋战至此，现在就要把这趟征途彻底完成。
Chúng tôi biết cái giá của người dẫn đầu và giờ lúc chứng minh điều đó cho cả thế giới.
Two v two side selection showdown. Here's how the game works. There's a ban phase before the match begins. All champions are available. Each champion can only be picked once per team for the entire split. Teams must now strategize their picks carefully, setting the stage for dynamic and diverse 2v2 matchups. The match ends when any of these conditions are met. When a team is first to 2 kills or is first to destroy the enemy turret. Sudden death kicks in after 7 minutes and the winner is decided by the first kill. One fight decides it all. Win the showdown and first selection.
Come with the sand, we will be all together in unity. Take my hand and join us now, 'cause we are moving in unity. Side by side, we'll be as one, 'cause we are moving in unity. We are one and we are moving in unity. We are one and we are moving in unity. We are one, we are one, we are one, we are one and we are moving. can see. We're living in a dream. When we let go of the wheel, it's like we're living in a dream. I can see us glowing, dancing through the fire. Somehow we're still in it, when we couldn't even fight it now. As far as I can see, we're living in a dream. When we let go of the wheel, it's like we're living in a dream. As far as I can see, we're living in a dream. When we let go of the wheel, it's like we're living in a dream. As far as I can see, we're living in a dream. When we let go of the wheel, it's like we're living in a dream.
And welcome back to the LCP. It is week 2, Carricks, and what a week 1 was. I'm definitely hoping we get some more excitement, some more action here this week, Carricks, and your favorite thing, another VCS derby tonight.
Yeah, and I think it's actually a really, really interesting one. The VCS derbies have been a little bit more boring with Team Secret Wales dominating, but tonight we find out who the second best Vietnamese team is.
That's it. You absolutely do love to see that. But before we get into the sort of current standings in a few seconds, a big shout out to Detonation Focus Me's Woody. Happy birthday, Woody. Celebrating one here in the LCP with the rest of the teams getting around, so pretty good. But let's check out the current standings to see where the teams have landed after a tumultuous, unexpected and surprising first week there, Carricks. What are your thoughts looking at this?
I think a lot of things went the way we expected, with one really, really notable exception. And that is, of course, that MVK Esports are sitting in that 4th slot, and they're in the winners bracket. Of course, they're a little bit lower because they won 2-1. Everyone else won 2-0. So it's a little bit like that. But they picked up a win over Relove DCG, our second place finishers from the first split. A massive, massive performance out of them.
You are so right. I think that was a surprise from everyone. For those who weren't aware, MVK promoted their entire academy roster, who actually won Split 1 in the VCS. So no strangers to winning, and they're here to leave a mark in the LCP. But the player of the match standings, so Ejung from Ground Zero, D-Ray from Team Secret Wales, Harky from MVK, and Van 1 from SHG, all performed so well in last week's games. They secured themselves those player of the matches. But today, Carricks, we have CFO into DFM, and then that VCS derby we were talking about, MVK into Garm. Now, I have some thoughts about CFO versus DFM, and I know you have some thoughts as well. I think CFO is going to take this 2-1. What about you?
Yeah, it's interesting. I saw your predictions over on the LCP Twitter. I actually think DFM has this one. I think it's going to be close. If CFO return to form, we know that an in-form CFO are a really good team. We saw that for most of the last split, but they kind of collapsed towards the end. I think that there's a little bit too much of a disconnect in this team. I've actually predicted DFM 2-1. It's a little bit of a long shot, but I've actually got a lot of faith in the LJL right now.
Yeah, and look, I think this might be their best chance to sort of start slugging it out with the teams that used to be at the top of that table. And if there was a time for DFM to take a series win here tonight, I think would be that time. As we do take a look at the roster, Rest, Shadow, Pangyung, Doggo, and 2274 will be lining up to start this evening. Choi and Wulala, the coaches, the head coach and coach, will be the ones guiding these players and their strategies here on the drift. So it will be interesting to see, who gets first selection and which way they go with that, whether they prioritize red side or first pick. But Detonation Focus Me, they have the birthday buff with ex-PSG Woody in support there. Momo, Citrus, Fisher, and Karkun. Now, these guys, they've been playing together for a little while. And Carrick, as you were saying, you think tonight might be their night to take sort of a series win under the guidance of Tanner, Paz, and Gizmo too.
Yeah, I really do. I think, look, they lost last week. They were up against Ground Zero. The Ground Zero are no joke of a team. Where I think we need to be watching, outside of our featured matchup, which we'll get to, sort of the second matchup to look at is the top lane. Because what worries me is I think Momo did look a bit outclassed up against Ejung, sort of ran the rift. And of course, Rest is someone we know that can do the same thing. Obviously didn't have a very good showing last week, but can definitely get back on top of it. And if Momo doesn't step up, that's where DFM will fall apart.
And if we do take a second to have a look at this sort of matchup, this head-to-head that we've got ready here, you can take a look at these champ pools and you can take a look at this experience. Woody absolutely clears 2274 in that sort of kill percentage there. 2274, he had some bright moments in Split 1, but I think he lacks a bit of consistency at the moment, Carricks. Into the likes of Woody, who obviously he's only been, with DFM so far for Split 2 here, and doesn't have too many games under his belt. I think we all know that he's a veteran at large. He's very, very experienced, and I expect these stats to rise very quickly.
Yeah, I completely agree. I also want to point out, if this was just Split 2 stats, 2274 would have 100% kill participation because they only got one kill last week and he got the assist. So he would look a lot better there. But yeah, I completely agree. Woody is a veteran of this region. He's been around for a long time. I do think he needs to find his way into this team, sort of actually bring that experience to bear, and whether or not the mechanics are going to be there is going to be the question for me.
For sure. And I do look forward to learning more about Woody's deeper sort of champion pool as well. But like we said, if 2274 can find that consistency, because he had those bright moments, but if he can keep those bright moments going, amazing. And Woody, all he needs to do, I think, is, like you said, synergize with the team. He needs to bring that sort of amazing mechanical skill that we know he has and insert it into Detonation Focus Me's sort of team play. And I think they're cooking. I think they have a recipe for success, but we will see, because right now CFO, they're looking out of sorts, and this is frankly Detonation Focus Me's best chance. The representatives from the LJL, they're here on camera. It looks like they're getting I wonder what's in those cups, Carrick's, like water, coffee, just so long as they don't spill it,
Well, I mean, that's why we've got the sippy cups, right? There were too many instances of spilled water, spilled coffee. I don't think I could have coffee. I think I would have to have water. Coffee's a recipe disaster, I think.
Well, yeah, like any liquid near PCs. I remember in the LCS last split, someone actually did spill a glass of fluid over a PC and had to replace the whole thing. Yeah, it was quite good.
Yeah, we don't like that. Don't like that at all. That's it's why we got to give the sippy cups to the pros just to make sure. I think you were sort of saying CFO coming off a bit of a rough one last week. Completely agree. Getting perfect game in the Big 26 is pretty hard.
Yep.
Can they bounce back from that one? Because it's got to be a bit of a crusher mentally.
Yeah, mentally that is very, very difficult. I think the last perfect game was actually 3 years ago. I think it was Furia, and I can't recall the other team at the moment. But 3 years in a completely new meta and a completely new Summoner's Rift is very difficult to pull off. And yeah, CFO were the ones who got perfect gamed by SHG. But these guys, I mean, they're professionals, right? They've been in losing situations before. They've got the coaching staff around them, and it is doubtless that they have like sort of mental health, mental resilience, trainers and practice. So I think that they can bounce back. I think that they just go, all right, that was a loss. Doesn't matter how big or bad it was a loss. And we need to just focus on the future moving forward and how we can overcome DFM, right? And I think if Doggo and 2274 can link up and be that really strong bot lane that we know Doggo can be, I think they might be able to carry with Rest being stable on the top. But DFM, as you said, this is their best chance of taking a series win.
Yeah, and I think it would be a really big one for DFM to pick up. DFM has been a team, obviously had a lot of struggles in Split 1. Coming into Split 2, we were sort of talking about them sort of tangling with MVK. Now maybe MVK is actually more of a mid-tier, mid-card team. DFM needs to show that they can scrap in the league, and I completely agree with you. They need to win at least one game here. I think if they get 2-0'd, it's really bad. If they get 2-1, it's okay. But as I said, I think they'll actually pick this one up 2-1.
Yeah, I think it would be unreasonable to expect this to be a 2-0 either way, to be frank. I think both of these teams, I think it's a fair matchup, right? I think both of these teams, it feels like they're bottom of the ladder teams right now, and I think that this will be a 2-1. Like we said, I think it's a 2-1 towards CFO. You think it's going to be a 2-1 towards DFM. I think CFO, they're going to win through this bot lane. I do think DFM could win through their mid-jungle matchup if they wanted to do that. Would you agree with that?
I think that's if they get a win, that is where it comes. I think you need to find something that Momo cannot lose on. He does not need to win his lane. He just needs to not lose to Rest. And then you play around the mid-jungle, because I think they have looked a lot better than CFO's mid-jungle.
Yeah, absolutely. Right now, there's just that, as we've said before, CFO just feels like they still have that element of disconnect between them. They've had a split. It feels like they still need a bit more time. We were talking about it, saying they need to come online and get together and synergize. But DFM, they're already synergized Carricks. And mate, I can't wait to get into these picks and bans right after the Riot Fist here in the LCP.
Feel it before the game even begins. The noise, not pressure, electricity. A region that doesn't wait its turn, doesn't follow the script, where every match threatens to flip. Because here, nothing stays quiet. The pace is faster, the moments hit harder, and if you hesitate, someone else takes it. Anyone can break through, but not everyone can hold it. It's not just about the play, it's the next one, and the one after that. No guarantees, no safe paths, just opportunity for anyone ready to take it. Made for the stage, made for the moment, made for this.
And we are back after that sort of breakdown of CFO versus DFM. We get this new and exciting thing that the LCP Arena has brought to us here in this split Carricks. We get to see the players actually walk in and through the crowd. So like the fans get to like high five and fist bump the players, and it's that interaction and that engagement that I so dearly love that I think this region has been missing, and this will go a long, long way to sort of getting that connection, Carricks. What do you think? Do you like this?
Yeah, I mean, I love it. I think anytime you can get people closer to the players, make the players a bit more human, is always good. They're not just names on a screen. They're not just people behind champions. They are real people that you can form real connections to. I think I always enjoy watching a team so much more if I care about the stories of the players.
And you use such an excellent word there, human, right? So humanizing these players makes them so much more relatable, makes you really, really invest in their stories and in, you know, their team's results. And it's that kind of extra engagement that just elevates it to another level, I want to say, as we do see Detonation, Focus Me walking on, led by Momo there, getting all the high fives. And you do see it, all the fans, they've got all their cameras, they're doing all the high fives. You can tell they love it. And LCP Arena, it's looking a lot fuller this split as well, because if you weren't aware, fans, the LCP has started broadcast 3 hours later this split compared to last split. So what that means is more people are actually able to get to the arena and watch in person, which, Carrix, I think that's just the coolest thing. We've said it before, we'll say it again. We both want to get there one day and catch these games.
Oh, 100%. I would love, love, love to get over to the studio, watch this live, finally meet some of the players I've been watching for most of my adult life. I can be trusted around Kiaya. But look, everything that gets people more involved, get out to the games, get down to the studio, really immerse yourself in this wonderful world. And it is a whole world. It's so many things that is League of Legends. It's the best way to be.
110%. I'm going to go that 10% above and beyond that ye old 100. But we did see there the selections for the upcoming 2v2. So here in the LCP, we do a 2v2 where you win and you get the right of first selection. And for Team CFO, it is Pungyong and 2274, a mid and support pairing, versus DFM's Woody and Fisher. So we've touched on this. Woody, the birthday boy, is support, and Fisher is also mid. So it's a very matchy matchup, this one. But they also have the picks and bans, just like a normal game. But any picks, it's a season-long fearless ban. So you cannot pick that champion again for the rest of the season. And in order to get that first selection bonus, you must win. And the way you win, you're the first team to get 2 kills, you're the first team to kill a turret, or if it goes to sudden death, you're the first team to get a single kill, Carrix.
Yeah, we don't see the Ring of Fire come into it very often. These players love to just get in there and scrap. Maybe we have to wait till level 6. That's about the longest we wait, as Fisher slams himself in a Kali. That is a champion that loves the Howling Abyss.
Yeah, you can't get away. There's not as much room to move and roam. But when you have like a Lucian, you're able to sort of dash out of the way of that Akali engage. If you've got the hands, and these players, they do have the hands, that can definitely throw a spanner in the works. But Taric is locked
I love the Taric.
in.
What people
Taric
sometimes forget about Taric is that he can kill almost anyone at level 1. If you ever want to, like, if you're in, like, reasonably low elo, like I am, and you pick Taric, you walk at the enemy jungler at level 1, and you will just beat them to death. They can't kill you. Just do it.
I mean...
this champion can just hit people.
I'm only silver myself, so I'm not the highest elo.
Do it.
And I do.
Lock it in.
I have to. I main support, but I love like Leona and Nautilus, and I can't say I've played too much Taric, but we're about to watch the pros do it, Carrick, so maybe I'll learn a thing or two.
Maybe. Of course, it's a little bit different. Of course, the Howling Abyss, we start at level 3, have everything. Lucian, actually a really fun matchup. Always able to hit the stun when you use it off a Lucian with that Relentless Pursuit. Always just being able to move it around. You follow up with a culling. This is going to be one, I think we're going to play a little bit safe to level 6. And then it's going to be, can you kill with the Akali before the Taric ult lands?
Yeah, that Taric ult is a potent defensive weapon. I do love the emoting going on here. They know they're in the bush there as Akali lands that sort of first hit. And it begins the 2v2 matchup for first selection. So whoever does win, we did go through the win conditions, gets the right of first selection, which is either side selection or sort of draft priority. You either go first or you go second or you pick blue or you... Oh, both snowballs land.
Yeah, and they go in immediately trying to land that Taric stun. Not able to do enough as Fisher is able to find the kill. But we do see 2274 just brings out the hammer. This is what I'm saying, Logan. You can just whack people to death.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that, actually. Fisher's having a great time. Yeah, no, Taric was able to do a lot of work there. That's it. Obviously, the recall just healing back up. Fisher having the time of his life, was loving it. And I do note that obviously Akali very, very strong in that sort of burst. But Tarek is able to sort of outlast that burst and trade back around. And they did take down Woody on that Sejuani, but it looks like Fisher's going to take a recall, reset, and hopefully come back out on the Rift and proc that electrocute for some extra damage. CFO, though, the wave did crash into them. They're going to hold this as best they can, try and build up a nice big wave before they crash it into DFMs, because that's another win condition. You take that first turret and you get first selection.
Oh, if I was a betting man, I wouldn't be saying this one goes to turret. I know they want to fight, but the tricky part here is because the kill has already come in for both sides. You don't need to hit both members of the enemy team. Fisher and Pungyon are they're public enemy number one right now.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, Woody there, though, just dancing around. Oh, Tarek's man, both snowballs land again.
They go in. They don't quite find it, Woody. Just trying to layer a little bit of CC on. Oh, they go in onto Pungyon immediately. Everything landing. And DFM claim first selection.
Well played there by DFM. Fisher having the time. He's like this is, I love this camera angle that we get here. Is DFM, they've opted for first pick, and CFO, they chose themselves blue side. So CFO will be blue side with second pick, DFM red side with first there. But this camera angle, I love this shot straight after these 2v2s, because like everyone's in such good spirits. They're all having a laugh. They're like, yep, that was fun. That was great. You know, it doesn't really matter that much. And I just love to see that, because when we're in those serious best of 3 matches, Carrix, it is serious. You know, like everyone is locked in. They want to win and earn themselves championship points.
Oh, sorry. I completely agree. A little bit of levity just to get the nerves off. Break into things and then lock right in for the games. As we're saying, this is a really important one for both teams. DFM needs to show that they're a real contender in this league, and CFO need to show us that week 1 was just, they stumbled on the road, but they're totally fine.
Yeah, just a small speed bump on the, path to LCP playoffs at the end of this split. And look, we know that CFO, they lost 60% of their roster between 2025 and 2026, but they still have Rest. They still have Doggo. Doggo, one of the most capable AD carries we have in the LCP. And Rest, a very, very stable, tried, true, and tested top laner. I genuinely think Rest can get the better of Momo in this matchup, but like we said, I think CFO, their win condition, the way that they shove in and take that Nexus will be through the bot lane. If 2274 can bring that brilliant moments he has with a bit more consistency into tonight's game.
Yeah, and I think the other person I really want to shout out for CFO and who's going to be really important is Choi. Obviously, is the draft coach. The draft matters so much, but so does being able to rally the troops. If things start going a little bit wrong in game 1, it's so easy for them to get in their own heads and go, oh no, it's happening again. He needs to come in on the coach comms, assure them, hey, it's okay, it doesn't matter, here's how we're going to play it out. Choi is a really, really accomplished coach that I think can get that done.
And speaking of the draft, we do see those bans coming through. Jarvan 4, followed by Nocturne, and then Rise. Now, Rise at the start of Split 1 was a much later pick and or ban, but he has definitely risen in priority. I think, every single region has seen the power of Rise. What he can do when he hits that 3-item sort of actualizer power spike, those realm warps, they just have so much impact. So I do like him as a ban, especially in this very global heavy meta that we do find ourselves in now, Carrix. But we do see Rumble banned away. There will be no Rumble Cassante match tonight.
No Rumble Cassante, at least in game 1, though I wouldn't be surprised to see Momo picking up Cassante even without the Rumble counter. I'm honestly kind of surprised to see CFO banning the Rumble. I think that's something that Rest would have really liked to play. Seraphine is left up with Karma banned out. Wouldn't be surprised to see DFM snatching that one away with first pick.
It definitely depends on the priority they want to put as well, because Bard also not banned away, a very, very strong support that we've seen many times. Poppy has definitely fallen off priority. She's rarely picked or banned at the moment, so it'll be interesting to see if she does make an appearance. 2274 did have a spectacular game on her in Split 1, but Detonation Focus Me, they look to be securing themselves that Orianna in the mid lane. Fisher fancies himself that currently 100% loss rate champion in that mid lane, but it does not change the fact it is one of the single most powerful control mages in the game right now, Carrix. And CFO, they've responded in the mid with Azir.
Yeah, I mean, this is a matchup we do see fairly often, particularly when the Rise is banned out. These are just two scaling control mages just able to survive the lane phase and then bring a lot of damage and a lot of carry. Shadow getting access to the Pantheon is really good. They banned out the Nocturne to sort of get rid of that semi-global and then picked the other semi-global for themselves. So it's going to be a big question on how Citrus wants to respond to this ban.
Yeah, because with Pantheon and, you know, Azir is very, very mobile, is able to dive very, very deep. They could get you between towers, between turrets quite easily if they work that out between them, if they sync that up and get Orianna low. And we know Orianna is infamously immobile. So it will be up to Xin Zhao, the Citrus, their jungler, to sort of defend and protect her from those sort of global dives. But Renekton has been picked up for Momo in that top side. Now, this is one of Momo's preferred champions in that top side, so it's kind of a comfort pick. So I expect to see some stability out of him, but kind of hard to get countered by Gnar in that top side with Rest there.
And I think this is a really, really good pick for Rest. Gnar is a champion that can really bully if you're the better player in the matchup. Rest, as I've been saying, needs to be much stronger than Momo. Momo has had a fairly weak showing last week. Of course, he can pick things back up, not running him off. But Rest on the range top, it is a Renekton. You still need to be a little bit scared of it. But if he can really show why we consider him such a good top laner, this Gnar can get out of hand really quickly.
110% on that one. They can actually win team fights all on their own if they manage to land that sort of flash ult combo, get in the back lines, shut down those AD carries, and buy all the time and space for the rest of their team. But we do see Ashe banned away, so I would not expect a Seraphine to be picked up, even if she's not banned, because that kind of breaks that combo apart. Obviously, that earlier Karma ban breaks up the Ezreal Karma combo, and a Lulu kind of puts paid to Yanara here too. So it looks like we might be getting some engaged supports, I think. We might get like an Alistair, a Leona, a Nautilus. So we'll have to see how that pans out after the next band coming through from CFO, which is Sivir from the bot side. Maybe a Varus pick comes through if it's not banned away here.
Yeah, I think Varus does make a lot of sense. I'm kind of surprised we don't see a support picked. With the Karma banned out, I think Seraphine is sort of the obvious other one. We are in that Enchanter meta. Maybe Seraphine gets banned here if DFM don't want it, or if they're really worried about Doggo and 2274. Nami is the ban. So they're soft banning Lucian with that, which makes sense. Doggo is a very good Lucian.
Bard's available. Bard has made it through without getting banned. This is so unusual, Carrix. You see Bard banned away in every single region until it gets to about game 3. But here, we could potentially see him in game 1. Surely they don't lock Garen in. AD carry Garen in the bot side?
That's surely just Doggo having fun. No, it switches to Varus at the very last thing. I was about to say, is Garen Yumi back? Please no. Thankfully, it's not. Varus, as I think we were both alluding to, makes a lot of sense. Just still a really, really strong champion.
Yeah, and I mean, Varus gets to sit back and poke when Gnar and Pantheon are in those front lines. Azir is a bit shorter range as well. So he's definitely going to be very, very hard to close the gap on, get into the back lines, but Renekton famously able to do that. Not many big skills to actually reflect here with Mel picked up, so they fancy themselves Varus an APC. Oh, as a support, actually. Yeah, Varus ult is the one, but normally you'd like a lot of options, so you're just holding that W for that one Chains of Corruption. And we do see Mel, it seems, locked in as support, actually, for DFM as they hover Cogmore here, Carrix. Oh.
No, they switched to the Nautilus at the last minute. Both sides sort of just hovering the Cogmore for a little bit of fun. But yeah, Mel APC coming in. Really interesting here that DFM don't really have a great source of AD damage. Connected and Xin Zhao together kind of come through to be one. But at the same time, I think it's not a bad call, because who on CFO is building tank?
Quite frankly, that's a great call, because Nah isn't the most I want to build tank item tank there is to exist in that top lane, if I can put it very ineloquently. So they are kind of open to this AP damage.
There's like no Mundo or anything to cut through.
Yeah, we might see Doggo pick up, dare I say, not only that Edge of Night for protection, but maybe even a Wit's End for that extra MR. I doubt it, but if you need it, you got to go for these sorts of things. But I do like these drafts, right? CFO secured themselves Nico, a fantastic engagement tool with a lot of follow-up. Varus is going to be so safe in the back lines while the rest of the team rushes forward. DFM's composition, though, I'm struggling to kind of find the identity of what that comp wants to do.
Yeah, it is an interesting one. It kind of feels like it was just a lot of individually strong champions picked, and the identity has to sort of come together. It is a death ball. You put the Orianna ball onto a Renekton or a Xin Zhao. They have good backline access. You try and get a shockwave. Mel just kind of throws damage across the entire team. Mel, at the moment, after that mini rework, is incredibly strong in just terms of just dealing enormous amounts of damage. Can get that golden eclipse. It is an interesting one, though.
Yeah, and the auto executes coming out as well from Mel. She does have that sort of tendency to take kills where she may not want to otherwise, but in the APC role, kills are fantastic. But enough about that, Carrix. We can talk about these drafts all day long. These teams are going to show us what each draft does, as we are now on Summoner's Rift for Game 1 of tonight's best-of-3 series between CFO and DFM. And don't you love to see these skins, Carrix?
That we do. It's always good. It's funny. I'm such a nerd that I could probably name like 95% of skins without seeing it. But for those of us that maybe, go outside every now and then, it's a really good addition.
Yeah, and I do love Woody's actually gone with that Petrosite Nautilus skin as well. That was actually picked up in the, the second of the Demacia battle passes, because there was two and this was in the second one. Yeah.
Real counter synergy though, playing the Petrosite skin when you're running an APC. You're just going to depower your own carry. Like, I'm just saying. Also, did you know that Petrosite isn't stone? It's wood. Fun fact.
I did not know that it was wood, actually.
The big trees around Demacia are made of Petrosite.
Oh, right. Okay. The more you know. But also, right, there might be that counter synergy in the skin and the APC, but Woody does have birthday buff, so I think they're still sitting in a net positive situation on that bot side.
Yeah, that is actually true. It's always hard to quantify a birthday buff. I'll send that off to sort of the boffins to do the maths. What wins between lore mismatch, birthday buffs. It's all very tricky.
Exactly. But what isn't tricky is Fisher's aggression here into Peng Yong, getting that sort of early advantage. Fisher still has both pots, whereas Peng Yong has burnt both of his. So Fisher is definitely getting the better of Peng Yong here in this sort of early matchup. But if we do take a quick look at the junglers, it's kind of a mirror situation. They both started top side and they are both rotating around to their bot side for these clears here. And we do see Peng Yong taking a recall and just going to get that top up before teleporting back into the mid lane. But CFO, they are pushed up on the bot side here. Carrick's getting some cheeky poke even under the tower with that range.
Yeah, this is unfortunately a range support into a melee support. Woody, birthday buff or no, unfortunately is going to get shoved in by the Varus Nico. It's not a huge amount that can be done. That said, Kakun has gone for that teleport, something that these APCs typically will do. They're able to sit a little bit further back in fights. They don't necessarily need the combat summoner, so can get an early reset, and they should be just fine, as Shadow will just take a reset, I think.
Yeah, Shadow gets that Scuttle Crab, looks in the jungle, realizes it's been cleared, and is just going to take that recall. As we do see Citrus on the opposite side doing exactly the same thing. That's the thing with these junglers, right? They basically do exactly the same thing in the first sort of 3.5 minutes as Carrix.
Ooh, there is a bit of an engage here. Flash is being burned, but it is survival for DFM, and that's so far all we need.
Yeah, but you take a look at those summoners down there. DFM, severe disadvantage. Absolutely no summoners on their bot lane at all. CFO, every single summoner available on their bot and jungle. So they can just rinse and repeat that gank if they want. I have to imagine Citrus is going to clear and try and get to that bot side fast to try and prevent Shadow hitting that level 6 and diving them under turret. Because Doggo already has a nearly 300 gold lead here,
2274 making a huge mistake there. Just doesn't need to get caught by that E. Loses his flash, and sort of, I think everything you were alluding to there might be put to bed by the Nico losing their flash.
Yeah, that is one flash. They do still have the heal barrier and flash on the AD here. They do keep engaging. 2274 being very aggressive as wards are starting to expire and the pings coming down from Citrus. He wants to take a look in the bot side jungle of CFO, but Shadow is nearby. This might be a contest over a jungle camp here, Carrix.
It may well be. Citrus is going to surrender that, though. Doesn't want to fight with a Pantheon early on. I certainly don't blame him on that one, even though it did have priority in the mid lane. It was hard for Fisher to really come and join the play. I've got my eyes on Shadow. He is moving back down to the bot side of the map. Woody, though, getting a reset in. This wave is going to bounce, and I think the CFO bot lane will reset. So I think it will be a bit of a lull in the action.
Yeah, it will be all she wrote for any sort of gank at this timing. And we do take a quick look at the CS differentials, actually. Fisher found himself at nearly a 10 CS advantage over Pangyong. But interestingly, Doggo had almost a 10 CS advantage over Kakun. So those sort of major gold leads over to both sides have just led to a net neutral. So right now, both teams, they're sitting at 9,500 gold. No objectives secured, but the Drake has entered the Rift. So they're going to be farming for a minute. They're going to try and push these waves in, get this priority, and it will be down to whichever jungler pulls the trigger on that Drake first. Meanwhile, 2274 is roaming, but Woody still in lane. This could be an advantage.
Certainly could be, as this is the power of that range support, able to always have priority, but now Woody gets up there. Pangyon is just getting massively punished. Fisher, every time we cut to this mid lane, Pangyon is having a terrible time.
And that's definitely working in the favor of DFM because CFO looked like they were trying to sort of bring the numbers around to this Drake sort of mid-river area, maybe make a play onto Fisher or the Drake. But because Fisher was able to push Pangyong so hard, so deep and force that recall, CFO just didn't have the numbers to contest. So that sort of play fizzles from CFO and it is back to normal as Garkun there rebuttals the Q coming out of Doggo. So turns that damage right back around. We got to watch for that in the late game, Carrix. That could be a lot of damage.
Certainly could be, as a bit of a hook landing in. Woody taking a lot of damage. He's in enormous amount of trouble. It will be first blood going over to CFO. No response possible. Just level 6 coming in at exactly the right time. And I have to keep talking immediately because Momo is in trouble. Pantheon having come into the topside dominance, keeping Momo alive for now. Trying to turn something around here. On to Rest. Recognizes it's a mini Gnar, but he's gone too far. 2 quick kills for CFO.
I do like that they linked up on both the bot and top side at the same time. It's getting that advantage in the lanes early and snowballing that sort of lead, if you will, as we do take another look at this. So Woody starts it off so solid with that Q. and the reaction to get the clone out, and there's no follow-up onto 2274. 2274 lands that Tangle Barbs, and Woody is just dead to rights. He's stuck there as Doggo unleashes his full combo, all of his autos, and there was no rebuttal to come out of Mel to reflect that because she'd just done it mere seconds before on the Varus poke. It's almost like they planned that one, Carrix.
If they planned it, then they are much, much smarter than I, which is no news to anyone, I think. Just getting that early level 6, the fact that Woody was forced out of lane a couple of times, that 2274 was able to catch roams and get Doggo just that tiny, tiny, tiny bit of XP lead, just able to catch him. In the end, it's just fundamentals.
Definitely, and these fundamentals are so important. We've seen it where 2274 has those moments of brilliance, and then 2274 can be relatively inconsistent. But enough about fundamentals. The junglers are in the area. Citrus on vision. This could go real bad for DFM.
We'll find out. He knows he's spotted now. They know Shadow's here. I think they should all be able to back off fairly easily. As, yeah, they'll lose Scuttle Crab. It's not great for DFM, but it's certainly not the worst thing ever. What I do want to sort of look at is the top side. We did see Momo go down. I actually think it was a really good attempt to try and turn things around. He was very close to getting another Q, which might have been allowed him being able to get a 1-for-1. But we were talking pre-game. If Rest can really get on top of Momo, this is hard for DFM.
Yeah, look, and to Momo's credit, nearly getting that one back on Rest, and the kill did not go over to Rest, so it could have been much, much worse. Most of that gold lead that Rest has right now is literally in the CS. It is just that 10. But that play that we were just covering in the bot side, it fizzles out because they spotted the ward, they cleared the wards, and they respected the potential 3v3, and they backed away, and, you know, no fight ultimately there. As Rest is using the range advantage of that Gnar to keep Momo at bay, and Shadow has put priority on these grubs. Now, there is no vision in the area, so DFM, they may not even know this is happening to go for that Drake, but we do see the pings, we do see the rotations, mid and support, down by the Drake. I have to imagine DFM want to start this one up, and that CFO could give it, but Shadow does have that ult, can get there anytime he wants, Carrix.
I think that's the tricky part. Because CFO's bot lane is so strong, he's able to just have that constant priority. Oh no, Citrus in trouble. Has to immediately use that Xin Zhao ultimate, but isn't getting enough. Ooh, the shockwave into the Nautilus ult, really turning things around. Pungion will be the first one to fall. Citrus going low, does get taken down by Shadow. That's a jungler off the map. Chains of Corruption goes out. Will root up to, not able to be reflected there by Kaku, and everyone disengages 1-for-1.
Yeah, jungler for mid laner, I think CFO would take that when you're trying to contest an objective here. Fisher going down, not great. Already CS disadvantage with Fisher. So Pungion goes down and Fisher has that advantage as we go back to this fight here. Two members of DFM, 2274, Hot Blossoms onto one, right? So there's three members of CFO here, and they're just not able to take Citrus down quick enough because of that Crescent Guard. And it's a fantastic ultimate coming out of Woody to get that CC down, allowing them to get that 1-for-1 trade. 2274 and Doggo did arrive, but it was still a 3v3 situation by the time they got there. So ultimately, they decided to pull back.
Actually really interesting there. I need to see the replay again. I think Shadow managed to flash so that he didn't take the shockwave damage because he put his E between him and the ball with the flash. Really good stuff there. I think if that shockwave damage had landed, he would have gone down there. So lovely little micro play by Shadow.
Yeah, and that's why these guys are the pros, right? They have the timing, they know how these mechanics work, and they know what they can do to avoid the damage, get out of the way of them, all that sort of stuff. As we do see CFO, they are on that top side, so DFM, they know this. They know they have the numbers advantage to go for the first Drake of the game at 12 minutes in. This is definitely a much later Drake than we are used to here, Carrix, but it does go the way of DFM.
It does, and that is nice for DFM, able to just get something going back for them, able to slow down CFO, sort of at least if the Drake ends up being the win condition, it is delayed by 5 minutes. But we are in a really close game. It's only 700 gold to CFO. That is a very, very small gold lead. And look at the lead in mid. If we're talking individuals, that's 1.2k for Fisher.
Yeah, that's quite a significant lead. Obviously, there's the CS difference, but there's also that kill going over to Fisher. So doing quite well for himself. That Dark Seal is at 2 stacks. Pungyong does have that Nash's Tooth there, though. So the AP damage coming through from both mid laners here. It will be interesting to see how their impact in the team fights when they sort of become more common and they break out. We do see that recall from Woody there just on the ward. So CFO knows it's happening. And there's a bit of a scuffle in the mid here, Carrick's. Clone sent forward just to get a little bit of vision. Woody responding. CFO, they step back. They break away from this one. They don't want to bar a bit. It's on.
Ooh, Pungyon taking a lot of damage. That Nautilus ult will chase him down. Wind becomes lightning and Karkun following up. Pungyon just dying.
Yeah, unfortunate. Pungyong has died twice so far. Both deaths given over to DFM there, so they are 2-3 at the moment. Pungyong obviously did well to get away from that Nautilus ult, but Citrus was in the pit. The wind becomes lightning, able to get over that wall and get the job done. Finishes Pungyong and nets himself that assist as the kill goes over to Karkun. So that is their mid laner. That is their APC with the kills, with the extra gold. And they are on vision here. Yeah, fantastic E coming out of Karkun there. Roots Pungyong down. The ultimate from Woody to get that CC. Pungyong does ult to try and save himself, but it just was too late here, Carrick's. As DFM, they're not going to go quietly in this one. They are contesting and they're getting the kills when and where they matter at the moment.
And I think what's really important is where they're losing is where they would have expected to lose. I know it sounds like I'm really bagging on Momo. I promise I'm not. But going into this game, you know Momo's going to lose that lane as 2274 has been caught out, has to flash. You're playing Redacted versus Nah, you're playing Rest versus Momo. Momo is losing this lane gracefully as long as he doesn't die here. Does have the dominance, needs to try and desperately clear this wave, does manage it, needs to find a way out if he can. Lovely stun, lovely dash. He lives. That's exactly what we want out of Momo.
Exactly. When you're playing weak side, you need to know and understand that you're playing weak side and just lose very, very slowly. And Momo played that fantastically. 2v1, did everything he needed to do, cleared the wave as you so rightfully called, so the damage was going on to the members of CFO and was able to get out of there with his life. Absolute value. We also did just see the first coach comms come through for DFM. Every team in every game gets 3, as looks like we have a play here.
Fish is in trouble. Good flash there. Lovely stuff. The Pop Blossom is used as well. They're going to go in onto 2274. And a started play by CFO turns into a DFM winning one. As now they'll scrap over the Herald, but the numbers advantage, the ult advantage. This will be DFM picking this up. They are looking crisp.
Yeah, that was a really nice play. I'd love to see the sort of whole sequence again because there was 5 members of DFM there toward the back end of that fight, but CFO, they're looking for something here, Carrick. They're trying to chase Momo away.
Yeah, they're going to have another go onto Momo, but there's no Azir ult. Pungyong has no follow-up. You get him away from the tower, but this just, I don't think really matters. Woody does manage to turn it around a little bit. They go in with the Xin Zhao. Lovely Nah into the wall, but I don't know how long it's going to save Rest. There is a TP from Karkun as well. Lovely stuff. Catching out Pungyong on the other side of the fight. Look at this damage rolling out. Citrus able to tank up so much. Lovely dodge there as well as he moves in onto Pungyong. Takes him down. Can they find anything more? Rest is low. The Dominus is popped. There's a Rift Herald as well that they could potentially ride in. And DFM are just winning everything.
Yeah, cracking this Herald now, it will take that mid-tier 1 turret from CFO, and they just got 3 kills for nothing off an very aggressive CFO who wanted to chase Momo down, and ultimately they got nothing for it. DFM, they'd TP'd, they'd gone back to base, and they still managed to get back out onto the Rift, save Momo, and turn it around into a massive gold lead here. Sorry, gold swing. They now find themselves 500 gold up. Not much at 17 minutes, but they were down, so it is a nice change of pace. But Detonation Focus Me, they've got their second coach comms coming through for the game, and it would be great to sort of like know and hear what they're saying. I have to imagine it was like that was a great sequence, good chase, love the calls. Let's see if we can keep that energy up. As we do see three members of CFO, they were chasing him. And then
I love you're
here,
so kind when you imagine how they talk to other players. Continue.
But I do like this. Woody was caught in that jungle pit, right? And then he ulted, and that's a really nice little mechanic with the ult from Nautilus. You can ult flash, and then it actually takes off from where you ended your flash, and he was able to get it onto 2 instead of the 1. So just a great clean play there. More flashes forced here as CFO is sent packing.
Yeah, lovely stuff. Momo now, he has got that first item. He's going to be able to really safely clear waves against Rest. Does have to contend with the fact that Rest will pretty much always have push, but this is what we want to see out of DFM. They're linking up their jungle and their mid laner, which is where I think CFO has been really, really weak. Pungyon and Shadow just haven't been able to get on the same page. Momo coming down, putting out another fire from Pungyon. And as just to finish my point, DFM, they're really hitting CFO where it hurts.
I really want to touch on what you said there. Shadow and Pungyon not linking up. You are so right. There's a play comes through.
Oh, God. The ult from Pungyon, not the best, but Momo should still fall as 3 were just too many. Shadow able to pick that one up.
But it's a serious overcommittal as well. There's 4 members of CFO on the bot side, 1 in mid. So DFM, they're just going to chunk this top side turret here. They're going to net gold across the rift. They're going to apply that pressure top and mid. They've surely got to be, you know what, okay with Momo going down there. He is only 0-2. The TP is going to come through from Fisher, so he's going to be able to defend this one. Shadow goes in.
Coming in, Shadow is here using that proto belt to try and get away along with the shockwave. Rest is able to put out a lot of damage, but a flash is there, and now the turn is in. Shadow's already gone down. Rest follows him to the grave. Citrus looking huge. Golden Eclipse just annoying Doggo a little bit there, as he will be able to get away. My word, this is a very, very active game all of a sudden.
Yeah, this is a CFO that we're unfamiliar with here, Carrick. It feels like they're in, I want to say, a little bit of disarray. They don't know what they're trying to put together. They're obviously working on this bot side tier 1. Fisher TP's in, Shadow responds, but there's just more members of DFM in the area so much quicker, and they're able to turn it back around and punish them so hard for this aggression. Like, you love to see DFM synergizing. You love to see DFM responding to the plan that CFO wants to do. And we did just see that sort of third coach comm come through from DFM there. So that is the last one they get. There will be no more for the rest of this game. And
that's an interesting call.
Yeah.
You win the play and then you just do coach comms. Like, I don't disagree with that sometimes, but I don't know, save 1 for your Baron setup. That's just me.
Like, all right, we're mid-game, boys. It's time to close this one out. Nah, I mean, the Baron is on the rift. 2 Drakes are over to DFM. All 3 grubs to CFO. These bases, though, they're going to start to crack wide open as it looks like CFO is about to lose their bot side tier 1 to Fisher here. Rest in the area, but not much you can do about it.
Nothing can be done at all, really, as we are looking at a growing mid gap. 2,000 gold just about in favor of Fisher. He has looked absolutely deadly on this Orianna. Pungyon needs to find his feet on this Azir. These ults so far have left a lot to be desired.
Yeah, unfortunately, Pungyon has been missing those ults or hasn't been in the best position to use them offensively. They've mostly been defensive, and even then, it still hasn't worked out for him so far. So, not a great showing so far here in Game 1, but that doesn't mean there isn't room to sort of turn it back around, is only, I want to say, 30 CS down on his mid lane counterpart. If they can put together a good team fight, they can bring themselves in straight back into this. It is only 1,500 gold at 22 minutes. It's a 4-7, the 2 turrets apiece. So CFO, it might look like they're losing, but it feels like they're kind of keeping within touching distance, right? It's not an absolute one-sided blowout. Top and jungle CS is matching. On the bot side, they're winning that CS fight as well. So there's still signs of life. There's still hope here for CFO as DFM. They look to want to go for this third Drake, but oh my gosh, it's a clone. I thought that was Doggo. I was like, no.
The Nico always, able to trick casters. I still always get hyped when a clone gets hooked, but thankfully, just the clone this time. As we are very close to another dragon, this would of course put DFM on soul point. It's very, very valuable to them.
Yeah, TP committed from rest here. They intend to
comes in with a good Narbar as well.
Carricks.
This is a perfect Narbar for rest. Really good stuff. Momo on the flank. Rest goes over. I don't actually like this. He can't access the fight very easily now. Dragon getting low. This is going to be a smite fight. It's going to be secured by DFM. And the fight kicks off in earnest. 2274 with a really nice pop blossom, but it just gets immediately turned around. Woody is low. Woody will go down, but that's just a support going down. Golden Eclipse takes out Rest. DFM can disengage. They win the fight. They get the dragon. They're looking good.
Yeah, very clean from DFM there. That was very slow, very methodical. Rest did go over the back of that Drake pit in for Momo and tried to keep Momo away. Obviously, ultimately was able to get that angle, get that Nah ult as well, the Nico ult onto 3, but the problem with the Nico ult, Nico was basically dead when that ult went off and there was just no follow-up. So we do see it here, that ward placed down by DFM. They know 2274 is going to be flanking, or they strongly suspect it. Woody trying to front, there it is. They catch 2274. They know that that's the clone and they leave it alone. Rest is trying to push Momo away and then hops over the wall to get in the back after 2274's ult onto 3. But there's no follow-up because Woody and Momo have kind of kept that engage, kept that damage out and away from the fight. So it's just slow, methodical burnout. They win the Drake, they get the kill, and they walk away here, Carricks. It's unusual.
I feel like as well, we can't be leaving a dragon fight like that, as we'll come back to it. As Citrus has gone in onto Doggo, pops that Crescent Guard to get away from Rest. Teleports coming in as this is that Baron dance with Flash Blast Cone by Fisher. Everyone lives, but just to finish what I was saying, Pungyon didn't ult. Like, no defensive ult to try and maybe shove Citrus away from the dragon. No attempt at a Shurima shuffle. I feel like our powder can't be dry after a fight like that.
It feels like a lack of confidence in this situation.
Yeah.
We touched on it before we went into this game, the mental resilience of these players and how hard it could potentially have been to be perfect gamed last week. And maybe, and obviously we don't know for certain, but maybe this is a side effect of that. Maybe his confidence has been broken a little bit because that was a 5v5 team fight and the Azir ult is such a powerful tool in that situation. And as you said, it just wasn't used defensively or offensively. And surely the CFO Coach Com is going to come through soon and be like, all right, we got to use our ults in these fights, guys.
I mean, if that's what you're using Coach Comms on, my word, things are dire. Did you know that the R button has an ability link to it?
But we do see...
We are only a 2,000 gold gap. This game is not over.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to point out. It's just 2k at 26 minutes. The Baron is up. The next Drake is in 2 minutes. And while it is, 5 for 9 in the kill department, 2 and 3 in the turrets, it still feels like it's been a relatively slowish feeling game, Carricks. It hasn't been frantic or frenetic. It's just these sorts of slow plays. And it almost feels like CFO don't know how to play into this slow play right now. Like, that's what I'm seeing here at the moment. DFM are kind of slowing the tempo. They're making CFO come into them. And this squad, this roster, it just doesn't feel like they know how to handle it right now.
Yeah, I agree. I think CFO is sort of waiting for DFM to do something silly and like fight with them when they shouldn't, like walk into a blind bush, that kind of thing. And that is sometimes, you know, DFM is a team that has obviously spent a fair bit of time at the bottom of the table. They're trying to rebuild, try and go up. Sometimes these lower tier teams will do that. They will just fight you when they shouldn't, and then it doesn't matter if you're behind. You just hands check them and you win. DFM aren't doing that though. They're being super, super restrained. They're really, really strong right now. Fisher is 10 stack Medjais. He's kind of Thanos. He's very close to a Rabbidan's death card, but they don't need to fight. They're going to wait for that Rabbidan's. They're going to wait 30 seconds for the dragon, and then they'll win the game.
And that's all they need to do, right? Like, sometimes it's you get that small lead, and we see SHG do it quite often. It's death by 1,000 cuts. They just eke out small leads for themselves here and there, and then when it comes to those team fights, they apply that accumulated gold total and wallet diff you or hands diff you with these item advantage they have. As Rest does TP in, but does not have Meganar, is currently tired, so unable to build that bar right now. Not great timing for the Soul Drake here. If DFM get this one, they get Dragon Soul. So CFO, they have to stop them because this is a good step for a win condition.
Yeah, 100%. An Infernal Drake on this team is very deadly. Shadow caught out. They can't lock him down though as the Pop Blossom goes in. Crescent Guard keeping Citrus alive, and 2274 gets detonated. Momo on the backside taking a lot of damage, but that's a Renekton. Pungyon will fall. CFO have been cleared out of this. Fisher on the front foot going in. They'll turn it around. They should be able to pick up Momo. Citrus able to heal back up. There's not enough damage here to take out this Xin Zhao. Shadow desperately trying to find something. He will not take down anyone. Fisher survives. Rest has to run. Infernal Soul for DFM, and they are looking good in this game one.
Yeah, that was a 4-1. So CFO got 1 kill. DFM managed to get 4. They will get the Drake, which gives them Infernal Soul, which is not what you want to see with the enemy having a Mel. Her damage is already phenomenal. A Shadow here is just called out in the middle of 4 members of DFM and is forced to flash. And then 2274, obviously the Pop Blossom hits too, but because, again, CFO, they're on the defensive, they're on the run, it just leaves 2274 too deep alone and just gets annihilated. Shadow able to get 1 back, but DFM, they played this really well. They stayed as their 4 stack, Momo off the side, and they cleaned up that fight, the back end, and were just able to convert, win the team fight, win the Drake, get the Soul. Just a clean sequence there. And I feel like DFM, they've got to be happy with how they're performing right now. This feels like I think they're finding their stride, Carrix.
100%, and sort of in that fight, 2274 died for Shadow's sins. He has to go in with that Pop Blossom because if your jungler dies while you're contesting the Soul Drake, it's obviously a disaster. Has to flash away from a shockwave from Fisher there, and it's just it all goes wrong. The flash being burned, the Pop Blossom is gone. They just start up the Baron, and you're just daring CFO to come and fight you, but they sort of have to.
They have to, but the gold diff right now is 3k. The soul diff is 1 infernal. A deep TP is coming through on top of a red ward, so they know he's there. Shadow ults in, immediately forced to retreat as DFM's chasing him.
Yeah, and they're just burning resources here. It's just teleports being used, it's ults being used. DFM don't need to take Dragon right now. Infernal Soul doesn't wear off. Pungyon is going to be able to answer by cracking open this mid tower. That is a bit of a bright spot here for CFO, as the Azir tower should keep him safe for a moment. Pungyon, that's what could dodge out there.
I was going to say, that's 4 members of DFM. A turret will not keep you safe. You have to run. So thankfully, Pungyon sees the threat, runs, and is able to help turn it around.
Yeah, Citrus though. Crescent Guard's a really, really good button. Whew.
Yeah, that provided so much defensive value there. We saw Doggo's Q coming through there as well. and just unable to punch through the Crescent Guard. A nice little sequence from CFO. I mean, I think it's nice because nobody died. They obviously committed Shadow's ult to contest that Baron, but as you said, the Infernal Soul buff, it does not wear off. That is not on a timer, but the Baron's is. It's got a cooldown. It's got a certain amount of time available to it. And DFM, they know they forced resources out of CFO. They've just run straight back to this Baron, which CFO know they're on, and they're going to contest again, Carricks. Here they come.
Yeah, and it's a good start here. Woody able to hold up Shadow. Rest is ready to go Mega. Pops into that form. DFM want to wait this out. Just don't fight the Mega now. Just wait for Rest. Once he's tired, he can't get that ultimate off. He is sort of the strong point. He's the only one with an individual lead. There it goes. He's back to Mini, and they immediately go on to Shadow. The Crescent Guard is used. The E from Shadow is really good. It blocks a lot of damage, but not enough. And out of nowhere, 2274 has gone down. They're going to use the Nautilus Bolt just to zone Pungyon away while they kill the Resurrecting Pantheon. Lovely, lovely stuff out of DFM.
I do look forward to rewatching how 2274 went down there, because that was a one-on-one. Fisher just killed 2274 off to the side. DFM, they've got the numbers advantage. It's 5v3. They know they can take this Baron, so they've started it. It's going down. It's less than 3k.
It is going down. It will be smited. There's no ability to stop DFM getting out. These backs, these are disrespectful backs. DFM know how far in front they are.
Yeah, they almost bagged like right in the face of CFO. CFO knew it. Obviously, like, that's what you do, right? You know a Baron's gone down and you're in the area. You try and at least poke them to slow the recalls, prevent that sort of tempo gain. But, you know, DFO, we going to the outlet here. They know what it is. They walk away. They've got the range. Here it is. So Fisher just chases 2274 off down on the bot side. The ult comes out of 2274 as well. I mean, that feels weird that the ult came out at like 1% health, but yeah, just really heads up play from Fisher there to chase 2274 away, remove that team engage tool while the rest of the team shut down Shadow in the jungle there, and that was just a clean fight from DFM. It felt like CFO never stood a chance.
Yeah. It's this is a very one-sided game, unfortunately. Fisher could be in some trouble, uses that ultimate, but Pungyon doesn't land the ult. A teleport will come in. It's Carcoon, immediately goes gold. A little bit of a Messiah there. Pot Blossom holds Citrus back, but doesn't really deal any damage as bang, wind becomes lightning, takes down Pungyon. Momo coming in from the side, has that dominance ready. They're going to continue this fight, and here comes Momo, straight in, immediately onto Doggo, and immediately follow up by Carcoon. Lovely stuff here from DFM. They dismantle CFO. Rest gets tagged, won't follow up on it as he is about to go Mega, desperately trying to hold anything back. But a teleport from Fisher, resetting on full health. There is nothing to be done.
Yeah, that TP asserts, and a second TP that DFM are looking to close this out now. They've got a minute left on the Baron buff. They're at 4k. They've got a full wave with 2 cannons, a full team. There's another 15 seconds before CFO even get to 3v5. Surely, Carricks, this is DFM's winning march.
100%. The towers will fall and DFM dominate CFO in game number 1. The LJL is on a 3-game run against CFO.
Yeah, 6 and 19, a 9.5k gold lead over to Detonation. Focus me here in game 1 of tonight's best of 3 series. I tell you what, Carricks, that birthday buff absolutely coming through, because Woody got all the right ults, was able to tank so much damage and slow CFO from getting onto those back lines. And I really do think that played a very, very important part in protecting that Mel, who just did not die all game, like just deathless. It's you love to see it.
Yeah, it's lovely, lovely stuff. Really good coming back from a difficult early bot lane. You see how happy DFM are. They are stoked to be up 1-0 in this game.
I always think the word ecstatic is like super appropriate to use here, and I think he used it during the middle of the broadcast as well. I think they're genuinely ecstatic as we do take a look at these stats. Rest topping the damage charts even, despite Fisher putting on such a spectacular performance in that mid lane. I mean, the damage, phenomenal. DFM, they started to take the lead around the 15-minute mark, and they never looked back. The KDA, the gold, the turrets, it was a dismantling of CFO's team tonight.
Yeah, dismantling is the right word. They took them apart. Now, of course, we still have games to go. CFO can figure this one out. We both predicted a 2-1 after all. Who knows? It could be a reverse sweep in a best of 3 for CFO in this one, Logan.
We do love a good reverse sweep, and I will be looking for Pangyong to sort of turn things around, as it were, in game 2 here. But we will take a look at some of the highlights from this game 1 in just a minute. I do have to say, I think I liked Shadow's proactivity. I think his proactivity just wasn't rewarded in that mid lane, partnering up with Pangyong. When he went to the top side or the bot side, they did manage to get better results a little more often. So whether they decide to change that up and move the focus to top and bot and away from mid, we'll have to see in that game 2. But I think that would be the right call here based on game 1. DFM, though, it feels like they were very, very well synergized. They had their jungler in the right place at the right time. Citrus was roaming. He was good on his timers. He used that Crescent Guard sort of later in the game fantastically, their characters, to defend his team and himself. And I want to see more of the same coming out of DFM in game 2.
100%. I really, really liked that from DFM. They looked super, super on the same page. They linked up really well together. And if they can do that in another game, I mean, this will be an even bigger win than we thought.
Yeah, and to your point that you made as well before we went into this game 1, you know, we kind of expected the Rest Momo matchup to go the way that it did. Oh, as we get a listen in here. Yeah, okay, so they're calling top because they see that Momo's under pressure. There's 2 members of CFO here. They're saying, do we TP? And Momo is able to live that, and then the TP comes through to be able to sort of keep CFO at bay. So, yeah, there it is. There's a TP.
Yeah, and I think as soon as Momo survives there, they know how good things are going. Because Momo should have died. That was a bit of a scheduled death there. Momo plays it really, really well. He was weak-sided, but never felt that weak. I actually think he just had more impact on the game than Rest.
Yeah, and that's what we were talking about before we went to these coach comms, right? And that's what we said before the game, is that we expect Rest to get the better of Momo, but we needed Rest to get a more significant lead. We needed him to be better than get the best of. We needed him to stomp that lane. So I really do think that despite Momo losing sort of in the laning phase, he did still manage to lose, you know, not so badly that it had a massive negative impact, if that makes sense. He lost gracefully, he lost closely, and that was enough for the rest of the team to pressure that win and put the advantage across the rest of the Riffier characters. And if Momo is able to run that back in game 3, then I think that, game 2, I think they stand a solid chance here.
100%. It's going to be really interesting to see how they followed up. Obviously, they've actually burnt quite a lot of picks here. The Xin Zhao being gone, that's obviously a top-tier jungler. Orianna. The Mel was a really, really good pick. Fisher, I think, had an incredible performance. He's my MVP in this game. It's hard to choose between him and Citrus. Those are the 2 in my mind. But I think Fisher was just constantly getting collapsed on and able to just dish out enormous amounts of damage regardless.
Yeah, had the lead in that mid lane from the start, as we do see 2274 here with that Pop Blossom. Now, that's the thing. 2274 was landing quite a lot of Pop Blossoms and multi-man Pop Blossoms at that, like 2-3-man Pop Blossoms, so they were good, but I just think they were ill-timed or too deep, and CFO were just not in a position to be able to follow up on those Pop Blossoms. So I feel like it's that sort of they were forced into fights at the times they didn't want to take those fights. So, you panic. Oh, the communication wasn't there to be like, I'm ulting, okay, I can get there kind of thing. And here, again, that ult onto like 3 really slowed the back end of that fight. But the rest of CFO, they were already in retreat and DFM was collapsing. And that's the story of tonight's game 1, is it feels like CFO were rarely able to put together a good team fight. They were routed before it really became a 5v5. And DFM, they just played cleanup from there every time.
Yeah, I totally agree, as I often do. They just didn't seem to know what their team comp wanted to do, which is a real shame. Pangyon was missing ults. He wasn't linking up with the team. Shadow was stepping forward after ults had been used instead of before. There was a few times where all of DFM was standing next to a wall. There was a Mega Gnar on the map and a Pot Blossom ready to use, and they don't pull the trigger. Like, what are we doing? We have to bounce back in game 2. We have to get on the same page, CFO.
Yeah, I mean, we did see it there as well. We saw the Gnar ult onto 3, and unfortunately, the team just unable to put that together. Another 2274 Pot Blossom onto 2, and normally that's good, right? That was onto the jungler, that was onto the support, it gives you the opportunity. But this fight was already a losing fight. Pangyon with the ult, unfortunately, it was kind of ineffective because it was just on the Renekton. Renekton's just able to sort of slice and dice and find his way back in. And I think ultimately, when we were talking about this at the start of game 1, CFO, Doggo and 2274, they, in the laning sort of, that's rough. In the laning phase, they were ahead. They were winning. And I think that's the tool that CFO need to recognize that can win them the game. If they're ganking bot side, if they're, just overwhelming their opponents in the bot and applying that pressure, taking that lead, they can do it. But DFM, they just responded every time, and Momo flanked spectacularly here. Woody just face tanking Shadow, leaving him absolutely no options to sort of gap close onto those damage dealers of CFO. It was just rough.
It was pretty brutal, but CFO is a team that's been around the block. Chorwy is a damn good coach. He can rally the troops. He can bring them back in game 2. I'm sure of it, Logan.
And that's another thing as well. We did see all 3 coach comms come through for Detonation Focus Me during that game 1, but we did not see one coach comm come through for CFO. So it's interesting. Maybe it's like a strategic or philosophical decision where they've gone, you know what, we don't need to do coach comms during the game. Once you're in the game, you guys know what you're doing. We'll leave you to it. But after that game 1, maybe they need to reconsider that. Maybe they do need to sort of give that advice from a different perspective, who's not in the mix of the game and has a sort of lower heart rate, But enough about game 1. We will be back with game 2 right after this break, because here in the LCP, Carricks, we're made for this. We are back, Carricks. Well, after that tumultuous game 1, we are getting ready for game 2 here tonight between CFO and Detonation Focus Me. Now, Carricks, I know we were talking about, sort of ways to come back into this for CFO in game 2. I'm going to give you my way, and maybe you can give me potentially your way of CFO coming back in, and then we'll see how we go from there. But I think they still need to play around that game 1 win con that I put forward, is that they need to play into Doggo. Doggo is their win con, and they need to bolster and strengthen up that bot side, mate. What do you reckon?
Yeah, look, I think CFO can come back into this one just based on the last 3 games. They just need to work on their laning, their team fighting, their macro, their micro, their drafts, their attitude. Look, it's a road back for CFO in this one. I am being a little bit facetious, of course. This is still a team that we know that their ceiling is higher than this. They just need to link up. Shadow and Pungyon need to get on the same page as the rest of the team. Last game, Pungyon was invisible. He was just not in the game, and Shadow was going for these engages after ultimates were being used instead of with ultimates being used. We need to sort that out for CFO.
Yeah, the timing was a bit rough, but we are already into picks and bans here for game 2. We do see Ezreal banned away. They do not want to let Doggo have Ezreal because that is a champ that can take over the game if he gets ahead and is, not able to be pinned down by that CC. That arcane shift makes him very, very slippery. Rise banned away that mid lane monster Lulu, so they're kind of soft banning the Yunara Lulu combo there. Nocturne Rumble banned by CFO again. So game 2, we will not see Cassante Rumble and Ashe. So CFO, they're very much keeping the same sort of bans here, and that sort of soft bans that Ashe Seraphine combo, which has risen in priority since sort of the late LCP split 1 first stand timing there, Carricks.
Yeah, we are sort of moving into this Enchanter meta. It's going to be Jarvan first picked, was banned in game 1. I really like this. Citrus played super, super well on the Xin Zhao, on the front foot, constantly setting up engages, constantly getting the party started. It's exactly what Jarvan wants to do, and we want to keep Shadow off the strong pick. Shadow's having a rough time, and you just want to make it worse for him if you're DFM.
Yeah, and that's the thing with the pro scene, right? You are there to win, and you use everything that you can within your power to win. So if you find a weak spot, you hammer that weak spot until it breaks. So you apply all the pressure you can. You take all of their comfort picks away. You pick apart, the champ pool around them that they could work very nicely with, and they identify it and they go in for that. We see Jarvan for Citrus of DFM, but on CFO's side, Rest potentially, it will be Rest, has picked up Ambessa, and Shadow has picked up Lee Sin. So we all know how Lee Sin plays. Carricks needs to get that sort of early aggression, that early lead, and then carry the rest of the team with it. Be really proactive. You want to be out there ganking as often as you reasonably can.
And this is an Annie Zahen 2 and 3 for DFM. Really interesting stuff here. I think Momo, after game 1, is saying, hey guys, look, you don't need to just pick me tanks and pick me things I can lose gracefully on. Give me something that I can play on the front foot. The Zahen is certainly something that wants to be doing that, particularly up against the Ambessa. And Pungyon will go onto the Twisted Fate. Well, you can't miss gold cards.
That is absolutely right, and you have that global as well. So I expect Pungyon to sort of let the mid lane be the weaker lane, right? He's like, you know what, Fisher is the better mid laner here. I'm going to leave this lane and I'm going to help get my other lanes ahead. So I'm hoping that we see Pungyon, the moment they hit that level 6, sort of start TPing around, put that pressure on the bot or the top side, show up to objective fights, because he will be able to get there so much faster than most of DFM. We are still waiting to see what Fisher picks, because Annie could go in that bot lane or in the mid lane here. It's kind of a little bit of a flex.
Yeah, it is. We did see MVK brought out the Annie support. Globally, it's almost exclusively a mid laner at the moment, but it can be flexed down for Woody. I really like just keeping that open. Twisted Fate, of course, is a little bit matchup agnostic. He's not a lane bully against almost anyone. He just wants to get out of the lane, able to use that Destiny gate around the map.
Yeah, Destiny Gate is such a powerful tool, and I mean that's what Rise is so powerful with, that Realm Warp. It's why those globals are sort of banned away more often than not. Alistair banned away, Leona banned away. They do not want to give over that tanky sort of support over to Woody because he just proved on the Nautilus he can play them very, very well. I mean, we all know he can. He's proved it many, many times before, but you're only as good as your last game here, Carrix.
I would love Poppy.
Yeah, we did see, we did talk about Poppy in game one, and again, Bard still hasn't been banned away either, so there's still some solid choices available to both of these teams here. I do want to remark at the absolute drop-off in priority on Malphite, as Nami, though, is picked up, which gets rid of that. Oh, that's interesting, because Lucian had been banned away, and then they've picked the Nami. So they definitely value what Nami can bring.
Yeah, neither team really going towards the Seraphine. Of course, the Ashe has been banned out. We do typically see Ashe Seraphine, but Seraphine was still on the table. Kakun hovering Jhin here, flicks over to the Bard instead. You were saying in game one that you were shocked that Bard made it all the way through. Well, he won't be going any further.
Yeah, and I do look forward to seeing Woody pilot Bard. I would argue that a seasoned veteran like Woody just knows this champ inside and out and will have some spectacular angles. And dare I say, in supportal combat, a Bard should win out over a Nami, so kind of having that little bit of advantage there too. Corki being hovered for Doggo. Definitely a capable and competent pilot, get it, of Corki in the bot side there, and explains the Nami choice, obviously giving those stuns, those heals, able to get that sustain and CC going quite nicely there, Carrix.
Yeah, I really do like this from CFO. This is a team that has a really, really clear identity. This is a pick comp. We bring the Twisted Fate over, we gold card someone, we throw an Ambassador, we throw a Lee Sin, we throw a Bubble, and a Nami ultimate. This is lovely stuff from CFO. I think just going back to the drawing board, going back to the basics a little bit, it's really easy to execute this comp. We don't have to think too hard.
Yeah, I mean, we're all familiar with the KISS principle, and I feel like that's what CFO is doing. They're going back to that principle. You know, Nami's able to throw the wave out, Corki's able to dive over the top, Twisted Fate's able to gold card stun. There's just a lot of backline dive, execute one, suddenly you find yourself in a 5v4, and you increase your chances of winning by 20%, like right then, right there. So it will be up to DFM to not be in the position they can be picked, if that makes sense. Zahen, very difficult to pick. Jarvan, very mobile, able to easily get away from sort of any incoming aggression there as well. But enough talking about the drafts here, Carrix. We are gonna hit the Rift shortly. We take a look at the birthday boy, Woody there. The support for DFM on the Nautilus in game one had a great game. Hoping to see more out of Pungyong, and we are on the Rift. Game 2 of tonight's best of 3 series between CFO and DFM. Just take a look at those runes too. They're fairly standard.
Yeah, all looking pretty normal. I'm a little bit worried for DFM about their damage. I am not a huge fan of Jhin at the moment. I just think you want to be able to bring more damage to bear out of the ADC role at the moment. As we see the skins as well, all good choices so far. High Noon Twisted Fate. Not Underworld Twisted Fate. That's the play.
I do love myself a project skin. I do like that project skin line. I'm a big fan of the sort of sci-fi cyber energy that it brings. But like yourself, I personally am not a fan of Jhin. More likely because I just suck with him. But it's sort of slow damage, it feels like, rather than super duper bursty, as there's some support trading happening here. Okay, it's all right.
I mean, Jhin isn't really here to bring damage. He's utility. He can do a lot of damage. The pizza slice is obviously very dangerous in team fights, but he's there for the long-range W setups. He's there to be very safe in team fights. We kind of talked about how this is a one-button go comp, but you can't really do that onto the Jhin. I'm just a little bit worried when you're running Jhin and Annie. Your damage is feeling a little bit low.
Well, we will see how it all does play out. This is Fisher after all, and Fisher was able to eke out a massive lead in that mid lane, but Citrus is already here in the bot side. DFM posturing for this gank. This could be a fight here, Carrick's nice and early.
Yeah, really coming in. Citrus will land the EQ. There was the Jhin utility coming in immediately. Pangyon flashing forward to land that gold card, but a flash away from Fisher will keep him safe. DFM strike first and strike hard.
Yeah, they walk away with the advantage there in that one. Fisher obviously flashing, but also stunned Shadow for good measure. So just left him standing there in the middle like, oh, well, you can't get me. So great sort of sequence of plays there coming out of DFM as we get a replay on this bot side. And this is a proactivity that we need to see, right? Citrus in the area, flash for flash. Karkun getting that root down onto Doggo. And because the flash is already burned, there's nothing Doggo can do about it. 2274 had already used that Aqua Prison, that stun, and was just unable to protect Doggo in that moment. So just a nice play there. DFM's coach Tana there coming through on those coach comms. DFM, they do love a good coach comm. And you know what? I reckon he's saying, great job, well done, keep it up, legends.
I think he's saying, happy birthday, Woody. This is your birthday present. It's a really good performance. It's a level 2 gank. And I do want to point out, CFO, last week, Van 1 cleared his bot side, walked into your bot lane level 3 and picked up kills. This week, it's the exact same thing out of Citrus. Perhaps we should be scouting which side the jungle is starting on.
Yeah, a little bit of vision control. Those wards are so important. Shadow contesting the jungle camps and Pangyong's in the area. They're moving in.
Yeah, Citrus can't fight this. Lee Sin, much stronger in the 1v1, is bullied out of his jungle. It was the big chicken did go over to Citrus, but a few of the nuggets went to Shadow. So he'll be happy with that one. It's not like he had anything else on the map to do. So they'll just be the resets. Shadow, just the slightest bit ahead with jungle farm, but of course Citrus did pick up a kill.
Yeah, getting that kill, obviously netting most of that gold lead, but it is almost a net neutral gold diff here. As we can see at the top of your screen there, both teams at around 7.7. Woody, that went in for Doggo. 2274 does nicely to block that route from Karkun there. They tried to rinse and repeat the same play, but this time CFO were ready for it. They proactively moved away, and 2274 nice there to prevent the route landing on Doggo. Pangyong, though, not having the best time in mid. He is keeping up in CS better this time around, but his health bar is significantly lower.
Ooh, Momo could be in trouble here. Nowhere near that passive. Shadow's here, but he clears the wave, so they can't go for the dive as Rest takes the shots. Momo gets the reset.
Yeah, unfortunately missing with that Sonic ability there, Lee Sin, so unable to follow up, not getting the damage down, just well played by Momo. Again, Momo knows he's playing weak side. Momo knows that this is going to be happening to him, and he just needs to weather that storm, and Living is weathering the storm. As DFM's second coach comm comes through for the game, they've already used 2 here in the first 5 minutes, Carricks. They're only leaving themselves with 1 for the rest of the game, so they must feel confident about their game plan for the next 20 to 30 minutes. Otherwise, they wouldn't be using all of these so quickly.
Yeah, it's interesting. It does sort of tell me that there is a really strong shot calling voice on DFM. I'd love to know who exactly it is. I don't have a huge amount of insight. It might be Citrus. He's been very, very forceful and starts a lot of these plays that the coaches just feel comfortable. Like, we don't need to talk to them. We're confident that they can sort this one out. So we're just going to give them the broad principles and then they can do the rest.
Do the rest. They are here, Carricks, because DFM, they're keeping themselves in this in the goal. It's only 6 minutes. The Drake is on the Rift. We do see CFO. They're bringing numbers down, though. They've got 4 in that bot side, but DFM, they do read this play. Citrus rotating down. We do see Fisher just catching that mid wave, gonna bounce it, and it looks like they want to contest. CFO, looks like they're going to respect it. They're kind of doing the dance, and hopefully they don't get zoned. Doggo might be caught.
Yeah, no, Doggo fires back really well. It was a few missed spells there out of DFM that let Doggo just get that Gatling cannon going. Tibbers has been summoned up in the mid lane. Pangyon just chunked out, but Tibbers being down makes DFM a bit weaker around this dragon. As Shadow is still in the area. I think they'll have to back off for now. Oh, the pizza slice opens up. 2274 is in trouble. Lovely flash away. One shot left. Doggo, get down, Mr. President. Good defusal there.
Yeah, well played. Obviously, they were looking for that pick. They wanted to get that priority. Sending someone home is still enough to get priority in that area too, though. But we do see Shadow is in the area. He has started this Drake up. They have that control ward down. So DFM don't know this is happening because their ward has been sort of closed down. It's been shut off by that control ward, the pink ward that you do see in the area. Now, with CFO Shadow starting this Drake, it's a good, start to the jungle objectives, right? It's nice to have the first Drake. It encourages you to pursue. It slows your opponent down when they want to switch it up with the Drakes. The grubs, they're up in 10 seconds, though. And we take a quick look at the gold. It is dead even between both of these teams here and now, Carrix. It's just small CS differentials among each lane that makes that difference.
Yeah, it's an interesting situation here. It is, as you said, dead even, and I don't know who that really favors, because around these objectives, if CFO can bring 3 or 4 members of that click one button go comp, they should be favored in the even game state. But that said, if Karkun can get out of lane, if Woody can sort of start moving around the map, if this is a hen can get ahead or even just go even with the Ambessa, I think DFM do have a lot going on. So this one is really, really hard to call.
Yeah, what is it they say? They say something like, oh, it'll all wash out in the end. We're not even at the start. We don't know how this is going to wash out yet. But the consistent thing that's happening so far is in this top side, right? Rest has Momo hard shoved under turret the whole game so far. Every time we go back to that top side and every time I look at the minimap, Momo is just under turret. Speaking of under turret, Fisher has forced Pangyon under his own here. Tibbers is just going to 1v1 him.
Yeah, and this is really smart here from Fisher. He's basically just popping Tibbers on cooldown. He's just constantly dropping it, pushing it in, so Pangyon has not had an opportunity to ult at all. He can't leave the lane without losing 2 or 3 tower plates, so this Twisted Fate is sort of unable to do anything at the moment. This gives Citrus the priority to go in, get those Void Grubs, even up the early objectives. I like this a lot out of Fisher.
I mean, Fisher is running that mid lane. Ran it in game 1, looks to be sort of slowly eking out that CS advantage, despite Pangyon actually having a gold lead in that mid lane. It is small, but it is there. Fisher just has the pressure. Yeah, exactly. It's doing a treat. But there is a bot side jungle sort of skirmish, and Shadow's just going to walk this one out. Fisher in hot pursuit, though. Yeah, look at this.
Go up to the top side as there's a hen ult. The public execution comes in, but Momo's able to defuse the play. 1 minion surviving, going huge there. CFO, 1 minion was on 10 HP and is the only thing that means Momo dies there. My word, they played that by the skin of their teeth.
Yeah, it almost looked like there was a little disconnect there as well, because I know in hindsight, obviously, it was that sort of aggro juggle, but with Pangyon running away and Rest going back in, I was like, oh no! And then, Rest tanked as many turret shots as he could. Pangyon goes back in, gold cards, gets that damage down, and gets that kill. And CFO, they're on the board. They find themselves with a 1,000 gold advantage, as we do see the Twisted Fate ult come through. And Rest goes back in with that public execution, has the aggro, drops it, and then so Pangyon gets the aggro immediately as soon as he gold cards, takes 2 turret shots, and has to flash away. If Pangyon hadn't have flashed there, I'm certain he absolutely would have died. But he's on the board, he's got a kill, and now CFO find themselves 1,000 gold up, a minute to the Drake. Dare I say, this is already better from them?
Yeah,
is that too much to say?
No, it 100% is. And the big thing as well is that Momo isn't in the same matchup as last game. Last game, I thought the Renekton could just lose gracefully, and that would be fine. He could still get onto the backside. He could still land some good stuns, which he did. Momo had a really good game one. Zehen is not that champ. Zehen, to do anything, he has to be fairly strong. Zehen needs to set the play, not respond to the play. And if you can get Momo behind, we've been saying it the whole time, Rest has to beat Momo, and he has to get really far ahead in this matchup, because I think it's the biggest skew that CFO has in their favor.
If I can refer to Split 1 for a moment, there was a game where Pun even, he absolutely shattered Momo in the top lane. He was diving him repeatedly under the tower. He was repeatedly proxying him. That's the level that Rest needs to dominate this top lane to win the game for CFO as character fight.
As the engage comes in, Woody will pick up the kill. Fisher will survive on a sliver, but that's all he needs. Now Kakun has to try and survive in the bot side. The dive is coming in, the wave comes out, but CFO not able to convert as 2274 takes a lot of damage. Opens up with the curtain call. I don't think he will be called to the stage as Doggo plays it well. Takes a bullet for his support. Get you an ADC that loves you like this.
Yeah, but Citrus in the area, 3 members of CFO, they know the Drake has been started. I don't think Citrus wants this. They don't have the members here. So CFO, they look to secure the second Drake and get that stacking. It is that Mountain Drake, so they're going to be a little more resilient, that 5% armor and magic resistant, and it is a Hex Soul. So if they are able to secure the sort of Hex Soul for themselves, that's that extra poke damage, that sort of micro slow, could be very, very valuable to whichever team is able to secure that one. Fisher, though, has rotated to the top side, clearing out this wave. We see Karkun in mid, Momo on the bot side. So it is that time, Carrix, where laning phase sort of starts to end and the team fighting phase starts to come to the fore, if you will, because that Rift Herald, it's up in 1 minute. That's the next jungle objective.
Yeah, and so far, I really like that DFM isn't playing into Shadow. Lee Sin is really strong early on. He has that Sundered Sky. We don't need to play into that. We can just, okay, Shadow, you want to go for a dragon? Yeah, that's fine. You get the first 2 dragons. We're not going to win with Dragon Soul this game. That's fine. They'll fight them for the next one, maybe the one after. When they've actually started to get their comp online, when Karkun's 4th shots are going to do a lot of damage, when they can bring Momo down, really get that determination, stacking, get something done. I do worry a little bit for DFM. This is a very low damage comp. If they miss early abilities, if the engage from Citrus isn't perfect, I do think they fall apart very quickly.
Yeah, if Citrus is able to Cataclysm and lock someone down, they will be able to layer all that damage down. But if you stay mobile, if you stay un-CC'd, it's going to be a rough and tough time, as you so rightly call out. Citrus in the area does have that control ward down, so CFO doesn't have that vision, but that other ward there on that brush near the Baron will spot them out. So great ward placement there. Shadow, though, as you say, hasn't been able to have sort of any impact, any effect they're chasing.
That's why we picked Twisted Fate. Shows up, throws a gold card, and that'll be Rift Herald.
Yeah, that's just a neat and tidy little kill, isn't it there, Karis? That was just yep, thank you, wham bam, thank you, ma'am.
It's exactly what this comp is meant to do. You step a little bit out of position because you're barred and you think you can Mystical Journey out, or Magical Journey, I should say. Nope. You can't do that. We have Pungyon. He's going to show up, throw a gold card at you. There was no real follow-up needed because he was already kind of low. It's just sort of the Corki damage over the wall. But had he been full health, he just had the Lee Sin that could get the easiest Sonic Wave of his life. Really easy stuff. Fisher now in trouble, drops the Tibbers, will get knocked up by the Annie Wall, and the Nami Wave, I should say, but taken out regardless. Shadow showing why he's picked the Lee Sin.
Yeah, Shadow on the board with that one there too. They now have a 2.3k gold lead as we see this again, right? So it's that ward in the brush there as Woody goes toward the Rift Herald and CFO spot him recalling and he thinks he's safe. Doggo interrupts it. There's the journey, but the Twisted Fate ult was already being channeled before he even went on that journey. And there was 4 members of CFO in the area, Carricks. They saw Woody on Bard and went, get that birthday boy and get him now. They're on this bot side. Fisher responds.
Fisher.
Oh, public execution.
Yep. And again, this is CFO so much better than game 1. Obviously, they're very far ahead, so much better than game 1. But they're just playing to what their comp wants to do. They go down, they throw a gold card, and then you follow up with everything else, and whoever gets hit is going to die. DFM are struggling to find an answer to that, as, again, what happens? Gold card, and then you throw more things at it.
Fisher died so fast there, Carricks.
Hang on. Citrus is actually making this into something, as there's the Bard ult as well. Momo has teleported down. The J4 will go down, but with a huge shield from that top lane quest. Momo wants to come around the corner. Woody has to be very, very careful. He is super low, sort of spaced out. Momo's passive has reset. Needs to find a way in. Can't do it. Lovely stuff there. The disengage is good. Shadow knows that he can dance around this fight. There's the TF ult. Will go deep. And look at that. Finds them perfectly. Karkut is in trouble. Should be cleaned up. No, not yet. Momo playing on the front. Uses that ult. Still doesn't have the ult. Doesn't matter though. Flashing over with Karkut to kill Pangyon. Dies in exchange. CFO are dominating.
That was a really nice, protracted play. And I want to say from both teams. Obviously, CFO came out on top there, but they both did the dance. They both went back and forth with each other, disengaging, re-engaging. So the energy, the spirit to fight is absolutely there, Carricks. And I love it. It was so good, so methodical. As we do see this third Drake of the game started up, Shadow has that priority, but you also, Shadow actually suddenly went from 0 kills to 4 in the course of like 3 minutes here. This is now becoming an accelerated Lee Sin. CFO though, they're in the area, Carricks. I'm not going to get time to talk about this. Another fight's about to break out here.
Yeah, this is the dragon that we really want to be fighting for. We don't want to let CFO move up to Soul Point. Citrus is in range to make this one at least a 50-50 as Rest and Momo just fight on the side. Now, you shouldn't be able to beat a Lee Sin in a smite fight. You certainly can't with that Q execute. And they go in. They follow up with the Bard ultimate. I don't think that's going to go well. That is not the rage cage that Citrus wants to be in. They're magical journeying out. Oh, public execution goes deep, and it will get a shutdown over for Momo. Immediately, Fisher goes down. Zahen jumps up in the air, but is put in the ground. We'll get a resurrect from the passive. Actually, the worst kind of resurrect, because it's not going to do anything, and now it's on cooldown. Zahen, the champion that doesn't do much.
At least not this time. In other situations, we have seen Zahen hard carry, but the fight continues, Carricks.
That it does. Shadow trying to go for more. Stunned up. Karkut desperately trying to reload, but with Pangyon arriving, they don't want to continue this. Shadow will go down. Pangyon trades it back. Citrus is here. Doesn't have ult, though. I don't think he's going to be able to catch Pangyon. Should just be able to walk this one out.
And that's 2 fights back-to-back that people have followed Bard on that magical journey. And one of the first rules of Bard is don't follow on the magical journey. But they have, and it's paid dividends. As we go back to this Drake fight here, Citrus did try to contest it. That wave misses Citrus as he cataclysms over the top, but the Bard ult catches 2 in that one. The Mystical Journey able to get them away, but the public execution was perfect into the back line. It locked them down, allowing CFO to catch up. Zahen, caught amongst 4 members, is absolutely melted. Nothing he can do here. The best is he can try and go for the support 2274, who tidily dodges that hook, and just a clean sequence of play as CFO secure themselves the 3rd Drake of the game. They are on Soul Point, and if they do get the Soul, they will secure that Hex Tech Soul for that extra little burst of damage and micro slows. And now the back Baron is also on the rift, and there is Doggo. 15,500 damage.
That's a lot of damage from a Corki. That's a lot of damage at 21 minutes into a game, and it's only going to get worse if you're DFM, as he's going to stack up even more items, should be able to pull away from Karkun on the damage charts. So far, this is everything we want from CFO, and if this is looking like a game 3, because they're 5k gold ahead, they're on Soul Point, and DFM have looked like they really don't know what to do.
Yeah, they're absolutely fighting this one, and you love to see it, right? And I know it's too early to call the game, but I'm hoping it's the 2-1 that we were both sort of predicting here. Oh, here it is, Twisted Fate.
Yeah, moving down, they try and get away, but once again, I'm going to say it, Logan, you throw the gold card, and then you throw more things after it. It works every time as Shadow goes in. Big Dragon Rage kick onto 2. But DFM are able to evacuate. In comes the teleport from Rest. This Ambessa will be here. Get a lot of pressure on the top side of the map. Ooh, a lovely Tibbers though. Why have we walked through that little channel? Oh, it's a good thing that they're so far ahead, or they could have been one shot. It just doesn't matter though. The Jarvan goes in. Rest will go down. Silly mistakes coming through from CFO. Doggo is in trouble as well. Oh no, Logan.
That was spectacular. The timing of Fisher's Tibbers all onto the 2 members of CFO, both of them less than 50% health, but Pangyong able to get so much work done down here on this bot side as well. That inhibitor turret nearly broken wide open on its last plate. DFM forced to respond despite winning that fight in the mid lane. So excellent pressure from Pangyong there. You love to see this macro level play. As we do go back to this mid fight, we see the TP come in, Rest, massive shields, nearly burnt immediately here. And here we see it again. Fisher, fantastic Tibbers onto 2. And we get Karkun with, close the curtain call, nails it, the Cataclysm, but Rest lives for so long. I think it's because he's so far ahead. Doggo forced to flash to avoid that stun, buys a little more time, but is still unable to escape. CFO not able to get anything back. So DFM, they have to be happy with that one, but the macro flash forward.
They immediately go in as that is a massive play immediately onto Doggo, but it's traded back. DFM now in a huge amount of trouble. That's a double kill for Pangyon. They are scrapping this one out. It's going to be Momo that has to carry the entire fight. Has the passive stack. Can he find anything more? No. 2274 able to flash away. He needs to keep this passive locked and loaded. No, it drops. He goes down. Triple kill for Shadow. And that will be Soul for CFO.
Ace. An ace. So CFO have absolutely gone, game 1, that was nothing. That was a small just bump in the road. We have now hit 5th. We've hit 6th gear. We've aced you for 2 of our own. And yeah, they're going to take this soul. They're going to get that Hextech soul, that extra poke, those micro slows. Their gold lead now has ballooned to 7,500 gold here, characters. As we go back to this replay, they're on award. They're all on awards, so CFO knew the whole time. They're able to get so much damage down. Unfortunately, it is only on a Woody. They have to know that DFM is in the area. Fisher is exposing himself. The control ward there. The flash forward, though, is spectacular here, Carrix. They annihilate the #1 damage dealer from CFO. Clean, straight away in this fight. And they kill Rest as well. But Karkun just goes down in the back line because Pangyong had TP'd in, using the Twisted Fate ultimate and got a spectacular flank. So DFM, they turned it around on a CFO, but because CFO had that flanking sort of pincer maneuver, the numbers advantage didn't matter so much because CFO just couldn't miss. So well played.
I think the really big thing was Shadow, after the flash forward, Fisher got kicked back out and hit 3 people on the way. It just completely diffused any follow-up from DFM. Sort of what we've been saying is that if anything goes wrong for DFM at the start of the fight, you immediately run out of damage. They put all of the Annie damage into one target, and yeah, you kill Doggo, But how are you killing anyone else as in goes Shadow? Again, a 3-man kick. They use a Bard ult to try and save Kakun for a little while, but it's only going to be for a little while as Rest has already gone into the back. Momo does have that passive stacked. Will be able to get back up, but I don't think he's going to be able to do very much as Pangyon going crazy on the other side of the fight. Woody has to flash away, and DFM are just getting absolutely destroyed.
Yeah, they're getting handled right now. The CFO is showing them the door, showing them the exit, saying, hey, we've got this one in the bag. So confident are they? They're not going for the Baron. They're simply TPing in. That is 4 members of DFM dead for another 15 plus seconds. This feels like CFO, they're going to take the turrets and the Nexus here, Carrix.
Yeah, that will be CFO firing back. They break the losing streak with a dominant performance. That was not a close game. 11k gold lead at the end of it. Lovely stuff for CFO.
Congratulations to CTBC Flying Oysters for winning Game 2 of tonight's Best of 3 series between CFO and DFM. It is now 1 game apiece. CFO have the opportunity to reverse sweep here. DFM have the opportunity to win their first sort of series of the split, which would be such a confidence booster. It would be such a nice present for Woody here on his birthday. There's a lot at stake here for both of these teams, I feel like, Carrix. And from the game 1 of DFM and the game 2 of CFO, game 3, it could really go either way. But I have to call it out. I'm so glad Pangyon got so much more involved. He was so much more active. He knew Fisher was a bit better than him in that lane, so he went, you know what? I'm not going to play the lane game. I'm going to roam.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think this is a really big mental reset for CFO as well. They were on a 3-game losing streak. So getting one back under it, where Pangyon had a really good game, where Doggo had a really... Honestly, everyone had a really good game. I could just go through the entire team, and maybe I should. But just lovely stuff here for CFO, and I think it makes Game 3 super interesting.
Yeah, I do like that we're actually getting the comms too as we go through all these plays, but it was that proactivity from Citrus that kind of got the early ball rolling for DFM, but CFO did well, right? Obviously that 1 kill went over to DFM, and then it took a fair few minutes to get the 2nd kill of the game, which went over to CFO, and it kind of stayed relatively even-keeled for sort of the first 15-20 minutes until CFO were able to put the foot down and go, no, this is our game, we're going to take this, we're going to get these ganks. Exhibited here by this patience from 2274, it was just like a different style of play, those Nami waves, utilizing the CC and the slow that comes off the back of that really well, but also the jungler of CFO, just so effective, able to get those ganks. Yeah, it was a slow start for Shadow, but once he got that first kill, that 1 kill, within the next 2 minutes, he was up at 4-0 and just able to apply that pressure everywhere.
Yeah, and I don't know what we do here for DFM. I don't think we should be picking champions like Zehen for Momo. He actually didn't have a terrible game on it, but I just don't think it suits their play style. I think they looked a little bit turned around. I think Fisher should be on something that he can deal a lot of consistent damage on, rather than just sort of the flash in tibbers, dump everything into one person, and then it doesn't matter what you do. I think Jin was a little bit of a mistake as well. It's almost might be a bit of a blessing that we play Fearless so that we can't pick this one again.
It's like, please, no, not again. But yeah, the Jin gone, the Annie gone. We have seen Annie piloted with some varying degrees of success, and so I almost think there was some inspiration there that may have helped that pick along. But this was sort of a disconnected draft, I feel, and they weren't able to sort of keep applying those advantages. We saw it sort of the mid to late game around the 4th Drake there. They exploded Doggo instantly. They put all the burst into Doggo, and then they just had nothing left in the tank to apply that numbers advantage they'd earned for themselves.
And this is going to be an interesting game number 3 because there is so many things still left available. Pangyon has had one pretty bad game and one really good game on this Twisted Fate. I'd love to see similar things for him. I'm trying to think of what we pick Pangyon in game number 3, but it seems to be whatever we can have that is sort of set up and it's enabling, as we see a highlight of this Twisted Fate. Woody gets away there if you don't have Twisted Fate.
I really think Rise. I think Rise is kind of the next best, the most similar thing to a Twisted Fate if we want to get him onto the same or most similar champ there so that he can apply that same pressure. But then you would need a similar composition too, right? So obviously the stun set up, the team is able to follow up quickly and easily. Rest was just an absolute menace on that Ambessa, diving the backline time and time again, almost on ult cooldown, and forcing the rest of DFM to respond to this Ambessa. Otherwise, you know, Ambessa has a high kill threat for that sort of top laner energy. A lot of the times top laners don't bring that level of, oh my god, we could die in the face of this top laner. But here's that moment where Fisher is able to get so much damage down onto 2 members of CFO, and they are immediately forced to retreat. And this was great coming out of DFM, right? They were able to get their numbers advantage. They were able to take out 2, but because Peng Yong was on that bot side, had chipped down that tier 2 turret and was starting on the inhibitor turret, it was almost all for nothing. They had to respond to that pressure.
Yeah, and the pressure was just never ending. This game sort of never looked particularly close. I'll be real. There was maybe that one fight where DFM fought back. I thought, ooh, maybe this is the throw, but it certainly wasn't. I don't know. This just looked like CFO back in their prime. And looking forward to Game 3, I don't see why it would be any different. Shadow might just be on the same page as his team again.
Yeah, I am definitely looking forward to Game 3. I still think CFO has a lot of room to improve before they get back in their prime, as this is the one where, you know, we saw the J4 Cataclysm. The Cataclysms were pretty good this game, in my opinion, but it just wasn't like the lockdown, the follow-up that was able to sort of, you know, isolate and take that one out, even though they did have that Annie. Generally, it was after the burst had already been used because it was initiated, right? But enough about Game 2 here, Carrix, because we have a Game 3 ahead of us, which we will get to straight after this break, because here in the LCP, we're made for this.
Feel it before the game even begins. The noise, not pressure, electricity. A region that doesn't wait its turn, doesn't follow the script, where every match threatens to flip. Because here, nothing stays quiet. The pace is faster, the moments hit harder, and if you hesitate, someone else takes it. Anyone can break through, but not everyone can hold it. It's not just about the play, it's the next one, and the one after that. No guarantees, no safe paths, just opportunity for anyone ready to take it. Made for the stage, made for the moment, made for this.
Put your hands up, look back at it, make them stand up, stand up. Shake it, shake it, drop, 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 shake it, drop, 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 shake it, shake, 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 get low, shake, shake, give 'em what they came, shake it, give 'em what they came, give 'em what they came for, give 'em what they came, give 'em what they came, shake it. Lately, I've been lost in a daydream. Was that coming? Maybe need a break from myself. Lazy.
And welcome back. We're getting ready for Game 3 of tonight's Best of 3 series between CFO and DFM and Carrick's. This one's going the distance, mate.
Yeah, it really is. CFO bounced back super well after game 1. It was a little bit disappointing to see them continue their slump from week 1, but then game 2, they looked fantastic. DFM picked a draft that I think was unplayable though.
Yeah, but it feels like the slumbering beast has awakened after that game 2. They were shown the door tidily in game 1, and then game 2 they turned around and said, you know what? No, we are not pushovers. You cannot send us packing this quickly, this easily, and I am so glad to see it because, you know, we all know CFO. We all know this is 2025. They were our most dominant and decorated LCP team that we sent out into the world. So it's nice to see those sort of sparks of life are still hanging around, but it is also nice to see DFM sort of playing well as well in that game 1, taking that win. They showed signs of it in game 2 here. So this game 3, it should be pretty interesting. I don't think we're really going to be able to determine sort of who's ahead until maybe that sort of classic mid-game, that 15th, 20th minute, when we sort of start to see those sort of gold leads, take off. But how will these teams win game 3? I really think we need to see Pungyong keep up that energy, keep up that pace. He had so much more impact in this game, Carricks.
Yeah, I totally agree. Pungyong stepped up massively. He was almost like man of the match. I think Shadow was actually probably man of the match in game 2, but Pungyong was massive on that Twist of Fate. We need to figure out what we're going to pick him that's similar. That's just a really enabling mid. Fisher, we need to get him back on something that carries. He was incredible on Oriana in game 1. Azir is obviously gone as well from Fearless, but there's still plenty of things to pick up. I mean, Anivia is something that has been popping up all over the world in many different roles, particularly the bot lane. Oh, speaking of which, it won't be getting picked in this one.
Well, no called, actually. Yeah, no, Anivia has been popping up around the regions because of the wall that Anivia is so able to just change the terrain and prevent access or prevent escape. It's very, fight warping, if you will, that Anivia. So it is a good ban. I like that it has been taken away here in this game 3. But we were talking about Pangyong and maybe trying to get him online, get him something similar. And for me, that has to be that Rise, which has not yet been banned away. The problem is, if CFO don't ban it here, which they did, I was going to say certainly DFM have to pick that one up, because he's the next strongest mid laner still left. But they did the smart thing, CFO. They banned it away.
Yeah, I think that does make a lot of sense. Just get that Rise out of there. There is the Seraphine. The Ashe has actually finally gotten through. It's been banned in the first 2 games. I do really like this. Seraphine obviously is actually winless so far in the LCP, but that has not been the champion's fault. It's just been sort of where she's ended up. I think Woody has had a good series so far. Him getting this Enchanter is really good.
Enchanters are fantastic. I do love the sort of shielding and healing that Seraphine can bring. That Encore, absolutely massive, and doesn't actually have to face off into that Mel W, that rebuttal. And I think this is a smart choice from CFO. Doggo picking up that Ashe for themselves to take apart. Oh, maybe there was a bit of a misclick here, but the Ashe pick that was being hovered, being shown there, I think was smart, because it breaks apart that Seraphine Ashe sort of selection, as we now go back to Aurora picked up as well. And we all know that Aurora can be a flex pick character. It could be top, it could be mid. We'll have to wait and see until more picks are made to determine where it's going to end up.
I like that a lot. Yeah, as you said, getting the Ashe away from the Seraphine seems pretty mission critical, as well as not letting Shadow sort of have his impact diminished by the Hawk shot. It's the absolute worst thing, playing jungle into an Ashe, because they just know where you are the entire time because of that Hawk shot. Misfortune is going to be the pickup for Kakun. I like this. It's a little bit risky to pick this early in the draft. Of course, this is an immobile AD carry that can be punished by certain picks, but we will certainly not run into the damage problems that we did last game.
Yeah, Misfortune has damage and then some to spare. And speaking of damage, Fisher has locked in a Kali. That is so much AP damage from the mid lane. And if Fisher is able to find those angles, get those executions off, and just shut down whoever shows up in the mid lane, whatever champion Pangyong will be piloting in sort of those first early stages. It will be interesting to see that sort of matchup, because CFO, they've decided to lock in Lulu for 2274, so that now that they know the bot side of DFM, they feel that they can sort of close out their own. And that means we see both bot sides. We definitely see the mid laner for DFM, but that Aurora, again, it's a pickle. It could go either way. It could be the mid or it could be top. So DFM, they have to be careful about how they ban around this one. But Dr. Mundo banned away. He will not be going where he pleases for Citrus.
No, he will not. I think that's a good ban as well. So far, Citrus has been he's been playing these engaged, these frontline champions. Mundo was one of the ones left. Of course, not as potent perhaps as the Jarvan and the Xin Zhao. Nefiri taken away from Shadow. I like this. Shadow wants to carry. He doesn't want to play these enabling champions the same way that Citrus does. He wants to be the MVP. He wants to be the man that wins the game for CFO. He did it in game 2, so take away things that he can do it with in game 3.
Yeah, definitely. And that's part of why these coaches are here, right? Like Paz and Chorley, they're here trying to help with these drafts. They're trying to help with these compositions. They're trying to build that identity, right? There's like, do we want to dive comp? Do we want a standard back to front comp? Do we want a split push comp? These are all sorts of things that they need to work out. They need to put down on Summoner's Rift, and then they have to adapt it around the opposing team as well. You see a Misfortune, you go, great, how can we shut that down? We see an Akali, we go, who has a good counterplay into that Akali? Do we still have that pick left? And these are sort of all the considerations, but also the bans. What hasn't been picked? What is a good high priority ban in those slots, as that Skarner has been banned away. But DFM, I think they've read this one well. They've banned Gwen away from Rest, because I love Rest on Gwen. So I think that's a smart ban.
It also allows Momo to go into a tank. You of course don't want to play a tank into the percent HP of Gwen. And I think Momo on a tank, maybe something like Ornn, something like that makes a lot of sense, as Vi looks to be the jungler here for Shadow. Is very, very good into the Misfortune. The one problem you have is it's really hard to one-shot the Misfortune when she's got a Seraphine.
One thing I do want to point out about CFO though, where's their tank? Like they don't have a front line. They don't have
one
a
last
tank
game,
yet. So yeah, I just feel like they need a tank into the likes of what DFM have presented them. And they have just gone with Olaf and Sion. This comp is going to run at you and run at you hard. They are going to force you to fight them. My goodness, DFM have just suddenly turned this into one of the most threatening balls of death I've seen, Carrix. And the response is a Jace?
Jace is a pick for the lane, I feel. He will be able to get quite ahead. I assume it's going to go top. We could see a bit of a switch here. This could be Aurora top, Jace mid. I actually think that might be the way to go. You have range in both the lanes. You can move Pangyon around. No, they do swap it in the end. I thought it was going to be really clever, but nope. Will be the Aurora mid. That is actually something we've seen picked into Akali fairly often. I think Pangyon should have lane control early on. But as you were saying, oh, they're swapping back. Okay.
Yeah.
We're going to have to wait. All right, they must have done that just before the 30-second cutoff, as, that will be Jace mid, Aurora top. Maybe. The Champions List has gone away. I think we're going to find out when we load in.
Yeah, we're both here on Tenderhooks like, yep, maybe, nope, well, we don't know. Here's the respectful fist bumps, the bows as well, being like, yep, cool, GG's, good luck, have fun, may the best team win. And doubtlessly each coach's like, yeah, but my team's the best team, my team's going to win this one. But Carrix, one of these teams will win, one of these teams will lose.
This
Either
is
way,
insightful.
Yeah, I know. It's like, thank you for stating the obvious, Logan. Sometimes the obvious needs to be stated. CFO yet to win. DFM also yet to win a series. So either the winner walks away pretty darn happy. The loser, 2 losses in a row. Not great. Wait, why is
it is the Jace mid?
I'm like,
it is the Jace mid.
Yeah.
All right. I like this. I think it makes sense as Rest should be able to get really ahead of Pangyon. Rest should be able to get ahead of Pangyon. That's would be an odd one. Get ahead of Momo, of course, is what I mean to say. He's on Sion. We also do typically think that Rest is the stronger player. And now we have a real one-shot. Vi and Aurora that's ahead can one-shot even with a Seraphine.
Aurora can one-shot all on her own. It's kind of crazy. You get hit with that, 3-skill combo and bam, you are just gone. There's Pangyon applying that ranged advantage that Jace is able to bring to that mid lane. Being able to switch and flick between forms is such a nice advantage to have here in this matchup. 2274 though, just being a little cheeky, had to respect the potential turnaround from Woody and Karkun and backs away. Wards in those middle brushes. Junglers notably on different sides of the rift. And you have a look at DFM's vision control. They have one in theirs, but also one is sort of in the middle top side of CFO. So they're getting that information on where Shadow is. But if you look at CFO's wards, none of them are in DFM's jungle. So they do not know where...
Okay, Kakun's just dead. How has that happened? He used both summoners. How are we dying?
Look, in League of Legends, it's a champion versus champion game. Oh, Citrus.
Oh, this is a disaster. Citrus is going to have to... he's just dead. Oh, no. That's a disaster.
So... we go to this replay, which is fantastic. There's a slow from the Lulu. Doggo flashes ahead of them, forces Karkun back. 2274, yeah. Just fantastic spacing there. Really good job to sort of herd Karkun down and away from the turret. I feel like Karkun should have flashed much earlier back toward the turret once Doggo had sort of made his flash as well. But it's just really heads up from CFO. Great herding there of Karkun on that bot side. And then obviously Citrus going down in that 1v1 in that jungle over the buff. Kind of not what you want to see early in the game either, is CFO, they're getting very proactive very quickly and loving this aggression coming out of them. DFM, though, they have the ward advantage, right? So they have these wards in the good places that are giving them the vision, giving them the intel on where Shadow is, but it just hasn't worked for them yet, as Fisher does get the better of Peng Yong, sends Peng Yong packing, but Shadow is right there just in case of any play. Whew.
And the thing is that wards are nice, but Hawkshot's nicer. As Doggo now level 3 has the Hawkshot, can just like constantly fire that across. It doesn't really matter if you don't have wards. You can always tell where Citrus is based on what camps are and aren't farmed. Peng Yong comes back into the lane, is able to stop the recall from Fisher, make things annoying for him. This is such a massive swing. Shadow is so strong now, stealing away a buff, getting an early kill, putting this Olaf super behind.
Yeah, I mean, behind Olaf is not a good thing. I really feel like Olaf needs to get ahead to be able to really run you down and live as they run you down, right? Like if you don't have that damage that as the ward spots out Shadow, Momo knew something was up, so really great heads up there. But I don't think Momo's going to be able to stop this kill coming through, and yeah, Rest just juggles the aggro. Oh, he's able to get away.
He should have just taken the minions there. Unfortunate stuff, not able to chase them down in the zombie form. DFM falling apart early. Like, they're really being just dismantled everywhere.
Yeah, this is a 1,500 gold lead at 4 and a bit minutes. That's actually quite significant for this stage of the game, Carex. As DFM, they've got the vision control, but it feels like it's not helping them, if that makes sense. Like, CFO is still just making whatever plays they want.
Yeah, it really does feel like they're doing whatever they want, as Peng Yong gets a huge amount of damage onto Fisher. This wave is being pushed in as well, so Fisher can't leave. Has to be really careful around the next accelerated shock blast, which Peng Yong can throw out. Has the smoke to keep himself at least a little bit safe. But where can Citrus even do anything? He's spotted on a ward. He's going to flash in. Oh no, the Seraphine follow-up misses entirely. And look who's here behind the play. They have to get this kill onto Doggo. They must kill him. They do not. GG!
I don't know about GG yet, but that is a pretty damning turn of events. Doggo able to just tidily dodge both of the skills that would have certainly guaranteed Doggo's death. The slow, the root coming out of them. Doggo just sidesteps it all, pops that barrier, lives for so long that Shadow is able to get to that bot side and turn it all around. See, CFO, they see him on the ward, right? So they're able to dodge that flash Q from Citrus, dodge the E coming out of Woody, and Doggo's tanking it all, right? Like, 2274 puts the shield down, Doggo gets that barrier, and Shadow just arrives in time. Doggo emoting off the side of the screen there, spam thumbs upping. Oh.
I mean, Shadow is now, what, 4 kills on this Vi. He's 2,000 gold ahead. Olaf from behind is not fun to play. This champion just doesn't really do anything if he can't run into the backline, and he can't do it now. For a long time at least. Citrus is going to have to figure something out.
Yeah, it's a rough state to be in. Shadow was at 4-0, I think around the 12-13 minute mark, game 2. So he has doubled that now. CFO find themselves at nearly 4K in 7 minutes, 6-0. Peng Yong's actually not having a bad time in this mid lane, does have that CS advantage, has that priority, which allows Shadow to just keep invading the jungle of DFM as well. They kill Citrus, and then they take Citrus's camps. Now, Citrus does have to know that Shadow's in the air. Shadow Vault Breaker's over the wall. Just a cheeky couple of CS steal. Oh,
and he's going to take the red buff. He knows the timer. Citrus can
That's it.
stay here, but there's no help coming. Rest is able to move before the Scion. Of course, has massive lane prio. There's no help from the mid lane. It's another buff steal. Shadow gets even further ahead, and things are just getting worse and worse.
Yeah, individual gold lead of 1,700 gold for the jungler of CFO. Shadow has a shutdown bounty of 374 gold right now. That's how far ahead. Oh, Doggo, flash forward.
Yeah, Doggo's just going in. He doesn't really care. The bullet time comes out, but they're able to back off before Citrus can actually access the play on the other side of the map. Shadow picks up a nice little grubs for himself.
Yeah, and DFM, they're so resource heavy on the bot side, they're not able to respond to these grubs being taken by Shadow on that top side. So really great sort of cross-map play there. That's what you need to see. I love the aggression coming out of Doggo. That was very dangerous, though. I do feel like DFM could have turned that around if Citrus had been there a little earlier. But Citrus has started that Drake up. Pangyong rotates. No, isn't even going to come and contest. I think that's the right call. It's only the first Drake. Give it over. Let them have that. And then just get some jungle camps, get some advantage, get some reset recalls, back out onto the Rift and ready to go. Karis, look at the CS advantage. Rest nearly 20. Shadow 30. They're winning in every lane right now.
Yeah, the fact that the closest lane is the Jace Akali matchup, where Pangyon is still winning, is able to constantly push in. Fisher, this is how this lane should go. It's going to be Jace having prio, but Fisher able to, stay healthy in it. Well, not maybe on the health bar, but definitely in terms of CS. In comes the train, trying to get onto Pangyon. He will sidestep it and just dodge away. And look who's here. It's Shadow picking up a 5th. Oh my word, it only gets worse if you're DFM. Momo burns his flash, doesn't matter, as Shadow will do the same and just take him down. 6-0 on Vi.
Carrick, Momo missed the ult, and then the decimating smash didn't stun. So Pangyong just wasn't CC'd at all in that entire chain. And then, so it's almost a tale of live long enough, Shadow will arrive, right?
Pretty much.
Oh, it's disaster here,
Speaking of which, they use the bullet time to clear the wave. That actually will stop the dive, but not until Rest arrives, as a lovely Seraphine ult might get them something back. They do manage to kill Rest, and in comes Fisher. Could try and get something done, but no, it's a lovely Q flash there from Shadow to completely neuter the Akali's entrance to the fight. So a 1-for-1, great result for DFM with how things are going.
Game 1 for CFO, just a warm-up. Now that they're ready, now that they're playing, they're on show right now. They are bringing their best here in this Game 3, because this is utter domination right now. I'd have to have a look at live to see how this goes, but before we do, Momo missing the stun just with the ult there. The decimating smash not able to charge up for long enough. Gives time for Shadow to get there, shut Fisher down, and then in the 2v1 they're able to turn it back around onto Momo, burn his flash as well. That's an utter disaster. But DFM, it is a 9-1, so it will not be a perfect game for CFO. That's where I was going with this. I was like, this feels like they're trying to turn around and perfect game DFM after last week's. But Shadow, currently 6-0, which is massive for this Vi in the jungle. Hawk shots going out will spot DFM, but DFM, they have the wards, they have the vision. They know CFO's in the area. They're respecting it. They're backing off. They're grouping up. They do not want to get picked again.
Yeah, these Seraphine Qs just have not been landing. Woody has been pretty inaccurate on those. It's not super easy to hit long range. Of course, it is a slow projectile, but it means that Citrus just has absolutely no access to fights. Now Fisher is in trouble. It takes a little bit more damage. In comes Shadow. They can just pop the tower and fight him after. The Akali ult is here to potentially get him out. Fisher will get out on a sliver of HP. Citrus coming in to make sure he can get the wave as well. Not the worst result for DFM, but it's still really, really bad.
Yeah, I mean, 9-1, 6.5k gold lead. It's, at this stage of the game, it's not looking great. As we do go back to this bot side where DFM secure their first kill, and as you said, really heads up from Karkun there to clear the wave using that bullet time. I just don't think they expected Rest to be here as well, as that Seraphine ult does land onto Rest as he gets aggro from that tower. So just the timing was agonizing. And like you called out, the flash Q from Shadow to completely neutralize Fisher. You've got to be... if I was Fisher, I'd be like, come on, man. Like, let me get one. As we see the gold chart here. And yeah, CFO, they've been in the gold lead since about minute, I want to say 2, maybe 1, and haven't looked back from there. They just keep growing this lead right now, Carrick. It's scuffle in the jungle time, though.
Yeah, I mean, scuffle is one word. I think it's a beatdown, as Citrus just takes half his health bar in exchange for a ward. He'll reset though, so I guess he's not too upset about that, but they need to be so careful up here as, oh no, an arrow comes in. There's the Between Worlds. Rest knows that he can walk forward. He has Shadow here. It's a good Seraphine ult, but it's a terrible bullet time as Karkun will just be cleaned up. Shadow will keep on walking forward. Those big mitts are firing. They want to give the kill over to Doggo. Good choice there. Doggo gets his 4th. This is a stomp.
So far, 11-1, 7.5k gold. CFO, they do have the first turret of the game. DFM yet to crack one for themselves. That top side for the CFO looking, you know, sketchy. It's down to 2 plates, but that is okay. The Drake is on the Rift, and CFO, they've got the numbers. They're clearing out that vision. They're probably going to go for this Drake to stop DFM's stacking, as we do see Doggo take down that top side tier 1 as well, Carricks.
As you say, more gold in the pockets. We go to a bit of a replay, and we see Doggo. He read the tea leaves and landed a long-range arrow.
Yeah, once that arrow lands and it's the long-range maximum stun time, it's almost a guaranteed death. And like we see here, CFO, they show up in force. They're able to connect the rest of the skills and just hand that kill over to Doggo, which is exactly what you want. You want to start feeding that gold into the pockets of your ADs and get them ahead, right? That Kraken Slayer doing work. Doggo currently 4-0, Shadow 6-0. So all of the kills, all of the gold in the AD carry and jungle of CFO right now. But even though Pungyong has no kills, he's still 1,600 gold over his counterpart Fisher. Pungyong has... I don't know, he had game 1 and he went, you know what? That was just game 1. Game 2, game 3, we are going to turn it up. And that is exactly what's happened here. As Pungyong, he's gone for Momo.
I mean, he's just jumping on him, just annoying him. Just wants to make sure that this Scion can't do anything, can't become a tank that might be difficult to kill. And look, if this game goes 70 minutes, this Scion can become a real problem. It's really only Doggo that will have the damage to kill a super late game Scion. But I just don't think we ever get to that point. I don't know how CFO doesn't close this one out extremely quickly.
Well, that's the thing. CFO closed out game 2 in 25 minutes, a full 11 minutes faster than DFM were able to close out game 1. So it just feels like that experience comes through there, right? They go, we've got the lead. We know how to close this out. We're going to do it as quickly as we possibly can. And amongst all of our talking, CFO, they did get that second Drake of the game, so they've stopped the DFM drag and stacking here. But it looks like this is what CFO is going to do here again, Carricks. They're not going to let Scion scale as Pungyong's damage coming through. I love that I called it out at the start. I'm like, oh, I don't know about Jace pick. And Pungyong heard that and took it personally and is like absolutely smashing DFM with this Jace right now.
Yeah, I mean, he is looking pretty unstoppable as Karkun steps very far forward, gets polymorph, gets ash arrowed. Woody's here, but there's no help as in goes Shadow up in the air, slams him down with the fist. And that is a 7th for the big dog. They're sieging this tower. They have a herald. They'll break this one open. And my, oh my, CFO are unrelenting. They can just keep going
Yeah,
as well. Doggo just firing. In goes the Between Worlds. Citrus is in trouble. Has to pop the Ragnarok just to run away. The most depressing way to see your Olaf using his ult. They're already hitting inhibitor towers. I think they'll back off now that the wave's cleared, but it just never stops.
Yeah, and all that without Peng Yong as he's left on that bot side to just chip away at his bot side tier 2. And what was really interesting there is we got to see Doggo actually, land some shots on Momo for a while there. Momo still fairly tanky in the face of that 2-item AD carry for CFO, that Phantom Dancer, that Kraken Slayer. So I feel like if they can get Momo amongst it into the face of Doggo, then they might stand a chance, but Shadow can just ignore Momo, just get around him. The Lulu ult offers the protection. It's just a hard, tall order, and with Citrus being nearly 40, 50 CS down on Shadow, he can't compete on either. Oh, good arrow.
Very good arrow. Fisher has fallen. Citrus is in trouble. Pungyon's just going to run forward. And here comes Shadow. Q flash. Easy peasy. I don't think you want this teleport. I'm going to be completely honest. As Shadow charges it up, it is Momo arriving. They've got to cut him down. But Pungyon's throwing damage out to side. They do cut down that big tanky Momo. Should be able to get one back. It's a shutdown given over to Woody. Nice birthday present. But Karkun falls and Shadow moves up to double digits, 10-0.
That is beyond godlike coming out of Shadow. And we were talking about damage earlier and that DFM had it. But I forgot that Vi in the hands of Shadow can do more damage than you could ever dream of doing. What is this damage coming out of this Vi right now, Carrix? Because Momo on that Scion melted in the face of CFO after that TP here. And we do go back to this. I love this cross-map sniper shot from Doggo. Let's rip from mid lane and connects spot on with Fisher. Just buys Peng Yong all the time, all the access he needs. DFM, though, they are quick to respond, but they're in hot pursuit is Shadow. Like, he's just everywhere this game. I don't think there's been a fight without Shadow involved. And here's Momo, right? It's basically Shadow doing all of that damage. Peng Yong, a little bit of chip damage, so that is scary to see. Bullet time comes out. Unfortunately,
back alive. Citrus is dead. They're going to keep this one going. Woody tries to get something done, cannot do it. Fisher deals a lot of damage, but it's not going to be enough. Too far behind. Doggo gets away. Shadow goes legendary, 12-0. And this is the biggest stomp I've seen since last week, where this time it's CFO on the good end of it.
Yeah, I love how, though, but like the timing, right? Oh, it's the biggest stomp I've seen in a week. It's like, last week
a week's a long time
and
if you're if you're a flower or something. I don't know.
Come on, Rest. He's just toying with Momo here, letting him hit him. As CFO, they take all the advantage they have built up over this game. Nearly a 14.5k gold lead right now. They're going to net themselves this Baron completely uncontested. And I just saw the face of Momo there. That almost looked like the face of despair as Citrus just melts in the face of 3 here, Carrix. Shadow, Doggo, and 2274. DFM respond, but it's a very broken response. Woody caught out on his own. Fisher goes in too deep, nearly gets Doggo. But Shadow, I mean, I was asking, where's their front line? Shadow is also their front line. They can't get past him.
And another arrow lands. Momo, that's a tank, by the way, as Doggo will just cut him down. It's another kill. That gets them up to 20. Shadow goes in. He's 1v3, but who cares? He's got the long-range support of Peng Yong. They'll pick up Woody as well. Teleporting back to the base is Fisher, just desperate to get here in time. I'm not sure what he can even do, as CFO are looking to wrap this one up. They break one in here, but they'll break a second. And the Nexus is next in their sights. In goes Shadow, finding Fisher, able to do most of his health bar. There's the Lulu ult to keep him safe. He takes the Akali down. And CFO, they heard us talking, and they want to prove us wrong. They fire back in game 2 and 3. they absolutely destroy DFM. That's a full channel bullet time, and it just doesn't matter. The Nexus will fall, DFM will fall, and CFO might just be back.
CFO take tonight's best of 3 series 2-1 in a reverse sweep, Carrix. And I'm not going to say I told you so, but I called CFO's victory tonight. You can go check my Twitter where I posted it. Thank you very much. Congratulations, CFO. That was a convincing victory, even more so than their game 2. They have to be feeling good about themselves, and I'd love to know what they're going to do, right, to analyze these 3 games. Right, what happened in that game 1, and the changes they made to improve in game 2 and then drive it home in 3, and they need to grab those strengths and they need to replicate it and repeat it and do that again, right? Because we know they've got it in them. They've shown it to us before, and they showed it to us here tonight. So it would just be fantastic to see them keep repeating that, to see them keep scuffling, with the top, with the best that the LCP has to offer. But DFM took game 1 really, really well, in my opinion. They showed us they have gas in the tank for days and days. And then unfortunately game 2, game 3 didn't go their way, but there's bound to be some important learnings here, Carrix, and I'm just so excited for both of these teams and the rest of the split. Look, they're already packing up. They're like, yep, we're done, we're going. Off we trot.
Yeah, I mean, I guess just reset, get out of there. Just difficult stuff here for DFM to take away from game 3. I mean, Olaf was not it, dealt 3.8k damage, out-damaged by a Lulu.
Yeah, not the greatest. As we do see the gold lead, it's pretty much CFO the whole entire time. Every single member of CFO basically out-damaging every one of their counterparts. This, I know you called GG here, and I was like, oh no, maybe don't say that, but it was definitely a very, very strong sign of the CFO energy for the rest of the game, right? It showed Shadow, as Shadow gets player of the match for CFO here in the best of 3 series. Well deserved. Because look at the kill participation, Carrix. Nearly 100% on that Vi. That's spectacular.
Yeah, I mean, there was no other choice, right? Particularly after game 3, he went absolutely insane on the Vi. 21 KDA in game 3, 15 in game 2. Ridiculous stuff. Shadow, I was saying before the series that Pangyon and Shadow, their synergy didn't look really well. Just why bother synergizing? Just be a one-man army.
Yeah, and he was definitely their sort of strongest, like one of the stronger members in that game 1 as well. So I really do appreciate the recognition here for that player of the match. He put in all of the effort in all 3 games, and he's been rewarded with this sort of match victory here, bringing his team to the finish line in convincing fashion. Like, that was such a dominant Vi performance that I think even Baus himself would have to look at that and go, you know what? Yeah, that was actually pretty good. Real recognizes real there. But we take a look at some of these highlights, and Pangyon leveled up over these 3 games too. He had a shocker in game 1. He was outclassed, outmatched by Fisher at every turn. And then game 2, he got on that global champ and was able to apply side lane pressure. And then game 3, he just ran the mid lane himself. It's like he just turned it all around.
Yeah, I mean, picking things that you can just click on people, I suppose. You don't have to aim too much on Twisted Fate and Aurora. The Azir was not it. Clearly, we've not Aurora, sorry, the Chase. I was just seeing an Aurora on the screen. I mean, it was just unbelievably one-sided. It was just really easy for the rest of CFO to play with how far ahead Shadow was. Back to the drawing board, DFM, because, I mean, this one clearly, game 2 and 3, they didn't even really look like they were in it.
Yeah, I mean, and arguably game 2 was a bit closer than this one. And when I say a bit,
closer,
it's like, yeah. And he was Fisher's best look in too. He nearly took out Doggo, which would have removed the damage dealer, but there was too many damage dealers, right? Like, Shadow was doing astronomical amounts of damage. Yeah, Doggo was Doggo was doing Ash things, right? Like applying the slows, dodging every skill shot he needed to dodge. Like, look at that. That was half Doggo dodge, half Woody miss on that, E coming out of Woody on the Seraphine. Like, if that had connected, that would have been the route that would have killed Doggo, and it would have changed the tempo, the dynamic of what was happening on this bot side. But Doggo kept sidestepping everything, and it just extended those fights for a little too long, and it bought Shadow all the time he needed to get down to them. And this one too, like, it was rough. Momo missed ult, and then missed the decimating smash. And by this time, Shadow was already so far ahead. He'd kept Citrus down and out so early and built up a lead off of him that he was literally just able to take any fight he wanted whenever he wanted.
100%. This was... everyone recognized how strong Shadow was. Even Woody there goes for the ult flash, but mistimes it, so he doesn't hit Doggo, only hits Rest. Not what we really want out of the Seraphine. Seraphine is down 0-5 in the LCP. I still don't think it's the champion's fault. I just think this is fine. Doggo as well was an absolute sniper with this Ashe. Just was absolutely everywhere with the arrows.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Karkun, when he did get the bullet times off, they were generally ineffective or they were shut down very, very quickly. The best bullet time he managed to get off was in the fountain, and Shadow soaked 100% of the damage, and it only popped his Guardian, right? So, like, Shadow just didn't die in the face of all of that. Doggo was an absolute sniper with the crystallized arrows. Peng Yong held his own in the mid and then brought a lot of long-range poke as well. 2274 was everywhere he needed to be, providing those shields, those slows, those, growths as well to keep Shadow alive, to protect Doggo. It really was a case of I couldn't find a way for DFM to come back into this one because it was so far behind so early, Carrix.
100%. And look, in the end, it's just a huge, huge righting of the ship here for CFO. I think they needed to win and win really hard. If they had just scraped over the line in a 2-1, it wouldn't have been good enough. But now we need to move forward to our second series, where it's back to the VCS. It's MVK taking on Garm.
Yeah, this is what you love, Carrix. These are your VCS derbies. This is the roster that was promoted from the VCS Split 1 winners, all of them. As we see the teams coming up here, I'm really, really keen for this one. We've got, on the side of MVK, we've got Kratos, Guri, Chika, Haki, and Shulong, and the coaching team there, Big Koro, Sugar, Zuko, and some subs, Stellar and NPC. So this is your starting lineup tonight, Kratos, Guri, Chika, Haki, and Shulong. So I'm really, really excited to see how they do, especially after the win last week, Carrix. Like, this was what we were talking about in the pre-show, right, before we even got into our games, that I feel like that surprised almost everyone, except maybe the most diehard VCS fans.
Yeah, I do completely agree. This was not what we all predicted, but this is a really important one because Team Secret Wales is obviously the best Vietnamese team. They're the best team in the LCP at the moment. But Garm has been on a downward trend. They need to right the ship, and losing to MVK would be such a blow to them.
Yeah, it would be mentally, as we do see the team of Garm there appear on our screens. Kiaya, Drakthar, RS, Artemis, and Taki, with Null and Hype, the coaching and analyst sort of team there. And this is the two VCS teams that we'll be facing off tonight. And I do think it is important for Garm to get the win over MVK, just for their own confidence and just to show, we're better than a VCS academy team, if you will, right? Because these guys were the academy team right up until last week, and then they got promoted. So they are fresh on the pro scene, and I feel like Garm have to win to show, yeah, we're veterans, we're experienced, we know what we're doing, we know how to beat you guys, we're the same, sort of meta or culture within League of Legends here. But MVK, can
fresh
they be
off
beaten?
A win
because
over Relove BCG.
And they were our second seed in Split 1, Carrix.
Exactly.
Like, how'd they beat them?
Well, there
Yeah,
are lots of things to talk about in how they beat them, but I'm sure we can get to those in a little bit.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting to it straight after this break, where we'll go to our second best of 3 series in the VCS Derby, because here in the LCP, we're made for this.
Don't you feel those words they say? We stand together, come what may. Join us now and we will be all together in unity. Take my hand and join us now, 'cause we are moving in unity. Side by side we'll be as one, 'cause we are moving in unity. We are one and we are moving. faith then there is a light. The darkness can never. Till you're empty.
2v2 Side Selection Showdown. Here's how the game works. There's a ban phase before the match begins. All champions are available. Each champion can only be picked once per team for the entire split. Teams must now strategize their picks carefully, setting the stage for dynamic and diverse 2v2 matchups. The match ends when any of these conditions are met. When a team is first to 2 kills or is first to destroy the enemy turret. Sudden death kicks in after 7 minutes and the winner is decided by the first kill. One fight decides it all. Win the showdown and first selection.
And we are back. How are you feeling, Carricks, after that first best of 3 matchup?
I had to go and just take a little bit of a walk around because it felt like Shadow was going to ult me as well. I had to make sure he wasn't in my house.
Yeah, you got to like check over the walls. You got to be like, oh my gosh, so much damage coming my way. But that best of 3 was an absolute banger. 2-1 to CFO over DFM. But looking forward, MVK versus Garm. And this is MVK walking on right now. We see Kratos, Guri, Chica, Haki, and Shulong here with their coaching's team. Head coach Big Koro, Sugar, and Zuko as well. So these are your representatives for MVK Esports tonight. And these 5 players, if you're not overly familiar with them, you need to get familiar with them because they made a statement last weekend. But enough about MVK for now. This is Garm, Carricks.
It is Garm. It is my boys. And I hope can bounce back. They've been in a rough state recently. But up against MVK, this is an org they've played against a lot, but not so much the players. It's going to be a really interesting matchup.
Yeah, definitely one I think we're all looking forward to here. The VCS derbies always deliver. They're always something to look forward to and even be a bit exciting. As the host here, it is that time. It is 2v2 very soon. I'm looking forward to this. The 2v2, Chica and Haki coming through for MVK. So that is the mid laner and the bot laner of MVK will be facing off against Garm's selected representatives of Artemis and Taki. So that's that bot lane duo that is so potent. And one thing that I'll be looking for here with Artemis, or at least Garm, I think, most teams seem to have recognized that Artemis is a very big win con for Garm, right? And so they overload that bot side. They shut Artemis down repeatedly again and again in these early games. And that keeps him from having any impact in the sort of mid to late game. So it will be interesting to see if Garm have identified that and how they choose to play around it when we do get to that game, Carricks.
Yeah, Artemis, he has been on a real slump recently. Part of it is that teams play into him. They really overload that side of the map, as you said, but we do need to see him able to respond to it. That is part of being a true great AD carry is, yeah, they're going to overload your side of the map. They have to. You also need to be able to play through that.
Yeah, you need to be able to, respect the jungler timings like we called out in the first best of 3 series tonight. Citrus was down there almost every single game at around the 2.5, 3 minute mark, and that's exactly when you would expect to gank. So, if you're heads up, if you're tracking your junglers, you just know to play safe. You know to let your opponents kind of not get the better of you, not get you low around that timing, right? But before we even get to these games, we've got the 2v2. This gives first selection. So to win, you are either the first side to get 2 kills, the first side to take out a turret, or if it ever gets to deathmatch, the sudden death, which we haven't actually seen since like early 2025, I want to say, Carricks. The first team to get a single kill in that sudden death takes the win. If you win, you get first selection, you get priority on either blue or red side, or first or second pick. And then the other pick goes over to your opponent. So a little bit on the line here. And any one of these champs that are played, they are split fearless. Fearless split? It's a fearless ban for the rest of the split against your team,
It's really
right?
scary.
So
I think we're going to call it really scary. It's not fearless, it's really scary.
It's full of fear here. As we do see Varus double banned, Anivia banned, and Poppy into the sort of Vi Galio pickups here. Oh, I do like me a bit of Galio. I have been playing a lot of Galio and Arians lately, Carrix.
Can we point out that it's Taki on Draven and Artemis on Galio?
I love it.
Why?
I
love Taki. I mean, Taki might play Draven support. I don't know. He plays everything. Hilarious. Just hilarious stuff here from this bot lane. Really big fan of these players. I like these 2v2s as well. It is good to have first selection. Obviously, it's almost always the draft that they do opt for. And it is an advantage, there's no question. But it's not so big an advantage that you have to take this super seriously. I like when teams use this as a chance to diffuse the nerves. Just get out, get your hands warmed up. You don't need to take this uber seriously, as we do have a fun little clash. This one should be very aggressive.
I love that MVK have gone with the exact same itemization for both Vi and Lucian. This is a full aggression. Like, that's Hail of Blades runes with Ignite. Chica is going to go in and get a kill or die trying. Charging up the Vault Breaker.
Oh, lovely stuff there. Taki has to run away, but the Blood Rush is pretty good for that, as Haki now ignited on the run. As Artemis, he must be a little bit chilly on stage. He's got 3 layers of cloth on. Actually a bit jealous. It's freezing here. As another Vault Breaker charging up the flash in. Taki gets away on a sliver of health. Haki will not be so lucky. Artemis able to take him down. Garm striking first. Getting themselves up 1-0. Oh my god, we're going under the tower, Chica. I don't know about that one. Does kill? Oh no! Look at Artemis in the cam. Oh, I love the 2v2. Oh, the LCP. Don't you love it?
It delivers every time. That was so close. I love that he stood there. He was hands off. He had the pot going. He's like, I don't know if I'm going to die. Will I die? And then, like, he didn't die. And he's like, oh my God, yes! As they both take the rig. It was so close. They were like 1 HP from killing Taki on that Draven as well. And the taunt was clutch coming from Artemis, preventing any follow-up. And then he, in turn, was able to get one back. Oh, why is this so exciting?
Artemis on full health just walked directly through the health rune and activated it for no reason. Taki dishing out some damage. The axes are bouncing. This time Artemis will actually heal from the rune. Taki's got some pretty good mechanics on this Draven. Maybe we do get some Draven support.
That'd be kind of wild, because like Draven's only really got like that one utility ability. That, what is it? The one that knocks enemies aside.
Stand aside.
Ooh, that's, I mean, makes sense. They're doing a lot of work to this tower too.
Yeah, I mean, look, if I've learned anything from playing Riftbound, it's that he's drawing a lot of cards right now.
I mean, I think in League
is every minion a combat?
He's winning them, that's for sure. I think they're going to win with the turret here.
Yeah, they're just going to kill the tower. Okay.
Haki recalled. It was a 2v1 on the turret.
Yeah, all right. Well, Garm do get the right of first selection. They will pick either a side or a draft pick, and they are going to pick second pick in the draft. They're going to go... That's interesting, because we've seen a lot of people picking first pick.
Yeah, but we do know, right? We've discussed it before, and it's probably discussed every single region around the world, that if you go second, you get priority pick in 2 of your lanes, compared to if you go first, you get the priority in 1. So I really think it's that value of being able to get the 2 really strong, really good picks for your team over that first one there is why that priority is there, right? Obviously, the side selection, like blue or red, it depends on your objectives you want to go for, whether it's more on the Drakes or whether it's more on the top side for the Grubs and the Rift Herald. But ultimately, you can contest those if you just move your team around and if they have priority. But yeah, I do like this. The priority that they want to give to that second pick, and we'll see how it plays out in the draft. As we did see, the coaching staff is there, SOFM is around and helping the boys out, and I always love to see him. He's just in the team jerseys. He's not in the suits. He's in the jerseys, right? It's like he's just ready. Yeah. He could jump into any one of those seats at a moment's notice.
You know that it's calling to him like a siren. Like, sub yourself in.
You can do it. You know you want to.
No one can say no. You own the team.
Because he did it last split, right? He actually played for the team last split as well. It was a big deal. It was like, oh my God, SOFM is back. But here he is coaching. He's guiding the younger generation up through the ranks. And it's especially important, I think, as we've touched on with the, now they're the old academy team, because now they are the tier 1 pros for MVK. They're here in the LCP. And I mean, with the entry they made last weekend, they've definitely made the statement that they are here to contend and be taken seriously, as we do see these bands coming through. Nautilus and Karma so far, Carrix. Surely we see a Nocturne.
Yeah, maybe. It's one of those things where if the VCS, they know how to play against it as well as knowing how to play it. I do think denying a strong pick from Drakthar makes sense. Drakthar is someone you can target really hard. If you push him down onto playing things like the Aatrox, we see that it doesn't really work. Drakthar is a player that he has a really good plan for the first 15 minutes of the game, but he's incredibly inflexible. He will just go to the plan even when you need to be making moves away from it, and sometimes we saw it last week. He went for a tower dive that was clearly set up. They clearly set up a tower dive, but then the wave got cleared and you just needed to stop. But Drakthar said, well, the script says tower dive, and it went really poorly. So I think if MVK focus him in the draft, throw spanners in the works of Drakthar, that's a path to victory for them.
110%. And I do like what I am seeing out of Drakthar, though, based on last weekend. It feels like he's sort of tempered his engages. It feels like he's not going as deep as he did in Split 1. It feels like they've kind of scrimmed and practiced and discussed it, and they've reined him in a little bit, right? Like, if last split was 100%, he's 90%. And I think that 90% should be the new 100 because it was working so much better for them. As Garm, they slam Rumble and Rise instantly in response to that Pantheon. I think they had that one pre-planned, Carrix, with how fast they put that one in.
On one hand, it's pre-planned. On the other hand, it's Rumble and Rise.
Yeah.
It's a pretty good one too, in my opinion. You kind of love to see it. Answered by the Ambessa, Kratos is going to try and take it to Kiaya in that top lane. There's the Nocturne Hubbard. There's the Nocturne locked on in. Drakthar is going to be a champion he's very, very familiar with. So far, Garm are kind of getting whatever they want.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd let Garm, get everything that they want, right? Like, so far, if every single lane has a comfort pick, if every single player from Garm gets the best of what they're good at, their one tricks, their comforts, I don't see a composition that could beat it, right? They could be playing for the strength of the champions, they could be playing for the strength of the lane, but not the team fight. But even a good team fight into all 5 tier 1 picks, they're going to have a hard time. But that will be determined in the game, as we do see more bans filtering through here. That Lulu banned away, that Seraphine banned away. Almost every single Enchantress support as a Nami also banned away. They're just not making it onto the Rift in Game 1, Carrix, because they're so strong right now.
Yeah, sort of the big 3 enchanters all taken out before a support has been, big 4, of course, with Lulu. I will be curious to see where they go. Bard, still open, still one that Taki absolutely adores.
I do love a good Bard, and like we called in the first best of 3, where is Bard? It wasn't banned. Well, they heard us here in our VCS derby, and they have picked it up here in Game 1, which I'm absolutely wrapped with. Like, I love seeing a Bard played. It always reminds me, and you know what? So far, every time I've seen Bard played, it's also been the T1 Bard skin. So it feels like an homage. It feels like respect and honor to our Bard God carrier over in the LCK. You know what I mean? But we have seen Lucian picked up and Milio picked for the first time here. This should be interesting.
That is really interesting. Milio coming out. This is a good combo with the Lucian. You can give that extra range, and with the Cozy Campfire, Lucian hitting from really, really far away. Corki can struggle to play into this. It's not often that Lucian gets to range gap you, but with Emilio, he kind of does.
Yeah, I don't know if Corki is the best choice here. I know Corki has Valkyrie, but definitely, I think outranging, especially with the setup that a Bard can bring. Like, obviously, that setup is still there for the Corki, right? But the Corki with that sort of shorter range has the Valkyrie to close the gap, can do like to escape, but obviously Lucian in kind has that dash too. It almost feels like it's somewhat evenly matched in the abilities of the champions, but I still feel like Lucian has the edge in that 1v1 here.
Yeah, in the 1v1, certainly. And I just think Milio does more for his ADC than the Bard does. The Bard might do a lot for the team, but Milio in the 2v2, in small skirmishes, is able to do so much. And of course, as a play-by-play caster, I love casting Milio because I get to call out the Ultra Mega Fire Kicks. That's what his Q's called. It's great. Not a champion we see a lot of, so we're just going to see how MVK play around this Milio.
Yeah, I'm just as excited to watch it play out because, yeah, this is the first time we've seen Emilio in a long, long time here in the LCP. So it's kind of a little bit of that classic, you know, MVK esports cooking that we're so treated to, right? Like Cardi on the Scion previously, and now we get this Milio here as well, and just I'm stoked. But Carrix, enough about talking about what ifs, maybes. It is time to find out the reality of the situation. We are on the Rift for Game 1 of tonight's Best of 3 series between MVK Esports and Garm Esports, and Chica's going low.
What other way is there to start a VCS v VCS as Chica, level 1, finds out why we don't step up?
I was like, I'm talking here, please don't kill him, and I had to like throw immediately there because I was like, oh my god. As we do see these skins, every single game so far has had a project skin, which I'm so happy to see. Again, I do love that sci-fi, that sort of cyber futuristic skin line, but it's rare you see skinless.
If I had to pick my favorite, Ambessa using that Chosen of the Wolf Kindred theme skin, always going to get my my vote in this one. I love that skin line. It's actually just a really good skin line. I hope they do more of them.
Yeah, have you seen the new skin line? Actually, the
Warhound.
Oh, what are they called? Yeah, Warhounds? With Warwick and Senna, it just looks fantastic.
It's a nice skin line. That it does. I'm hoarding all of my mythic essence at the moment to try and get the corporate Mordekaiser. I know that's not what it's called, but it is what it is.
You're like, you know exactly what I'm talking about when I say this.
It's the rival CEO to Mundo.
I mean, makes sense. But one of my favorite things about the Warhound skin line as well is when you bought Senna during first stand, a fraction of the purchase price actually went to the prize pool for the teams at first stand. So it's like those kind of initiatives. It's like, hey, you support with the skins, it'll support the teams, and they'll get more prize money. And
RS flashing in, wants to get Chica at level 1. Can do it, not level 1, level 3, but gets him regardless. Eris, all right, buddy.
But critically, Chica's flash was burnt in that early engage that we talked about at the start, right? So they knew he didn't have the flash to escape Ares's aggression, and Ares takes full advantage of that here. Just misses that poke, flashes for dodging Chica's ability, ghosts as well to make sure he can chase Chica down, takes that turret shot, but had that healing potion rolling, so was confident in that threshold, just pushing the limits here, Ares. But first blood over to Ares in the mid lane.
Oh my word, it's immediately answered back. Drakthar in trouble, but bailed out by Taki. Magical Journey, a little bit of a heal. Has to keep running, though. Gets a heal from the passive, but the bullet comes in. And Haki adds his name to the tally.
We were talking about how Drakthar goes too deep. I do want to see the replay before I go, that was too deep. But we cut to him caught out by nearly 3 members of MVK. So whether it was like a really heads-up proactive rotation from MVK because they had the information, or whether he got caught in kind of that 1v1 and then MVK just went for it. I mean, it just feels like Drakthar, he used to get caught out all the time in Split 1, right? And I just hope this isn't a trend that carries over here in Split 2, because we were talking about it before the game, that he's kind of toned it down a bit. As Haki just walks right under the turret to get extra poke onto Artemis. Come on, man.
As speaking of which, look where Drakthar is. He's in the enemy jungle. He actually is allowed to do this. He has full prio in mid. The Ambessa can't really leave top lane as well, so he's able to go in. Does throw down a control ward, which will get cleared immediately, but they have really good intel on where Guri is.
Yeah, which really helps that bot lane as well. They know he's not headed to the bot side. He's not about to gank them. But both of these junglers, when they hit level 6, this is the VCS, Carrix. They are going to let rip with those ults and start ganking ASAP. I have to imagine it. As Ares is trying to zone Chica off of some of this experience, but it will crash, and Chica should hit level 6 very, very shortly. Drakthar invading again.
Yeah, has Taki with him, still has that prio in mid, knows that he can bully Guri off this one, but the smite is better from Guri. Now level 5, we'll move forward. Conqueror stacked, another little poke on the way out, just giving Drakthar a slap and telling him to leave.
I do love that so many of them seem to have that Team Liquid blue thumbs up as well. It's a giant thumbs up. Yeah. It was like last week when Pun on Ornn was emoting when he was just standing there letting them hit him, and it's like, come on, dude.
there have been some incredible memes out of that. The low cortisol Ornn has been incredible.
Yeah. I did see that one. I think that was on the LCP Vietnamese channels, I think it was.
I can't quite remember where I saw it. I saw it on social media. I saw about 10 different versions.
Yeah, I saw it on a social.
Yeah, exactly. Eris is here with a Realm Warp. In we go. Haki, you're only on half health. There's a shield, but look comes Taki. Oh, Haki, can we get away? We can! The Milio bails him out.
My goodness, that was so close. What? Taki's still there.
Oh, Taki! Taki doesn't want to let him get away. Taki says, no, we committed ult. You're going to die.
I was like, Taki, surely you guys aren't about to re-dive. Like, 2 of you have left. Sulong's still in the area. They're just messing up the timings, just messing up the tempo there. As Garm, they are now 2-1, and Taki, the support, finds a kill onto Haki, the AD of MVK. I was about ready to write that, off. I was like, that was a disaster. 4 sent to bot side for no, value, and then Taki just on the back end of it turns it around, gets that value that is so needed when you make such an aggressive early play as well. So really nicely done there. But we do take a quick look at our junglers. They are both on the top side. They are both now, well, I was going to say they are both now level 6. Drakthar is level 6. Guri is about 1 camp away. And you can expect that paranoia to come through, that grand Skyfall to start coming through. And the top lane, it's business as usual. They're just a wet noodle fight there, mate.
I don't know about wet. I think those are a little bit al dente. A lot of damage coming in from a Rumble and Ambessa. No kills coming in, but of course, going low is so scary for both of them because the junglers can just arrive. Paranoia, the man drop from the Pantheon is just very hard to predict.
Yeah, you really do need to play around these junglers. I think vision control is so important with a Pantheon, with a Nocturne, right? So with the deep vision control, it just means they can ult on top of you at any time from anywhere. And you can see that on the minimap right now. If you look at the screen on the bottom right of your screen, Garm have 4 deep wards in bot side MVK jungle. And MVK, it's almost like they have no wards on the map at all. So I would argue right now, Garm have a serious advantage because if MVK ever steps foot in the bot side of their jungle, Drakthar just has the easiest access in the world.
Yeah, I mean, it is really, really good stuff here from Taki, just getting this deep vision. This is difficult now for MVK. They have to be so scared of this Paranoid. They don't know where Drakthar is. He could pop up at any time. Kratos, half health, has to like just play really respectfully. Aris as well, that ult is about 5 seconds away. He'll move around with Drakthar. This is a good position so far for Garm.
Yeah, Garm have started strong here. They're out to 1,000 gold leaders. Guri's just walking all over these wards. He's got no idea right now. Garm have all the intel. They're going to get the Scuttle Crab. Yeah, I was like, did I jinx it? I hope not. It was MVK. They're aggressing. No, okay. I was like, Carracks, what are they doing? They're walking forward.
Ooh, Chica having a look, but Taki obviously is still here. Aris is totally fine as...
Yeah.
Just able to keep building this lead. He's nearly 20 CS ahead.
Yeah, that's 11 or 12 currently, so he's definitely eking out that lead. He has an individual gold lead of 900 at the moment, which is a serious contributor to that 1,000 plus gold lead Garm has. The Drake is on the Rift. It hasn't been taken yet. The Grubs are on the Rift. So it is up to whoever's team manages to get that priority first to pull that trigger. As we've said, they both have those ults on the jungle, the global, so they can just arrive at any objective at any time. And Garm, they look to be going for this Drake first, and MVK, they're gonna let this one go uncontested. I don't even think they know what's happening. They're focused on their lanes and mid at the moment, Carracks, and that's it. Yeah. First Drake of the game goes over to Garm, clean and easy as you please. They just leverage that priority. They had in the bot side, and there it is. Kiaya as well. He just goes deep into the top side of MVK's jungle, gets that ward down, completely sight unseen, and they just get that free intel on the jungler. Guri can't do anything without Garm knowing.
Yeah, this is really good stuff from Garm. It's really coming together. They recognize that they have priority everywhere. Kratos has not been able to deal with Kiaya on the Rumble. It is obviously very hard to deal with a Rumble, but when you pick the Ambessa into it, you have to sort of expect this. And as you said, the vision has just been constant. It means that Guri will not really be able to do very much with the Pantheon ult compared to what Drakthar can do with a Paranoia. It still hasn't really pulled the trigger on it, hasn't really used it, but it's just the constant threat of it that's keeping MVK honest, keeping them in their lanes, where Garm is just winning by default.
I will admit I expected this to get a lot more explosive about 2 minutes ago when both the junglers hit their level 6s. But right now, they're just playing it clean. They're playing it safe. Taki just invading this jungle so often, so deep, getting these wards down, that rune that allows the deep wards to have that extra hit required to kill them. So the vision lasts a little bit longer. But MVK, Taki, looking at... listening to the coach comms, maybe?
Yeah, he's having a listen, but he's also just on Bard. Like, he can be here. Has the magical journey to get out. He's fine. Taki loves playing super aggressive. Artemis knows the situation, backs off, has the Valkyrie. They'll just get a little bit more onto RS. They can threaten a rotate down with a Realm Warp with a Paranoia. Just good stuff here from Garm. Just slowly growing the lead. They're 1,000 gold ahead. They don't need to take any risks.
Yeah, and Noel's probably coach commed in to remind them of that, right? This is the first of 3 that Garm have for the game. Each coach comm can last up to 45 seconds at max. And yeah, it's up to the team's discretion to use them. Some teams use all 3, some teams don't use any at all, but that was Garm's first of their 3. And yeah, right now it's only 2-1, but MVK, they've wisened up to what Taki is doing. They've wisened up to Garm's tricks here. They have swept through the bot side jungle and cleared out all of those wards. So now they no longer have any vision. They do not know where Guri is or when he is doing that. So I have to imagine Garm is going to adapt, and now they might go and dump all the wards in the top side jungle of MVK. You know, it's like you can only clear one. The other one's going to have wards in it as well. But those grubs, they are there. The next Drake is in 2 minutes' time. And for a VCS derby, so far, this is actually unexpectedly quiet, especially when you consider those jungle ults. Yeah.
100%. They've got to wake us up a little bit. It's only 3 kills at 13 minutes. VCS really losing a little bit of our aura, but I'm sure that'll pick up, no doubt. It's actually, jokes aside, it's actually really good to see this. Garm was struggling from overaggression. Public execution is used. They're going to turn off the tower. Decent job, but why did we do that?
Yeah, so the Tempered Fate missed, unfortunately didn't turn that tower off, so the aggro was there, but now they're going to turn it around onto Ares in the mid lane. He's going to ghost away. He avoids the gank. Oh.
Yeah, it does well. This is a decent swing for MVK. They pick up grubs, they get some tower plates. But why did we public execution there? I don't understand. Just don't go in. I need to see a replay.
I feel like they went in to try and get in under the turret with the aggro from the turret helping that fight. I don't think they were expecting Drakthar on the Nocturne to be right there ready to go as well. So what was a 1v2 plus turret ended up being a 1v3 plus turret, and those odds
but it wasn't
just
even
never
plus turret,
work out.
right? He was behind the...
Yeah.
He wasn't in turret range. It was just a 1v2, and Garm could have just left, and then they didn't, because they had... I don't understand the move from Kratos. I really want to see a replay.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why I'm saying he probably thought he could get it under turret, right? Public execution, get in range, but it was probably just a pixel or two too short, and it just didn't work out in their favor. So replay soon, but then obviously MVK tried to get something back in mid. Ares read the play like a book, ghosted away, let MVK get their turret plates before coming back into that mid lane. And then they got themselves the bot side tier 1 turret. So they netted themselves that gold bounty too. So just Garm stacking that gold up. 3 minutes ago, it was 1K gold lead. Now it's nearly 3,000. And jungle objectives ahoy. I mean, the Rift Herald is there. 2 grubs went to MVK, 1 went to Garm. The Drake is there, and we see Drakthar has rotated down. He's in that area. Does have the ult, though. He can turn up to any fight.
Certainly can, as Artemis able to just Tempered Fate away. There's the Bard ult. There's the stun. Guri's in a lot of trouble. They will use that Milio ult, the Beacon of Life, actually really clutch, and they turn it around onto Drakthar. But we go down to the bot lane, where Kiaya and Kratos are having a rumble, as the public execution doesn't turn off the Flame Spitter, and Kiaya will clean up a lovely little solo kill. He's back.
Always nice to get that solo bolo Carrix, and now Kiaya has a little bit of a wave, is able to get some work done on this tower, get some gold for himself, and apply that macro, cross-map play, right? So MVK, they're going to have to respond to this rumble on the bot side, free farming. But I was just blown away by how quickly Drakthar melted in the face of 3 as we go back to this solo bolo. The paranoia goes down, which triggers the fight on bot side too. Kiaya overheated, just walks in and melees Kratos for half his health there. Public execution, unfortunately, not enough. No amount of dashes in the world to escape that one.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's Rumble. He overheats and then he right-clicks on you and kills you. That's the champion. That's why Rumble has been like the best top laner in the game for like a year. Because he can still just do that. Also, a fun interaction if you're the Rumble player, that if you get public executions, you face towards Ambessa, and so your Flame Spitter is still hitting. It's a lot of damage. This will be Garm. Drakthar rolling back out onto the map after that little bit of a silly play in mid. They will pick up their second Drake. It's a little bit late at 17 minutes, but not too late by any means. Garm, they're looking really good.
Yeah, I mean, they are growing that gold lead, right? It was at 2.8, it was at 2.9. They're hovering around that at the moment, but they did grow it from that 1K a little earlier. They find themselves in a 2-for-4 situation. They have the turret advantage. They very nearly cracked open that tier 1 mid turret too. It feels like in the individual lanes that Garm have the better of their counterparts, as Kratos does spot Taki on the roam and will back off, respecting the potential gank coming in under that tower. But it's just those wards, right? Taki is still constantly putting those deep wards down, getting all of that critical information, spotting Guri right there as Taki flees Mystical Journey into the Baron Pit. Okay, all right. And is then going to recall. I'm like, oh, did that not go where you wanted it to? Kratos clears the wave and Garm is being pushed away.
Oh, actually, Taki could be in trouble. Doesn't land the Tempered Fate. Does die. Silly stuff there by Taki. Unforced error.
Yeah, it was interesting. Last we saw Taki, actually, he was recalling in the Baron Pit, and then he must have been spotted out and poked, so he started to retreat. Yes, the Tempered Fate missed, but it was because of the flash. So he flashed Tempered Fate back to where Guri had landed, but Guri flashed forward to be able to connect that Q. So really well played by both of them. The response time from Taki, but even quicker from Guri to be able to avoid the Tempered Fate and get on to Taki. So just caught out. Just unusually so, as the Rift Herald is able to crack open the tier 1 and get a nice charge onto the mid tier 2 turret of Garm. And MVK, while they got they got Taki and that mid tier 2, it hasn't done much for the gold lead. It's only chipped away by 100 or 200 here, and Garm, they're stealing away Guri's jungle. It's a constant jungle advantage at the moment, it seems.
And I think two of the really big advantages are in these solo lanes. Kiaya 1.5k up. We saw he picked up a solo bolo before. Ares as well. He got that early kill onto Chica. Chica never really bouncing back. Sort of something that has been talked about in things around the LCP has been that as impressive as MVK was in week 1, it was Haki that was doing a lot of the heavy lifting, and Chica still didn't really look up to snuff. And I think that is being shown here in this game so far.
I do like that Paranoia has been called Carrix.
Bard ult doesn't land. Drakthar takes a huge amount of damage, but Aris on the side, tanking up a lot of damage as well. Garm, their engage gets blunted.
Yeah, they wanted that fight, but they definitely lost the trade there. MVK able to repel them and just put so much damage into them. Really punished. Garm did very, very well, I think, to survive, to be able to actually get out of the play that they pulled the trigger on. That Paranoia ripped. And as you called so right, I think that Tempered Fate missing was critical to their game plan, to lock a few members down, get a pick, and then keep fighting. So with the miss and the return poke, they just backed away and went, oh, that fight is not for us. Obviously, the Baron is now on the Rift. It's 21 minutes into the game, and Garm's gold lead is around 2.8k carry.
Oh my word, Taki taking so much damage from Guri and Haki. The last spear doesn't finish him off though, is able to escape.
You said it in the first match of tonight, and we'll say it again here. Get you an AD carry that supports you like that, because Artemis took so much of that damage and saved Taki doubtlessly before Valkyring away to get clear of the follow-up spear here. So Garm, they're playing well. They're playing for each other. They've just increased their gold lead a slight bit. The third Drake of the game is 40 seconds away, and we take a quick look at the vision control, and it's a vision war right now. All of it is focused in one spot, and it's just north of that Drake pit. All the pings coming down. I think they want to clear this vision. They want to get priority, lay the trap, and prevent Garm from coming in for that third Drake. But Taki is in a blind spot right now. And Null, he's coach commed in, offering some guidance, potential strategy, thoughts on how to proceed from here. The Oracle lens goes out. It spots the ward. Chica still sneakily hidden here, Carrix. This Drake feeling very tense. There's a deep flank from Taki here too.
So deep. Yeah, Kratos has to come and root this Bard out. They know he's there because he pops that Scryer's Bloom, but they still have to actually do something about him. They don't want to dedicate Kratos to just fighting off a Bard. But it might be what they have to do as Taki and Kratos do clash. They immediately Nocturne ult over onto the Ambessa. They hold the Dragon as well. There's Public Execution going in a huge amount of damage. They immediately blow up that Corki. The Dragon has fallen as well. This has all gone wrong here for Garm. Can they get it done with Kiaya now entering the fray alongside RS? Can we get anything? The equalizer's already been used. It's only 1 kill back. Garm have misplayed.
Yeah, they went for the extended trade there, and with the deep play from Taki, it was a great flank angle, but Kratos was there, and then you saw Garm. It feels like they wanted Kratos to go in on Taki, and that they wanted to take out Kratos, right? But Kratos flashed back to the Drake pit. We did see that Tempered Fate go out to try and buy them more time on the Drake, and here it is again. So Kratos chasing Taki, Ares is in the area, and the ult, Paranoia is ripped, but that's 3 members of Garm removed, and it's a 5v2 over here. As we see the Drake comes out, MVK secure it, chase down Drakthar. It felt like a really broken fight because Kiaya just comes in so much later from the sort of the north of the fight. They're able to get one back, but it just feels like Garm wasn't ready for that fight, Carrix, with how sort of broken they were and how late Kiaya arrived.
Yeah, I just don't... I'm not sure what the intention was. I think it was going to... You weren't going to be able to one-shot the Ambessa. She's just too tanky for that. She was always going to be able to get over that wall. And then, yeah, as we saw, Artemis was left completely alone. RS not really able to leverage his strength in that fight. This is a really, really strong Rise. This is level 16, has the 2 items, working towards an actualizer as well. Need to see a little bit more as he pops the ghost. All right. See ya.
Yeah, why not? Yeah, you just got to get across the rift faster, you know?
I actually think that is what it is. He's going to go for a realm warp play because I don't think he can be here this fast. That's literally what it was. They didn't think he could be there that fast, so they can go in onto Haki. They get the one shot. Drakthar takes a lot of damage, but he doesn't go down. It's a Tempered Fate landing in onto Kratos. The stun, the Public Execution does nothing. A lovely equalizer out of Kiaya. Sulong in a huge amount of trouble, and it's the ghost that changed the world.
That's it. That's it. He just went for a run, got 3 members of MVK, and now they're going to turn it into the Baron. It's a 5v2 if they want to contest. And I mean, yes, Guri is alive, but surely they don't let him anywhere near this Baron. Taki on bouncer duty. What a great little sequence of plays, and it all started with Ares ghosting from that top lane to the mid, getting that engage straight onto Haki, who gets melted by 3 members of Garm, the Tempered Fate, allowing them to pick out Kratos. And it just felt like MVK couldn't do anything here. Kiaya frontline gets that equalizer beautifully, and that's all she wrote. They cleaned it up. They get the Baron. They push their gold lead out to nearly 5,000 right now, Carrix.
RS arrives in the bot lane, shoves 2 people off the wave, does go a little bit too far forward. Guri gets a lot of damage back as Taki fearless, still just walking forward. And MVK are put in a really hard position. You've got 2 avenues to defend. You have to stop this Rise, but you have to stop the Corki as well. Guri managing it for now, but Eris is ready. Has that actualizer as well. This is getting scary.
Yeah, we talk about Fearless Ban, but we never talk about scary games, and they are a permanent debuff here in the LCP. It's just a matter of can you avoid it, and MVK right now, it looks like they are in the face of a scary game.
We have a fight kicking off. Kiaya goes gold. Drakthar does get a good fear. Can they get out of this one? Kiaya going low. Kiaya going down. Sulong arriving as well. In goes the Bard ult. Can we get the follow-up onto Kratos? He's low, but he hasn't gone down. MVK managing to find a kill back, stemming the bleeding.
Yeah, Kiaya did live a little while there, but it still wasn't enough to let the rest of Garm arrive. They are applying pressure on the top and mid lane. They've only lost 1 of their Baron buffs. They still have 4 Baron-empowered members of Garm, so Kiaya maybe a little too aggressive in the face of 3 there. We've got to respect that one, but They'll have to recover because they still have nearly a 5,000 gold lead here. The kill will chip away at that Baron power play. It is now only around 1,000 gold with 40 seconds left. However, the fourth Drake of the game is spawning now, and I'd have to believe that Taki is going to help get mid lane priority and then rotate to that bot side to get some wards down, to get some vision control down so that they get priority. But MVK, they're here first, all 5 members, Carrix.
Yeah, and it's going to be a bit of a fight already starting. There's the Bard ult landing in only onto Chica. Does have to flash as Guri contending with that Flame Splitter. It's an equalizer to split them up, but it's only going to split them for a moment. The Dragon is on the map. Garm would love to move up to Soul Point. Taki playing Bouncer. Doesn't want to let them through into this bush as Artemis has to get away from the Between Worlds, but that's now on cooldown. Haki rips out the culling. Doesn't deal a huge amount of damage, but a catch in onto Taki. There's the Paranoia. He's going to move in onto Guri. Can't quite get him. Needs to zone this Pantheon away. The Dragon is going lower and lower. RS cleans up the enemy jungle. Bad smite from Dragbart isn't punished. RS moving in onto Haki. Can Haki find the damage? RS missing some cues there. Will let this Lucian escape. It's 2 for 1, but Garm get the Drake.
Yeah, on the bot side of that, Drakthar was very focused on the objective, on the goal, which was the Drake. They are now on Soul Point. They have secured the Hex, the Cloud, and the Chem. So if they're able to get the next one, they'll get the Soul for themselves, which is such a nice little win con there. It definitely supports the team, buffs them up a bit. We take a quick look at the CS and the gold diff right now. And Garm, they are winning the CS in every single lane. As we take another look at this here, Taki was playing that bouncer. Artemis respects that ultimate coming out of Chica, flees in the face of it immediately, but it gets critically MVK access. Guri does flash forward Q to take Taki out, but in the meantime, Garm are able to bounce MVK away, protect Drakthar, and he gets the Drake on that bot side. And then the follow-up. Kiaya melted by a Chica combo here, and they are forced to kind of disengage that one, but you got to be happy with that. You got the Drake. You're now settling in for that sort of win con in a few minutes' time. If you don't get the Baron and win off the back of that here, we do see Garm, they're taking some recalls, and MVK, they're deep inside Garm's top side. They're going for this tier 2, and they crack it tidy and quick as you please here. Carrix, a few recalls coming through. They've got to spend so much gold right now.
And MVK are going back to Old Faithful, which is walk around as a big death ball. Don't have to think, just walk together. When things get scary, hold your friends close. Give them a big hug. As it's a lot easier to deal with this Nocturne when you just don't actually have anyone that's exposed. He can't go in and solo someone out if there's no solos.
Right, you are. I mean, Pantheon, in the situation of like a death ball, it feels like I'd rather have a Pantheon go in than a Nocturne. It just has a little bit more survivability, is able to live in the face of that counter punch longer. So right now, if MVK does group up and they prevent that Nocturne diving in, they're in a good position, right? Right now, it's a 4K gold lead, but that's less than what it was a couple of minutes ago, right? It feels like MVK, they're chipping away at Garm's lead. And Garm, they have to pull the trigger soon. They have to kind of start to close this one out. The second Baron of the game is on the Rift. They do have that ward down, the vision control, so they will know if MVK wants to go for something here. We do see, though, that Garm, they still have a lot of turrets up as well. That top lane still has both turrets. So there's a fair amount of standing gold on the map for MVK to be able to collect and catch up here too. I just want to see a coordinated 5v5 team fight here, because right now, a lot of the time, it feels like there's just some disconnect here, Carrix. Like, from both sides, right? Like, I don't think I've seen like a clean 5v5 yet, but Garm, they've pulled the trigger on this Baron. They're going to force MVK into them.
Yeah, they're just trying to force MVK to come in. There's the Paranoia. The Baron is actually so low. That's a lovely Bard ult. And then the Realm Warp. Lovely, the heist.
That, you took the words right out of my mouth.
That was Ocean's 5.
The cleanest heist. Yeah. Ocean's 5 lol, revamp. That was Oh my god, that was wow. I don't think when was the last time you've seen such a clean Baron's take? Oh.
Hey, you know, like they did the montage before. It's like the security guard's gonna ult in. Taki, you'll hit him with your ult. Don't worry, we've got a getaway driver. It's Aris with a realm warp.
You can imagine it now, and it cuts to like the footage of Ara's previous realm warps and be like, the only difference this time is all 5 of us will be making it out alive, you know?
Yeah, exactly. One thing Garm does have to do is they have to reset for this dragon. Kiaya getting a huge shove in here does get publicly executed as Kratos is going to bear down on him really, really strong. But Kiaya able to fight back, able to get away. We are 20 seconds away from a Drake that could be Soul as Taki cracks an inner mid.
Yeah, Garm have all the advantage. They've got the top lane priority. They just shoved in that mid, so they've got a little bit of mid wave. They've got the vision control. Guri walks into it. Garm knows where everyone from MVK are right now. They've got the numbers. They've got the vision. They've got the Baron buff. Surely they feel confident about taking this Drake. As Drakthar, he started it up. He does have ult if he needs it here too, Carrick's, and MVK, they're being bounced away. Yeah. They're being kept out of the jungle. Guri. Yep. Drakthar gets it. Yeah. Clean, easy, free. That is Soul secured for Garm. So now with Soul, with Baron, they will siege this base. They still have a minute on that Baron buff, and that's a Chemtech Soul. They're so much harder to kill now.
Exactly, and they can just keep on fighting even as they go low. This is a bit of a rough situation for MVK. I don't really know how you find your way back into it. Aris is only going to get stronger and stronger on this rise, is already sort of unkillable, sort of unstoppable. The Realm Warps will continue as well. Garm have Soul, they have Baron. I think they might be looking to have game 1.
Yeah, surely in the strength of position they're in now, they have to look to close this game out soon, right? They've got every win condition available to them. Baron will expire in 15 seconds, but that Chemtech Soul is so valuable for them for that extra resilience, that extra survivability. They just need to bring it together, get a pick or win a 5v5 convincingly. They don't even have to ace them, and then march down mid and seal the deal. They've got priority in the top and the bottom, and they're just making sure the mid wave can't be pushed in against them. Carrick's,
Ooh, Paranoia comes in between two worlds. Drakthar's just going to run forward. He has the GA. He has no fear at all. Haki on the run. Taki. Okay, good job, mate. As Guri does go in. They're going to try and turn around onto Aris. Has the stopwatch. Can keep himself alive for now. Flashing away to his team. Drakthar in trouble over the wall. Oh, Kratos, no! Breaks his nose, smacking into the wall as, that is a disaster. MVK will get cleaned up now as Garma able to regroup. It is just the Milio left alive. It is Garm bearing down on the base. It will be Garm cracking open a Nexus. It will be Garm getting first blood in our BCS derby to remind everyone who they are.
That's it. The VCS Derby delivers. Ultimately, Garm take the first game in our best of 3 series between MVK Esports and Garm Esports. And it was in convincing fashion too, I have to say, Carrots. They got that kind of early lead and they maintained and then just kept scaling up over the course of that game. They did have a couple of fights not go in their favor, but it was never like a complete blowout of a fight either. They respected the opposition. They were able to disengage, walk away, lick their wounds, recover, and then come back even better, even stronger. I'm sure there will be room for some analysis. There will be room for some, we could have done better here. Maybe we could change this here. But right now, celebrate the victory, reset, and get ready for game 2 against MVK Esports. And yeah, the gold chart tells a tale here, Carricks.
It does. It's a water slide that kills you at the end, as that is a one-way trip. In this one, it was Garm. There was a few times where it did look like maybe Drakthar had overextended, but it just did not matter. A fantastic performance out of both Kiaya and RS, really able to put the rest of the team on their back and make sure they got over the line.
Yeah, that's a fantastic amount of damage coming out of Kiaya there as well. Obviously, a lot of people would say that, you know, it's a tank topside and that damage is fake numbers, etc. But it's still creating pressure. It's still making you play around, and such an important part, I think, of this game was here. See, I think Taki here was like focused on coach comms. He was just waiting, standing there like, oh, okay. But like the vision control, it was so important, right? Because obviously there's a Nocturne, obviously there's a Pantheon. For Garm, you want to, and this works both ways actually. So you don't want the Nocturne to have visibility in your jungle, and you do want like Pantheon to have it in the opposing jungle, so they can gank at a moment's notice. But it feels like Drakthar let rip those paranoias far more than Guri did those Skyfalls, and I would argue that you could almost contend that that was the singular difference here in these fights, because they were very closely matched more often than not, Carrix.
Yeah, the game didn't feel as one-sided in the fights as the rest of the game did. It felt like Garm had all of the advantages, but when it came to the micro, when it came to the fights, I do think MVK put on a pretty good showing. And I think that lines up with last week, where they didn't beat Relove DCG by outthinking them, they just outhandsed them. They beat them in the fights by just being better at pressing their buttons.
Sometimes that is literally all it takes, right? And it's like the confidence and the skill to know that you can just go, we literally hand stiff this fight, let's rip. But obviously, Garm, they're a different team to Relove DCG. Obviously, MVK won against Relove DCG last week, and so far they've only lost game one here against Garm Esports tonight. And you would think that they would be somewhat familiar with the kind of play style that Garm brings down. So maybe this is a case of like CFO in our first match. Maybe this is a warm-up game, or as they like to say in the LEC, a content game for MVK, and they'll show up in game two. Yeah, exactly. Just have fun.
It's just a little happy game, just to get your get everything warmed up. We did see in that last fight, we didn't see the entire play, but it was Drakthar getting perhaps a little bit too aggressive. But also, it started out very well when your Rise is picking up a solo kill at level 3.
Yeah, that was the first kill of the game, and fortunately, Ares knew that Chica didn't have that flash, because when we were opening the game, we were like, welcome to, you know, game one. There was that scuffle in the river, and Chica was forced to flash away before the minions had even reached the towers. As we do go back to this, I love the dabbing penguin that was just popped there by Guri, and I was like, all right then, I'm caught in support, I'll get it here. But this was such a messy fight, and this was one of those fights where MVK, they looked really strong, right? They forced Garm into a very broken up fight. Kiaya arrived late. It just didn't feel like they knew that they were going to be fighting that fight. Then MVK were able to turn it around. And then the very next fight, Garm looked really strong. Here, MVK really did impress me with how much damage they were able to get back down onto Drakthar and sort of force him back. And then they responded very quickly. They brought so many members to bear very, very quickly that Garm just had that early numbers advantage, and unfortunately, it just meant the downfall of MVK for the rest of that particular fight. And I love this bouncing in the rivers too. Both teams did this to each other. They were able to effectively sort of bodyguard to bounce for their jungler on objectives and force these kind of all-in fights once they gained access to that river, you know?
Yeah, I totally agree. I think Garm's vision control was just fantastic. It allowed those kinds of plays. You see that was a good fight back there by Chica. Again, this game is so hard to read into, because in so many ways it was unbelievably good by Garm. They were ahead the entire time. It never really looked like they were going to lose. But at the same time, it just feels like it should have been cleaner.
Yeah,
but I'm not really sure how.
Yeah, and this particular fight here toward the end, right, this was almost the winning fight. It was still really close, despite Garm having a significant gold lead advantage over MVK as well. Like, Drakthar lost his Guardian, had to run to the wall and flash over that wall to escape the rest of the follow-up. We saw Artemis as well, Valkyring and flashing back to his team to escape the clutches of a united MVK. I mean, but Carrix, that is enough about game 1. We have a game 2 ahead of us, which will be right after this break, because here in the LCP, we're made for this. Game 1 is done and dusted here as we come back to the LCP in preparation for Game 2, where MVK has second pick. They look in good spirits. They look in good sorts after that one, Carrix. Garm took the first game, but MVK, they look like they're getting ready to try and take Game 2 here in this VCS derby.
That they do, and it is... Look, Game 1... Again, the statistics say it was dominant for Garm, but the eye test isn't quite there. I think Garm showed cracks. I think MVK showed that they are really, really good on the micro level, and it's just the macro level where they got a little bit outclassed. Let's go into Game 2. Let's not give up some early kills, not give up some early priority, and try and punish Garm when they do get that little bit over-aggressive, which Drakthar did.
Yeah, Drakthar definitely did get over-aggressive, and he was punished multiple times, only though falling once, so he was able to sort of retreat and lick his wounds every other time, and Garm was able to sort of pick him up and dust off his shoulders and bring him back into that fight. But Chica did have a bit of a better game, sort of that mid to late turnaround there for MVK as well. Got involved, had some good ults to sort of give the rest of the team access into the river to try and contest for those jungle objectives. So whilst there is room for improvement on the larger macro map side of things, I think they've got the right idea. It's just a case of repetitions. It's just a case of practice. And who better to practice into than Garm, because their macro was fantastic in my opinion.
Yeah, it was. They were in the right place at the right time a lot. I do think Drakthar overextended a few times with those ults. That Nocturne, of course, taken away sort of both of the semi-global junglers out of the pool. The Vi gone as well. I wouldn't mind seeing a bit more of an attack on Drakthar's champion pool, but so far bot lane bans from MVK.
Yeah, I feel like MVK have to ban J4 here with their last available, but instead they go with that Orianna, taking away that mid lane power. So Garm, they have that first pick. They're able to pick up whatever champ is left for whomsoever they want to prioritize. And I would dare say it would be Drakthar with that J4. Obviously, you've got a few more chances, and there, oh my God. That is one of those moments, Carrix, that will be a highlight for the rest of my career, that I got to pick the priority and the champion, and they did exactly that.
Yeah, look, I think Jarvan makes a lot of sense here. Just slam that one in. First picking for Drakthar is just correct. I think if you're Garm, really don't want to let his champion pool get isolated. The Ezreal picked up for Haki. He's shown good performances on this champion. And Aatrox locked in. That is not a champion I've been impressed with.
Aatrox has definitely not had the impact in the LCP that I think a lot of people expect it to have. Typically, it just becomes this absolute unkillable frontlining monster in the late game, and it's just kind of never materialized here. I almost feel like it's either we don't have enough practice with it, we have the incorrect meta read, or we know the answers and can shut it down, right? I mean, I know that's a lot of different choices there, but something is not working for Aatrox in the LCP. As Garm, they have elected to pick up that Jace. So we know J4 is in that jungle, so it's not a jungle Jace, which makes me feel like it's going to be that sort of the top lane Jace. But we did just see Jace in the mid lane in the first best of 3 series tonight, so I don't know where that Jace is going to go, Carrix.
Kiaya plays a lot of Jace. I think I lean towards this being top lane, especially with the Mel being picked up. I know we saw Mel bot earlier tonight, but that was not where we expected that pick to go. I do think we are seeing the top side here from Garm. But of course, flexes are really good. This is why we pick the way we do. That could still be a bot lane Mel. That could still be a mid lane Jace. So many question marks for MVK, and that could be a bot lane Anivia.
We've also seen top lane Anivias though, so like But it is definitely
don't think that's a good idea, Kratos. Let's not do that.
Yeah, I definitely think I think you're absolutely right. I definitely think that is going to be a bot lane Anivia. It would be interesting to see a Poppy on the Rift somewhere, but I don't think there's much room left for a Poppy Anivia combo on the side of MVK, as we do see them ban away that Ashe, trying to prevent that Ashe Seraphine combo if Garm wanted to go that route. And we see Cassante banned away by Garm. They do not want to see Cassante in the hands of Kratos, so they definitely have something in mind here with that one. But it will be interesting to see what they ban away, whether it's going to be some Enchantress supports here. We do see that Karma ban. Seraphine is still up and available, as is Lulu, as is Nami. So, but they go with the misfortune. They don't want Garm being able to absolutely punish them, as Artemis has been known to do with the misfortune. But maybe we get a Sivir out of Artemis.
I actually like that. There's too many supports available to actually ban them all out. So you just ban the ADCs instead. That's a smaller pool to try and restrict. As Yorick is going to be the pick for Kratos. I'm definitely reading that as a top lane Jace. As Yorick is actually not bad into this.
Yeah, he has like sort of a small range-ish element here. He can definitely trade and poke, has that really good sustain in his kit as well. So that would force Jace to kind of build some anti-heal potentially. And obviously when he's stuffed with people's builds, and there's the Sivir. There it is. I was like, oh, this is probably a Sivir angle for Artemis. This is the penta-killing twice in one game Sivir. I do love that pick. And we do see Garm rotating through those supports. They've got the J4, so they've got a bit of a front line. I would love to see something a bit tankier here. Oh,
Nico makes a lot of sense here. This is a great read from Garm. MVK's comp has to run at you. It's Yorick, it's Aatrox. They're just running at you. They don't have any tricks, really. So you just pick Sivir. Sivir loves when you just run at her. The Ricochet gets a huge amount of value. Mel is able to use the E to super high effectiveness, and you just sit Nico on top of Sivir and say, run at me. I'm just going to press Pop Blossom. Like, this is really easy for Garm to play.
It will be interesting to see how it plays out on the Rift, but yeah, spot on. Obviously, J4 with that Cataclysm, you can sit there and poke the Nico Pop Blossom, the Mel E. There's so much sort of CC and control from that jungle all the way through to the bot side. And Jace, he loves to be able to poke at range before, soften you up before he dives in as well. So I do like what Garm have here. MVK, obviously they've got that frontliney element with Aatrox and Yorick. They've got that serious burst potential coming out of that Annie, who has risen in priority of late. Ezreal with that mobility, and Anivia with the wall. It could be hard to connect with them if you try and engage with them, but as you say, let them engage with you, and there goes half of their ability. Like, they need to use their mobility to move forward rather than dodge, the wall to engage rather than escape, and suddenly the fight's in your favor here. So this will be an interesting game too here, Carrix.
It certainly will be. It does come down to execution. As I've been saying, I think MVK has looked good mechanically. They've got to work on their macro. This is, of course, a young team. This is that promoted academy team, as we've been saying. Still need to work out a little bit of the macro stuff, but the micro has been good. I also really like the Annie for Chica. Chica has been struggling. I think he has been the weaker link of this team. Just stick him on Annie. It's not hard. You just press the tibbers.
Yeah, it doesn't get easier than that as we hit Summoner's Rift for Game 2 of tonight's Best of 3 series between Garm Esports and MVK Esports, and Drakthar will be spotted out trying to drop that ward down. So really good placement there from MVK. And they also sweep and clear that bot side ward as well. But we take a look at these skins, and Meowric, Lunar Eclipse, Aatrox. Oh, good shout. The Fnatic skin too.
Yeah, always lovely stuff. A lot of these champions have so many skins that it's a fun one to always see where we go. It's Team Spirit Anivia. Wow. All right. As Drakthar doesn't want Guri stealing away his chickens. Oi, get out of here. RS coming over as the smite comes in. Doesn't go over to Guri. So Drakthar is able to fend off this invade. Guri just sort of slowing everyone down.
Yeah, dragging Ares out of that mid lane as well. Fortunately, it doesn't look like Ares lost anything for that. So it just slows Guri down a little bit. Drakthar gets his camp.
-2.
And is
Artemis
able to...
just missed 3 CS. It's over.
Oh my goodness. At least it wasn't a cannon. At least it wasn't a cannon. I mean, that's what Haki and Sulong are doing, though.
Oh, 5. Oh, it's over. Pack it up.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job at denying Artemis access to that CS. So obviously Artemis down 4-12 here. Haki has eked out that gold lead. Not what you want to see early in the game. Oh, that poke. Great electrocute value.
Yeah, look, as much as I am joking with counting the CS, of course, it is showing the strength of this Anivia and the Ezreal. You just kind of can't do anything into this. Sivir doesn't have the wave clear in these super early levels before any items have been built. You're going to get shoved in. You're going to fall behind. That is just the reality of this. Is Drakthar spotting Guri out? Surprised he actually goes over the wall there. Thought he could have maybe... played a little bit sneaky in the red buff with Kiaya having priority.
Yeah, see, that's what I thought he was going to do as well. I thought he was going to be patient, wait for the red, wait for Guri to get a bit lower and then go in on him. But, rotation.
Yeah, just a bit of aggression there. Trying to sort of throw Garm off. Obviously, they would think that Guri would go straight to his red buff. Doesn't actually do it as Kiaya has to run away from these ghouls. Don't like ghouls and goblins here if you're a Garm fan. As he'll have to go for the reset, TP back. And we did say that Yorick does have a pretty good matchup into Jace, and we're seeing that.
Yeah, Jace sent packing home, but it was a 10 CS advantage over to Kiaya there. So doing a really, coming out of the gates really strong, starting well there. Ares and Chica, Drakthar and Guri, very, very similar CS here. As Guri goes for the same sort of invade into the jungle. Shulong here in the area too. They really want to counter invade. They really want to give Drakthar a taste of his own medicine here, Carrix, as it does go over to MVK Guri.
Yeah, but this is a really easy read. He can just count the CS and go, oh, you didn't take your red buff. Okay. My red buff. I don't know if I would expose that if I was Guri, but it's like a small gain for him, for Drakthar, I should say, while at the same time it does let you get some good vision. It gets the bot lane a little bit safer. I'm not sure how I feel about that overall.
Yeah, obviously being able to take that red buff and deny it as well is very nice, very significant, a good amount of experience there. So interesting decisions made and great response from Drakthar. It does remain to be seen how they convert it into in-game pressure there. Does everyone just have that Team Liquid thumbs up emote? I think I see it from everyone every single game.
It's like top 5 emotes in the game.
Yeah. It's good to see. Like, I like it. Team Liquid are responsible for getting me into esports so many years ago. But God, didn't realize it was that common.
It's no Braum W. That's the best one. Braum W is the best.
True. Yeah, there's so many emotes. I think it's fantastic having these emotes and like a whole roster and a wheel that you can pick from. As we do start to see that Ricochet getting that CS for Artemis. Still, though, currently 20 CS down over Haki. That is not an insubstantial amount of CS this early in the game. So well done by that bot lane to use their advantage so effectively into Garm. They're trying to keep Artemis sort of low and slow early and hopefully keep that pressure up as the poke, though. Looking good.
Yeah, it's just that little bit mitigated by the fact that Haki has to pick up a tier on his first back. Normally, if you're this far behind, it might be like a BF sword or something coming in, and then you just have prio absolutely never. But this is... Artemis is allowed to pick up a cull. He's really only a longsword behind in combat stats, as Chica just burns the Tibbers in the mid lane, just wants to get some prio, wants to be able to push RS back. We'll do that fairly successfully. Should be able to get this wave in.
Yeah, and that's what we see every time we see an Annie played, right? It's Tibbers on cooldown. And speaking of on cooldown, Guri has been spotted by this ward. Garm is responding.
Guri lives and dies by the chicken. And this time it's dies. What are we doing?
I hope it was tasty chicken, because, like, he's invaded those chicken 3 times. And
to be fair...
Especially if it's like a KFC Zinger Stacker combo, right? Like, that's god tier.
It is. That is very high. Look, I at the moment I live, and at the end of my road is a KFC, and it has done horrible things to me. As Haki very low under this tower, but in comes Sulong. Tagi flashing the way from the True Shot Barrage, very scared of this bird.
Yeah, definitely. If that damage had have landed from Haki, it could have put Taki in kill threat potential from Shulong. Guri is in the area, though. Good clone to try and scout that out. Spots the Guri roam. Drakthar also kept safe from Guri. Man, I kind of love this, right? Drakthar was all up in the enemy jungle last game. And now they're like, here's a taste of your own medicine. Here is it back to you twice-fold, like twofold. They just aren't stopping the pressure into Drakthar. But Garm, they have some of the vision as well. They keep spotting Guri, so they know where he is. Guri, though, starts up the first Drake of the game on that 7.5-ish minute mark. The grubs will be up in another 15 seconds. Gold is almost dead even. This is a slow start to a VCS derby.
It is, but what I love is that Guri just like stealing those half camps actually got him just the tiniest bit of an XP lead. So he was level 6 there, and Drakthar was only level 5. So Drakthar just had to walk away. You can't fight down your ult. That leads to a red buff being taken. It leads to the dragon. So weird plays by Guri, you know, dying at one point, did sort of come together for him. And now MVK have all this priority, and they just murder Taki on a roam.
Yeah, looking forward to the replay on that one. And funnily enough, Drakthar got pushed off the chickens, and he goes, I'll start the grubs, knowing that Guri was right there. So Guri finishes the chickens, walks over, and Drakthar's like, oh, well, I guess I better leave these as well. So Guri right now coming up with the advantage in this jungle, Carrix. But we were speaking about the junglers, and the support dies from Garm, and it must have been just caught out on that roam, as you say. Sulong probably got a wall down, which trapped Taki in.
Oh, he's dead again? Taki. Oh, no, the clone was good, but the flash was better. Guri taking him down. MVK coming out swinging.
That's got to feel so rough for Taki. Probably only just got back to lane, and here it is again. So Taki is roaming, gets the scries. Ooh, okay, so it's a Sulong versus Taki combat here. Sulong has that level advantage. Tangle Barbs lands the stun onto Taki, and the wall trapped as much as you please. Haki rotates around, gets up in the face, and yeah, is just left for dead there, unfortunately. Just as you said, caught out on that roam. Sulong had the level advantage and was able to buy enough time for Haki to get there. And then Taki only just got back out onto the rift, and Chica immediately seizes the opportunity, just full Annie combo into Taki, nearly outright kills, and then is finished off tidily by Guri flashing forward, securing MVK's second kill of the game, and it's still only a 500 gold difference right now at 10 minutes.
And speaking of Taki, I mean, Taki, this is just... he's being lazy, doesn't want to play the game, as Artemis is just going to move forward, flashing in. He has to kill Haki here. Does manage to do it, but now Sulong and Artemis... Oh, lovely wall to push him back into the ult. That will be a kill for the Anivia. And this bot lane has fallen apart. What a mess.
Yeah, I was going to say one has. I mean, Artemis was thankfully able to get something back, but this feels uncharacteristic. That's the wall. It's the wall of Shulong. It's just so effective. You cannot escape. Like, it's that environmental change, the tempo difference. You can't, as Flash for Flash is answered here, that's expected. Artemis, well done getting one back in this 1v2. But it almost feels like Taki isn't practiced into this Anivia. He just keeps getting caught by these walls. Like, it's almost like because he isn't that practiced, and this is an assumption, I don't know this for certain, but it feels like he's not that practiced, so he's unfortunately, as a byproduct, disrespecting what the wall can do and from what range, and just keeps getting caught by it.
I mean, disrespect is definitely the word for it. He is playing very disrespectfully. Whether that's out of inexperience or just Taki being Taki is hard to know. Because that is Taki's playstyle. He plays super aggressive. He does play disrespectful. And when it works, it really, really works. We saw it last game. He was playing uber aggressive, just constantly up in the enemy team's face because he knew he could. This time, it's not working, and he needs to temper it, as that was a Tibbers dropped in the mid lane, but RS will be okay. Guri now.
Yeah, Garm knows Guri is here
could
as
be in a
well.
lot of trouble. They just pull the Cataclysm. The teleport will come into the flag. A lovely route from the Mel. Kiaya gets himself a kill out of this one, but kind of needs more because he's losing his tower. Oh no, he's not going to push for it.
Yeah, Kratos just left alone on that top side, able to chip away as much as he pleases, get all of that gold. Garm, they have the numbers here. Taki engaged in a little bit of poke with Haki. I don't know if you win that one, mate. Shulong has rotated down to sort of dissuade Garm from any sort of further aggressions in this bot side. Really nice sequence of play coming out of the mid lane there. Obviously, Garm coming up clutch, so they've got to be happy with that. But it was very, very close as Null dials in for the first coach comp of the game for Garm, and we go to this replay. Drakthar sees Guri, goes over and in anyway. Chica obviously gets the vision from Guri, he cataclysms back in, and the TP is instantly ripped. Shulong waiting to get this wall down, and unfortunately that wall proves relatively ineffective. It doesn't seem to sort of slow Garm or prevent their escape there, and Guri is onto that Drake, securing the second Drake of the game for MVK. So we will see that it is a Chemtech Drake here, Chemtech Soul, if it is secured here in this game.
Two in a row for the Chemtechs. Interesting. Zorn winning out today is this is an interesting game, as Drakthar will get that third grub that are just kind of sitting there lonely for a while, puts it out of its misery. Kratos has gotten a lot of time alone in this top side. We see that he's actually pulled just ahead of Kiaya in gold. They have to figure out what you're going to do about the Yorick. Ooh, that wall was just a little bit off, so RS is able to walk away.
Yeah, Shulong aggressively moving forward, clearing these wards as well.
So annoying.
Yeah,
what
definitely
have you done pioneering this big?
Yeah, obviously MVK, they're in that jungle. Oh,
Pop Blossom comes down. Haki in trouble, but the barrier is good. And oh my god, Taki getting junked. Haki lives.
I'm glad Taki lived. Could you imagine if he went 0-4 right now? That would just be absolutely crushing. But they did go for that play. They Pop Blossom under the tier 1 turret. Haki flashing away, gets punched down, but survives just enough and is able to repel in that 1v2. Artemis not caught out there. Guri will spot him, and I think that play will sort of fizzle. Actually, I could be wrong here. Shulong's in the area, Carrix.
Ooh. RS does reflect that stun. Only keeps him safe for a little bit, though, as Sulong will just keep going. Uses the ult to clear it out, but RS is just fine. But this is a real lead now building up for MVK. They have 2 dragons. They have 1.5k gold. And Garm need to figure out a way to stem the bleeding so that their scaling can turn on.
I do love that Shulong on this Anivia has a Rod of Ages on a support Anivia. Like, That may as well, aside from the level difference, may as well be a mid lane Anivia anyway, because it's still able to bring the same skills and utility and almost the same item build. Like, I think it's just taking people by surprise at the moment. And we do take a quick look at the CS, and in the jungle and the bot side, MVK have that advantage of CS, but the gold lead, most of it is over to MVK. The Rift Herald is up on the Rift, so we can expect some jungle objectives to be contested soon. The junglers, they're out there, they're clearing the wards. Drakthar on that bot side can't make anything happen. He has been spotted. He needs to respect Shulong. Shulong is in the area. Recall interrupted. Carrick's a little fight.
It does break up the shield as well, but not able to actually do anything. So far, they haven't even popped the Anivia passive. This Anivia has been a real monster for Garm to deal with, and it's going to continue that way, it seems, for at least a little while, as Guri will just get himself to Rift Herald. There's no contest from Garm. They know this is happening, but they have absolutely no interest in going near it.
Yeah, and Drakthar being on the bot side, MVK had that intelligence. They knew that it would take a while for that jungler to get there. They know that Drakthar burnt his ultimate too to try and close the gap with Shulong. So I think that's a really great call from MVK there. That's nice macro level play. They're like, yep, this will be uncontested. We'll go for this now. As we do see some rotations coming through as well. Drakthar back on that bot side. All he did is he burnt his ult and he got the heal and flash out of Shulong. So, I mean, not that he's a priority target, but if they wanted to get Shulong, now would be the best time for it. As Haki here just able to chip away at this mid-tier 1 turret. Does take a tower shot for his troubles, but he's going to walk that one off. So, MVK, they're 17.5 minutes in, 2 grubs, 2 drakes, 1.5k gold. They're looking good right now, Carricks, in the face of Garm Esports. If they keep this up, they stand a real chance of taking this game too. But you cannot forget the power of Mel.
You can't. So far, RS has been pretty quiet. Did get 1 kill earlier. Does have a lead, but individual gold lead when you're up against an Annie doesn't mean a huge amount. Annie will still get the job done, will still drop a big Tibbers. It's much more about the vision game against that champion. RS is able to clear the wave, of course. Really excellent wave clear when you've got a Sivir and a Mel. Rift Herald summoned up, will get a charge, will crack the tower open. Artemis eventually cleaning that up as the Dragons on the map. Garm want to fight for this one. They have to, as it would put the sole point for MVK. They don't want that. Guri is a real problem. This is actually turned into a really big Aatrox. It's about 800 gold ahead of Drakthar now. And I don't know quite how they deal with it. Sulong controlling the angles, but he's been caught out. The wall's already been used. He's going to get put in the egg. He's going to get scrambled, and it's a big pot blossom from Taki, preventing the rest of MVK from coming in to help him out. MVK forced backwards. Guri still wants to make something out of this. They know that Garm are not in the best position ever. In goes Sheikah, drops the Tibbers, but it's splashed away from. Lovely play there from Artemis, keeping Garm safe. Lovely. They get the dragon. They get the fight, and Garm fight back.
Yeah, and there was a really good poke coming out of Kiaya at the start of that fight that actually drove Chica back quite significantly, which forced that flank angle. And when Chica went over the buff pit, we'll call it the buff enclave, I don't think he was expecting to be sandwiched between 2 members of Garm. He was probably expecting just Artemis there, but here we see Shulong caught out. Great engage from Drakthar, and I do like Taki's Pop Blossom, right? It went into the back lines of MVK, it knocked 2 up, and it zoned the rest of them off so they could finish off Shulong. There was a fight in live. As Chica here goes in, and there's 2 members of Garm waiting. Artemis instantly flashes away, avoids that combo, and Kiaya and Artemis close him out, and it's a 5v3. Yeah, just beautiful work there. As Kratos has died while we were in that replay, Kratos went down. So I look forward to that replay, Carricks, and the gold is back to dead even suddenly.
Yeah, and that's a disaster for MVK. They really were strong in a lot of places. They had that gold lead. Sulong was being such a problem, but it's actually just one wasted wall, and Garm saying, oh, that's down, cool, you're dead. Immediately going on to the Nivea, they lose that zone control. They lose so much of what makes this team tick. And then Garm is able to run away with it. Let's have a look at this replay. How did Kratos get caught out? He thinks Artemis is alone, and he's just not. He's being shadowed by Kiaya and just gets baited.
Look at the damage Artemis did there too.
I have a friend.
Yeah. Surprise! The surprise Jace. No one expects Jace. But Artemis had already chipped Kratos down to about 50% before Kratos advanced and went in. Cool, Kiaya. I don't think that's a fight you want to pick. So that was really impressive there already. But then, yeah, as we all saw, got baited into a lethality Jace. Oh.
Yeah, he's okay. Just a little bit of a scrap. The ult is popped by Guri, potentially a window for Garm, but nothing really on the map. Baron is technically there, but not really. Bit early for that one as Haki continues to scale up.
Yeah, Haki is, I mean, it's a quiet game, but he's quietly succeeding, if that makes sense, right? Like, he is farming up a storm. Yeah, he's staying ahead of his lane opponent. He's got those items online, that Triforce, that Manamune as well. Yeah, so he's definitely a weapon in the fights if they're able to sort of heal and protect for him. And he's keeping these lanes shoved out quite nicely too. I mean, MVK, they have taken 2 of Garm's turrets and Garm's only taken 1 of MVK's. So, you know, they've got a little more freedom on the map. They're able to make plays happen that little bit more here. And we take a quick look at the individual gold leads, and Sulong is the #1 gold lead on the side of MVK, the support of all people. And look at Kiaya's damage, Carrix. Massive.
Yeah, he has been doing a huge amount of damage, just able to constantly poke in, just try and keep Guri honest, keep this front line a little bit softened up. Kratos, though, at the same time, is doing his job as a Yorick. He is a constant pest in the side lane. Just takes another tower there. It was, of course, already very low and had that crystal in growth. Not too difficult. But they constantly have to send someone to answer the Yorick, which you just don't want to do. It's so annoying playing into champions like this, which is why I have 3 million mastery on Yorick, as no one enjoys this.
Ares, though, is determined to sort of keep them even, keep them in the game as they get that top side tier 1 out of MVK, but they have to respond to Kratos. He's already got more than half of this bot side tier 2 in just one wave. Kiaya is there, but yeah, what an absolute...
Yeah, you can't leave him unattended.
I want to say, yeah. They need to send multiple people to stop him, it feels like, at this stage. He's a 1.5 item Yorick, and he already has so much sort of tower pushing potential. But Ares in that mid lane does have an individual gold lead of around 1,500 gold. So that is where most of the gold lead is sitting, and that's where you want it. You don't want it on a support. You do want it on a mid laner, an AD, a jungler, something like that. But I'm actually impressed with Kratos, right? Kiaya 4-0 has 4 kills worth of gold, and Kratos is still keeping that gold level quite even. But that Drake is on the rift here. Carrick Sulong gets that wall down, keeps Garm out while they clear the wards, get that vision control and that priority on the Drake. Because if MVK take this one, it puts them onto Soul Point and just puts that win con online so much earlier. And I don't even think Garm are going to contest this one. They're not even moving toward it right now.
Yeah, Taki gets chunked out really low. Drakthar is here, so they're going to go for something. The rebuttal is used from RS. They get massive damage in onto Haki. Golden Eclipse doesn't get it, and they just call it off in the end. They're going to choose to go for this mid lane tower instead. I actually like this decision. Yes, you give away Soul Point, but it's not the actual soul, and you have to crack the mid lane tier 1. You're 25 minutes in, and you don't have that opened up. You are just choking on the map.
Yeah, that's the priority of that tier 1 turret, right? Is it opens the map up and now both sides have that freedom. They've both got 3 turrets apiece. MVK, though, they do have a lot of advantages in their favor. They have the 3 Drakes, they have the 2 Grubs. So they can afford, if it comes down to it, because that Baron has been on the Rift for over 5 minutes now. If it does come down to it, they could trade Baron for Soul, because they're sitting on Soul Point right now, right? They could just go and grab the Baron and force that kind of split fight, force Garm into that decision. Well, which one do we go for? Do we contest the Baron or do we get that free Drake? So right now, MVK, despite the gold difference, despite the kills, it feels like they're in the driver's seat because of that Drake stacking they were able to do. Obviously, Garm able to get that 1 Drake earlier in the game, bought themselves that extra 5 minutes that we now sit in. This is what we'll call the Soul overtime period right now, Gary, as the fight for vision is happening down there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm loving the new terms that we're coming up with. We'll have to use that one again. What I think is going to be really interesting is if Artemis can get to 4 items by the time this Drake spawns. This Sivir is getting really scary. RS, we could see the damage he landed, just like 2 spells and did half of Harky's health. If he is backed up by a really strong Sivir, we're already seeing, look how fast those waves die, then it gets harder for MVK. And again, that Shock Blast actually came in at the perfect time to illustrate my point. What if Harky started the fight at half health and then he'd be dead after the Bell combo instead of still alive and able to contribute? Garm have so much going for them. It's just the Dragons going against them at the moment, and that is a really big deal.
And it feels like that's winnable, though, right? Like, that just ends up... Ooh.
Kaya just going in, having a bit of a scrap. You never want to fight Yorick when he's got his wife there. You must kill his wife and children. RS coming in, Proto Belt forward. The baby cage is really good against Mel. No way out. Guri bearing down, lands all of those sweet spots. A lovely E trying to get him out, but no, the Darkened Blade lands.
And Garm chased that. They chased Kratos thinking they had something there. And unfortunately, MVK just brought more members down a little bit quicker and turned it back on an over-chased Garm here. And now they find themselves at a 1.3k gold lead. They're moving towards that Baron. It looks, according to the minimap, like Guri's on it already. Garm, they have to know this is happening too. They've got members in the area, but Sulong will put the walls down. He will try and keep them zoned away. I see Artemis's recall. Oh, he's cancelled his recall. They're going to contest this one, Carrix.
I think he was really desperate to try and get that 4th item, but he didn't have time. The Baron's already been taken.
Late.
Garm have arrived too late. Drakthar's been caught. He's just going to go in onto Chica and then try and get away. The flag and drag's been used. The flash has been used. Does do a lovely backstep there on the Q3 from the Aatrox, but he's just limping away. That's a big, big win for MVK.
Yeah, they just get the Baron. They won the previous fight. They got the pick on to Ares, and they're like, you know what? We have the numbers advantage. We're here in mid. Let's rotate around to that Baron. So good call from MVK Esports there to pull the trigger and finally get that Baron at around that 28-minute mark. However, with that Baron gone, now Garm have a clear objective in front of them. They must contest and prevent MVK from getting this soul. But because MVK have that Baron advantage, they're able to push the waves out and get the priority in the lanes. It's going to be a much easier time for MVK on this Drake than it will be for Garm. And Drakthar already getting poked out by Harky here. This could go either way.
It really could. It is a very close game. 2k gold at 30 minutes is really not that significant. It is all on Guri as well. There is still that lead in the mid lane, but as I was saying earlier, it's not the most important when it's an Annie. The Baron buff still being live as the Dragon spawns. Those extra stats going to go a long, long way. Taki gets the wall as Drakthar dives in. They get in onto Sulong, but that's only the Anivia, and Drakthar might trade his life for it. They can't even pop the egg. Oh, they just can, but look at the other side of the fight as Kratos gets onto RS. That's not where he wants to be. There's nothing to reflect from a Yorick. Guri bearing on down. MVK are destroying Garm in this fight. There is nothing back for Garm. They're not even going to take the dragon. They're just going to teleport to the wave. They're going to try and win the game and take us to our 6th game of the night. And Logan, I wouldn't have it any other way.
Yeah, it's more than 20 seconds until anyone from Garm is on the Rift, and that is more than enough time. They still have 45 seconds left on this Baron power play. They have a Yorick. They have all the pushing power in the world right now. Baron power play at over 5,000 gold. This may end up being one of the biggest we see.
And a game. That's the most valuable Baron power play. How can we say no? They're just going to farm them for fun, and our VCS derby goes the distance.
One apiece here. We have a series on our hands. MVK Esports take Game 2 in tonight's best of 3 series between Garm Esports and MVK Esports. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. In the face of Garm, they have shown they can win. They have hands. They said, you know what? You out-macroed us Game 1. We will at least match you in Game 2 and then out-hand you in the team fights. And it turns out that was all they needed to do here. And they walk away the winners. And honestly, Aatrox won a game. Guri piloted that Aatrox very effectively. He kept up that early jungle pressure that we were talking about around those chickens. And yeah, there it is. While it was only 8.6k damage, it was still significantly more than Drakthar. The gold, it did go up and down a bit until around that 25th minute when MVK would just say, yep, now is our time to shine, Carrix.
That it is, and I'm excited for this one because it was a really good game for MVK. It was pretty much exactly how we thought these games would play out if they were going to win. They just out-microed Garm in the team fights the same way they did to Relove DCG last week. And may I remind you that last week, MVK lost Game 1 as well. So this may well be the return, the run back, and MVK starting a split 2-0 with a promoted academy team.
Definitely not a bad result, right? Like, if you're putting feathers in the cap, so far, they're putting all the right ones in that cap. Obviously, Kiaya and Artemis did everything they could to keep themselves in this game. Even Ares put up a decent fight here, but it feels like it was almost support diff so heavily. Sulong with all those walls, helping his team get picks onto the likes of, you know, Taki. It feels like Taki had an uncharacteristically bad game as well, giving over 3 kills back to back quite rapidly in that early game. So I feel if Garm are able to sort of shore up Taki there, that they will put forward a better performance in Game 3, which we absolutely now have on our hands. Kratos, he applied so much pressure, like you called during the game. He demanded at least one person in response from Garm. It just felt like MVK, they came, they saw, they learned, they adapted, and they improved over that Game 1 there, Carrix.
Yeah, I totally agree. This is really good. This is what we want to see from MVK. This is a team that we obviously didn't know exactly what to think of them, but we had presuppositions based on where they had come from. But so far, in these first 2 weeks, they're showing so much promise. And Garm have a really tough question to answer, which is, what do you do about Guri?
Yeah, Guri on that Aatrox was a standout, to be honest. We were talking about it before the game. We were even saying the LCP hasn't cracked the code on Aatrox yet because he just keeps on losing. And then Guri literally turns around and wins on Aatrox in this game. It's just wild. And I think he's playing with respect too, right? He's in the face of Drakthar's aggression, and if we know it, they know it, right? They know Drakthar is an extremely aggressive jungler. He just played aware of that. He played around that aggression, never kind of went in for those 1v1s. It was always a team fight, and they were just able to pick him apart. And then that left Guri to just free roam amongst the enemy. But it's not like Garm was without signs of life either. Kiaya, the #1 damage dealer in this game.
No, Garm had a lot of signs of life. Honestly, I do think when they linked up, they looked good, but unfortunately, they just couldn't really all come online at the same time. We never really had too many fights. It was like one combo where RS looked really strong in a fight, but the rest of that, the Mel never really got anything done. We never really saw Artemis hard taking over a fight. It was Drakthar sort of overextending on the Jarvan, and sometimes that worked. Sometimes Kiaya was able to follow up on it. Like in this play here, in particular, Kiaya able to follow up on Drakthar going really deep, Taki able to hold the rest of the team back, but that just didn't work out enough times for them to get over the line. It was a really good performance, particularly from the top side of MVK in this one.
I mean, it feels like it was a good performance from almost everyone from MVK. Chica, it feels like, was potentially the quietest member of MVK again in this game here. Not finding the flash, the Tibbers combo, but onto Artemis, who was able to spell shield it. So unfortunately, probably not the ideal target there. And then kind of getting poked out, kind of going down early in some of these fights. Just unfortunately not able to connect with everything. But yeah, that's almost like saying, oh, that team was a 9.9 instead of a 10 out of 10. You know what I mean? It's like, if I'm being overly critical, but they played it well. They brought it all together. They won the game, and they find themselves in a 1-for-1 in this best of 3 Carrix. I mean, what could you hope for?
Exactly, and we will have to find out if Garm can fire it back or if it will be an MVK night.
That's it. The VCS Derby always delivers here in the LCP, and we will find out how Game 3 turns out straight after this break, because here in the LCP, Carrix, we're made for this.
can never kill.
These thoughts within my head, they wake me from my bed. I am dreaming of what lies ahead, but I know I feel.
Carricks, we are back for Game 3 of tonight's Best of 3 series in this VCS derby that is going the distance, and we are right into picks and bans, Carricks. Let's check them out.
Yeah, we go straight in, and I like this again. The Zinzao being taken away. Do not give Drakthar something that he's super comfortable on. Of course, 4 junglers are already fearless out. Vi taken away by Garm. Hopefully they have something in mind, because Guri was a huge, huge problem on the Aatrox last game.
Yeah, definitely. They need to come up with an answer for this Guru, but they also need to rein Taki in. Getting caught out 3 times in that sort of like 1 to 2 minute window there was not ideal. So, you know, let's work with the things we control. Taki, stop dying. We see Karma banned. We see Vi, Lee Sin, Akali, and Zinzao banned. That is some jungle banning, if ever I've seen some. 4 fearless and 3 more picked away here in this draft right now, Carrick. So a lot of respect being given over to and a Wukong coming through as that's 8 junglers no longer in the champ pool here. So it will be interesting to see which way they want to go. Obviously, we could get those unconventional picks like the Zyra. We could get that old pick that used to be high priority in Malphite. But yeah, we'll have to see what kind of priority these teams want to place on their picks.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I completely agree. It is interesting. Locking away the Gnar makes a lot of sense as well. Just something super comfortable for basically every top laner. If you can't play Gnar, what are you doing, frankly? Kiaya won't be too happy to see that one. There's not just super huge amount of counters left, unless you're going to pull out something crazy like the Yasuo, which I doubt. But Aris, who has looked really good so far this series, will get the Orianna. And the Varus as well gets through.
Wow, and that's the power of the second pick, right? They just got themselves the literal best control mage on the Rift right now, and arguably the best AD carry on the Rift right now. Just straight out of the gates, quick as you please. They locked those 2 in, and so Garm, they have presented these 2 champions. They have a very, very strong first 2 picks here, and it is now up to MVK to respond. They've obviously got their top laner there locked in with the Gnar, and they've gone with the classic Galio in the mid lane, the sort of anti-mage matchup, the semi-global to be able to bring the team fights, give them magic shielding and that knock up, and they can really turn a team fight around without Galio. So Chica will be playing for the team, not for the lane with that Galio pick there, Carrix.
100%, and I really like it, as well as the Nefiri locked in. Guri wants to continue his aggressive play, continue getting himself ahead as he locks in the dog.
Yeah, Nefiri is definitely one of those aggressive junglers. If you can get a couple of kills onto Nefiri early, it's very, very hard to sort of stop that snowball. Nefiri has a lot of easy access onto the backlines of champions. Oh, as we see Kiaya pick up the cannon. We did see that in LCP Split 1 as well. Used to great effect, Carrix.
Yeah, Kiaya he loves this cannon pick. He brings it out fairly often. Obviously, a range matchup into Nah is really nice, kind of nullifies that main strength of Nah, where he's just able to poke away at your more traditional top laners. I really like that. It's obviously a very strong teamfight combo with the Orianna as well. You put the ball on the cannon, he ults, he flashes in, there's a shockwave to hold them in there, and you sort of just kill everyone. Not super easy to execute, though. It is going to be a game of vision control for Garm.
And that will 100% be like a mid to late game combo as well, because it's not too often we see these top laners roaming to get involved with those early team fights just yet. So they wait for that mid to late game, or they change the scene, right? They roam a little bit earlier, as we do see that Seraphine now banned away, because that Seraphine Ashe combo was still up and available, but we see Poppy counterbanned by MVK there, Jin, and now Skarner as well. That is yet another, arguably two jungle bans that MVK have gone for. They have decided Drakthar is the weakness, and they will not give him anything. So it will be so...
Oh,
Shyvana!
When all hope seemed lost, Garm locks in Shyvana.
Let's see if the newly sort of reworked Shyvana can get the job done for Garm Esports in the hands of Drakthar. And that was instantly slammed as well. So it makes me think either they're like, right, this is our last option left, there's no point diddling around, or whether they're like, we have the answer, this is the pick, as we do see Ziggs Leona bot lane put forward for MVK Esports here. What will Garm respond with? Nautilus being hovered? I like this, the tanky supports, bringing that front line, flex to the team here. They're going to be able to develop. There we go. Nautilus locked in. Oh, these are some exciting drafts here for our last game, Carrix.
This is a really, really exciting one. This is going to be the first time we're seeing new Shyvana in the LCP. Of course, this is a champion that's gone up and down. So much history specifically on Garm as well. This is Levi sort of living through his new jungler. I said this last week, when all things seemed so hard for Garm back in the day, when I remember so many times they were in game 5s of the finals against Flash, Levi would just pick Shyvana and hard carry the game. He always made it work. And now, Drakthar, he's inherited Levi's role. Shyvana's been reworked, and he does the same thing.
Yeah, you've absolutely got to love it. Here's to hoping that he's able to have that sort of same impact, though. We haven't seen it in pro play yet, as far as I am aware. So it's definitely the first time we've seen the rework Shyvana here in the LCP. I can't speak to the global regions yet. We do see Guri, though, indicating he might have a sound issue potentially. So we'll see how that one plays out there. But yeah, this Shyvana really, really exciting. As you said, has been a deep pocket pick in the VCS, has been able to pull it out for the win when it is needed. And can the spirit of Shyvana in the VCS live on through Drakthar here in this game 3 of our best of 3 series tonight, Carrix? We'll find out as soon as we hit the rift.
We will. It's a tricky one. It's actually really hard to predict this champion. Well, the reworked version of Shyvana has already had sort of ups and downs in solo queue. I think at the moment she's doing okay. It's kind of a champion that has been very dominant the lower elo you go, and obviously we're playing in professional, which is the highest elo you can go. It's going to be one to watch. Can we just set the camera on Drakthar and just watch him?
As much as we would love that, we do need to give all the time and energy to every single one of our amazing pro players here in the LCP, from Garm, from MVK, from the VCS. As we do see MVK, they get that early vision control down. Garm, they've got that sort of mid lane priority here where they want to get the vision control. They ruined Shyvana is the skin that Drakthar will be playing. We do have to call the one. Oh, Aegis Frame Galio. Oh, Chica, be still my heart. That is such a phenomenal skin. When you type /dance on Aegis Frame Galio, he literally soars through the stars, right? Like there's like meteors and stars flying past him. It's the coolest dance, if you can call it a dance.
It is a very cool one. I love when they put a lot of effort into their skins, which they so often do. We are blessed as League players to have talented artists and animators and the like. As a hook will land from Taki, as Sulong just says, no thank you, I will press my heel.
Nope, I will pass on that. Thank you very much. As Taki does pop that Oracle lens that all of us supports love to use to clear wards out. And that is a small difference there too. Shulong does not have the Oracle lens, whereas Taki does. So prioritizing that vision control, Chica gets a good W off onto Arez, but Arez is able to back away from that one. Carrickson, the junglers, they have started on opposite sides of the rift here tonight, which is, it's nice to see. We get a little something different as a ward will spot Guri rotating towards that bot side.
I'll spot him out. I don't know. This is. I'm just so interested in how this game actually plays out for Nefiri versus the Shyvana. Guri maybe realizing he had a good thing going. He, won on the Darken Aatrox last time, picks another Darken this time. I don't know. Maybe there's a buff there.
I mean, this is MVK. They are known. Ooh, Chica goes in. Arez won't die, but MVK are known for their, cooking, right? They have unconventional picks, unconventional comps a lot of the time. So maybe we see, instead of a Zehen on support, we see a Zehen in the jungle eventually, and that could be like the full Darken pack,
Yeah, but it is possible. But the Darkened pack are already on the Rift. It's Nefiri. So maybe we're already there. As Kiaya does have early priority in this lane, not too surprising. The Cannon able to just bully Nah a little bit. The Mega should, help Kratos out. He'll be able to catch this wave, no problem. Where do we think the first bit of action's going to be? Both the junglers recalling. Where does the damn...
Yeah, I mean... Both of the mid laners are aggressing on one another. Both the junglers simultaneously got the Scuttle Crab and recalled. It's typically bot side. And I mean, look at that health that Taki just lost. And MVK lost nothing for it. Drakthar is in the area though. It feels like it's got to be bot side.
You'd certainly think so. Making some sort of play. Nefiri obviously loves tower dives with that untargetability, able to juggle aggro really well. I don't know, diving that Nautilus is always super dangerous unless you get a lot of push. It's not, also, do you really want to play into your Ziggs, or do you want to move the Leona out so that then just let Ziggs solo farm, which he is very, very capable of doing? It's a hard one to read.
Yeah, Guri is on that top side, so won't be down on the... Oh, Artemis forced a flash here. So they caught him on the recall, right? So Taki recalled. They knew it was a 2v1, so they've clearly aggressed forward, and Artemis just flashes away. Does have the cleanse, too, for when that Leona gets the solar flare, gets that ultimate, which will inevitably be targeted at Artemis on the Varus. but it does make me think, it almost reaffirms my suspicions that bot side will be where the contest breaks out, because that is a flashless ADC Carrix, and that is ripe for the picking. Aguri is in that bot side now, but Artemis recalling away will delay any sort of action that could potentially come through. But speaking of action, the first Drake is on the Rift in 2 seconds, and MVK, they do have that priority here in the bot side.
That they do, but whether or not that remains the case once we do, because we have the reset from Artemis, he's coming back in. He only really has a recurve bow and a cull. I think this bot lane is just not going to be the focus. Both top laners now level 6. Kratos is about to go into the Mega Gnar. Shyvana up on that side of the map as well. Drakthar is just power farming, which we should expect. This champion doesn't really turn on until level 6.
Yeah.
It's going to be Guri picking up that first dragon.
Yeah, I do like how he was trying to also get the Scuttle Crab at the same time. Oh, the Scuttle Crab goes back in for more. He wants a piece of Guri. Guri even flashing the emote as he does take the first Drake of the game, and very, very quick. This is the fastest first Drake in this best of 3 series here tonight. So it feels like, you know, they're accelerating the pace. Taki taking a bit of poke. Good hook. Not going to achieve much. The Lux emote. Oh my goodness.
A really good one.
I love it.
Remote game is on point as Taki, just threw out a hook just to be annoying. Was no real intent behind it, as Drakthar still not quite level 6, just a little bit behind Guri. Should actually hit level 6 just off this next camp. There it is. The dragon form is now available, and now Shyvana is a real champion.
Yeah, but Drakthar still needs to be careful of diving, right? That's one of his favorite things that he does. He dives forward, and unfortunately, sometimes he does love diving. Build a dive comp to go in with him, you know? Like, where's the Kaiser here? But Drakthar loves a good dive forward, and the Garm need to be ready to back him up when he does, and maybe that's part of the conversation. Artemis might be caught out here again, as Sulong just goes forward. It's just a little bit of damage. Artemis did have to burn the cleanse here. He keeps getting caught in these 2v1s, Carrix, and if this is how it keeps playing out, it's not going to go well when they get to level 6.
No, it's not, but it's an interesting one, because both of these supports want to leave this lane. They don't actually want to play around this bot lane. It's Ziggs versus Varus, the 2 ADCs or 2 bot laners that you are pretty happy to just leave alone. But if you don't have summoners on the Varus, you can't leave him alone. So this should give Sulong a pretty big window. As you see, he's already walking mid. There's a shockwave coming out, but there's no follow-up available because Chica is protected by his support.
Yeah, good timing on that roam there, just to present, show face. Sometimes that's all it takes, right? Is just to show, hey, I'm here, I'm in the area. But speaking of showing, I'm so glad we've gone back to the top lane. Kiaya is showing the strong advantage that he has eked out here. 20 CS over Kratos at the moment. And every time Kratos steps forward, Kiaya is just poking him down. So the best Kratos can manage right now, he has picked up those Merc treads. It does bring that little bit of MR along with it. The best he can manage is to try and trade back under that tower, get that CS, and stay within touching distance. But Drakthar has put priority onto these grubs. He is going for this, and I think they know he's there because Guri's rotated bot side. It's a 3v2. This could be a tower dive.
Ooh, they do stuff the first part of the engage, but it doesn't matter. Too much damage comes in. Guri able to pick up that first blood. Do they go for round 2 onto Taki? They're certainly setting up for it, and there is no help coming. Taki goes for a flash, trying to buy time. Lovely hook to try and stay alive. I don't think he's going to be able to. He can't clear the wave. They've reset the aggro, and Haki picks that one up. It's a lead for MVK.
Really, really clean out of MVK Esports there. They knew Drakthar was topside getting those grubs, and they thought, let's put the pressure on this bot side, and they just cleaned up. They got Artemis in the first pass. They did a serious amount of damage to Taki in the second pass, and were like, you know what? We're still healthy enough. We can juggle this. Let's go him again. And they took them both out. Nothing traded back. So all of the advantage over to MVK with that nearly 800 gold lead here. We see We see the engage kind of whiff early, but it wasn't enough to prevent the go, right? Haki drops the aggro, Shulong gets it here and just tanks that turret up with that Leona W, making her nearly unkillable. If that hook had landed a little bit earlier, maybe could have got something back onto Shulong there, but Haki, Guri, they come out there on top with a kill apiece. That's exactly where you want the gold. Love the proactivity. And it's early advantage over to MVK.
It is, and it's exactly where they want it. Haki, far ahead. He's been a really, really solid player for MVK so far this split. Coming in, he's sort of been the star, in my opinion. Him and Guri have been really, really dominant, have been really big factors in all of their wins. Drakthar still just farming up, still hasn't ripped the dragon form. Needs to get onto the map soon as Artemis is just under siege.
And this is what we were talking about before we even got into this best of 3 series tonight, right? Is that teams have identified that if they can get picks onto Artemis, if they can keep Artemis down and out in the early game, it really sets them behind. He struggles to find ways back in. So if they can keep punishing Artemis on this Varus, it almost assures themselves of that win. But to counter that, Kiaya is having a great time in the top side. And we do see Drakthar getting active. This is the second Drake of the game. Garm is here. MVK is here. A scuffle breaking out over vision control, which is so important. So you know when and where the enemies are coming from. Ares walks away even just to make sure that the mid lane can't come in, but it's 4v4.
Hook in onto Chica. Drakthar will rip the dragon form, forcing the flash. Kiaya is going to TP down, so Garm really, really want this dragon. This should force MVK to just give it up. They can't fight into this cannon. They can't fight outmanned because there's no response from Kratos. This is just trading top lane power for the dragon.
And this is what we were talking about, right? With Kiaya, normally top laners don't really get involved in these sort of earlier team fights, but because Kiaya is on that cannon, does have that potential combination with that Orianna, he is getting involved earlier than you would expect. So you love to see that they know what they're doing as well, and they are bringing it together as soon as they possibly can to take advantage of that here. Ultimately, no kills going over either way. Garm do secure themselves that Hextech Drake. They also have those 3 grubs, so they've got that priority on the jungle objectives. Kiaya gets back to that top side. As Drakthar, though, is caught invading MVK's jungle, and they do show up in force to drive Drakthar away. I think it was a great flash to escape that ultimate coming out of that Shyvana, because it can be very, very powerful if it lands on you.
100%. But burning the mid lane of Flash is certainly not the worst use of the ult. Able to just make sure Chica can't really participate in the fight. Didn't really get an ult off, and in the end, Garm do end up with the objective. Kiaya, of course, did lose some of his lead. Sulong, again, leaving the lane. He knows he just doesn't need to really be anywhere, so he can be everywhere, if you know what I mean. He's just this constant threat, moving around, landing solar flares, just a pest.
Yeah, and sometimes that's all you need. Sometimes you just need to show up, drop a solar flare, and walk away, right? And it just shows your opponents that you are roaming. It shows you could be anywhere at any time, and it can give you that little bit of priority, that little bit of push that you need. But we do see that it was actually part of a rotation now, as Haki is here on the top side, and as Ziggs has so much wave clear. And that, as you alluded to, is why these supports can roam so much, or at least Shulong can support every other lane. But we still see Artemis on the bot side. He's still down there, and he's facing off against Kratos. So Kratos is shoving these waves in, keeping Artemis around because he doesn't want to miss CS, he doesn't want to miss gold. And because of this, Guri is now coming bot side. This could be a 2v1 bot side gank here. And Garm, I don't think they read the play, but Artemis is recalling, so I think it's time for him to rotate out, and there will be no gank. Very heads up, and that will spot him out. The Scry's Bloom gets the Team Liquid emote. Oh.
Kiaya doesn't quite interrupt the recall. He would have loved to just delay Guri on the reset a little bit so that he can't Guri can't respond to the play. As Kiaya, you can't tower dive this cannon 2v1. You need to bring far more forces to that. As Taki goes in, able to set up a little bit of vision control around this top side. This Tribush ward actually doing a huge amount of work at the moment. But he won't be able to clear it out. Does sidestep the Zenith Blade. Sulong can't get close enough to auto him. Taki will wander out a Mega Inferno Bomb for his troubles.
Really well navigated by Taki there, as we do see the third and final coach comms coming through from Null for Garm. They are setting up around this Baron Pit. Flashes.
Flash away there by RS, but the actual fight is on the other side as Chica tries to Galio ult. Didn't work out at all. Kiaya now moves in, lands a big ult onto 2. The Shockwave as well. It's only going to land onto 1, but it's only the one they need as Taki goes down. That's okay for now. Garm kiting this one out. Drakthar is going to drop out of Dragon form, so despite winning the fight, it should be MVK that gets the Rift Herald.
Yeah, 4-3, they win the fight, 2 kills to 1, but they have to abandon that Rift Herald objective. But it looks like MVK, they've given this one over as well. Guri walks away, so that ward will spot it. Garm now has the intel that the Rift Herald has not been taken, that MVK walked away from it, so they will have another, slice of the pie. They'll get another shot at this one. Guri, though, he's going for it right now, so if Garm want to contest, they have to come for it. Drakthar is in a recall, though, so it feels like they're just going to give this one over. TP even being committed here by MVK, so they do not want to give this Rift Herald over, at least for nothing. And Garm, they read this, they respect this, they will back away, and MVK will secure the Rift Herald and their second jungle objective here. But the third Drake is up in 20 seconds. As we see this replay, this was Ares, the Zenith Blade connected, so Ares flashed, they got what they wanted, but on the other side, Garm had more members and they interrupted Galio's hero's entrance, preventing his escape, securing that kill. Kiaya ulting into 2, getting so much damage down, allowing the rest of Garm to finish that one off, and Taki, the price they had to pay, but fighting back in life.
Yeah, the tower is going to be taken down. Rift Herald plus Ziggs equal dead tower. Shockwave just kind of used as to dissuade further players. RS does get Leona ulted, jumped in on, going super aggressive is MVK, and it works out as well as they get that first kill. Guri now could be in trouble moving in onto Taki. Can't get that reset. It was very close though as Artemis takes him down. 1 for 1, but look at this top lane as Chica now taking that tower. MVK are winning the situations.
Yeah, they've definitely got the cross-map plays happening here. While they get the mid lane push and they lose the fight, they've still got the top lane push going as well. As Haki here gonna spot Drakthar out. Drakthar was deep in enemy territory, is lucky to escape there. There was 3 members of MVK right next to him essentially. As we do go back to this, the Rift Herald is dropped and it cracks this tier 1 open in combination with the satchel there from Haki. Great shockwave to slow MVK down, but Ares just clipped by the solar flare, slowing, dodges the Zenith Blade, extending his life, forcing Guri to go too deep, and they are able to turn that one around and at least get that kill back. So a good sequence of plays from both teams there, both walking away with something. But Artemis, 3-1. 2 items on that Varus. Quite the threat if they're able to protect him.
Really is. Varus getting off multiple auto attacks with that Blade of the Ruin King, with that Ginsu's. Exactly what we want. If you're a Garm supporter, this is a really close game. It's 1k gold for MVK. Sulong again landing an ult. He's been the absolute MVP so far this game. This Leona has been everywhere.
I do love that we just saw 2 ults committed by MVK over a red buff. They really wanted to prevent Drakthar from getting that for himself, so they invaded. They were 3 strong, 4 strong even. They committed the ults, and they got what they came for, which was that red buff. Chica on the top side, preventing that tier 1 going down. This is This is great gameplay, even from both teams, right? It's not almost 20 minutes in. It's only a 500 gold difference either way. The kills are very even, but the turrets are not. MVK, they have priority on the Rift here, Carrix. They've killed 3 of Garm's towers, but Garm have killed none of MVK's. So they're the ones who are always under pressure to respond to any lane push, whereas MVK, they're free to roam. They have more time. They have more space to execute plays and plans on the Rift.
And it's really good from MVK. They've recognized what Garm's win condition is, which is 5v5 teamfights. If Garm gets a full 5v5 where they have all of their ults, where they land a big cannon, a big shockwave, Drakthar going over the top with the Shyvana, MVK folds to that. It's very, very difficult to survive that sort of combination. But they're not fighting them 5v5. They're fighting them 3v3, 2v2. These little skirmishes just breaking out everywhere where Garm just can't bring their combos to bear. And it's just so easy for a Nefiri that's gotten really strong, is 1.2k gold ahead, 2 items completed, to run rampant.
Yeah, and I mean, if you look at jungler to jungler, Drakthar has been very, very quiet. 2 assists, admittedly, he's been involved in the fights, but he hasn't been overly impactful in those fights where he has been able to turn up, right? He is out CSing Guri, but that's because Guri's so involved in getting these kills. Taki caught out.
He's in so much trouble. He got satcheled back. There's no real angle of escape. And that's a free kill over to Haki. Haki kills Taki. Yeah. Thanks. Thanks, fellas.
That's it. But it was really good patience there from Kratos as well. He was waiting in that brush and his patience was rewarded. Taki just walked into him. And again, Taki has died 3 times and now they've started the Baron. It is going to be a 4v5. There's no vision either. Like, this is such an early Baron that, yeah, Draktar's not even close to contesting. They don't know this is happening, Cax. This isn't... There it is.
Just spotted it.
I was going to say, this TP.
Yep, TPs are being called. MVK, it's low enough that they want to stick on this. This actually could be a huge mistake. Kiai can get over this wall as it doesn't pull the trigger on it yet. He had flash. There's a shockwave. A lot of damage going over the top. Into the backside, Kiai goes desperately trying to get onto Haki. He can't quite make it, but there's no mana on that Ziggs. He's going to be able to chase him out, and now Garm are cleaning up kills. They've got 2 so far. Haki, it's only a matter of time. There he goes. 3 go down. The last 2 hide under the tower. The Galio managed to get away, but Guri gets hooked. Oh no, we're teleporting straight back in. This could be a crazy one. Lovely flash from RS as 4 members of MVK get cleaned up. Just no escape for Chica. They just have to wait for the wave. They're going to lose all 5 Baron buffs. They went too aggressive. Once they were spotted, they just needed to leave. Chica, can you dodge these shurikens? No, not enough.
What a follow-up play from Garm. What an absolute Baron power play of, like, all time. They snuck the Baron. It got to like 3k before Garm spotted it, and then every TP was committed. Yes, MVK got the Baron, but Garm wiped them off the face of the Rift. That was crazy. We expected Kiaya to flash all over the back wall, but he didn't. He did it into the follow-up fight, and now MVK, they have no Baron buff. All they did was deny the Baron, but lost the fight. That was a net loss. Garm has to be happy with the outcome of that one, and now the 4th Drake of the game is on the Rift. MVK, though, they are first to this fight.
Yeah, I really liked the decision from MVK. You start the Baron, and it's really hard for Garm to read it. In the end, it was Artemis. The Spidey sense was tingling. Oh, hang on a minute. We'll have to come back to it as there is a catch. Down goes Drakthar, taken off the map.
I feel like every time Garm gets ahead, Drakthar gets caught or Taki gets caught. And then it just gives over so much, right? So they catch Drakthar off the back of the Drake and they convert that into the mid tier 2 as we do go back to this Baron fight, right? They get the Baron clean, almost uncontested. But on the bot side, Garm just show up because MVK are so split, so spread out. Chica's ult, the hero's entrance to try and get away at full health, while Kiaya is just left down here on this bot side to clean up Haki, and then he runs the distance. He goes on a marathon to rejoin the rest of Garm on that top side under the tier 1 turret where they clean up the rest of MVK. And Chica, he recalled out and TP'd back into his own death. So like Summoner's burnt for essentially nothing, giving over the Baron buff as well. But Carrix, enough about the fight that was, the fight that just happened. They got the Drake, MVK secured it, they caught Drakthar out, they pushed in that mid and got the tier 2 turret as well. So MVK, they have all the presence, they have all the map pressure, but my goodness, this game is still so close. It could go either way.
And I think what's going to get harder and harder for MVK is that they will be forced to fight 5v5. We see what happens when Garm fight all together. They win really, really hard. As Drakthar just moves in, secures a little bit of vision. When Kiaya is able to come in at a good angle, when RS is able to land a 3-man shockwave, things get really difficult. And now Artemis, he's completed another item. That Terminus is secured. This virus does damage.
Yeah, but Taki has to stop getting caught out here as well. Thankfully this time. But he is 0-3, and he was getting caught out a lot in game 2. So there is kind of like a precedent. There's a small trend here, but right now he's on that Nautilus. He's a lot tankier. He can afford a little bit more as he tries to Hex Flash over that wall. Misses the Hex Flash, but they go in.
They go. Yeah, just fantastic target access. Haki too far forward, even though it didn't really look like he was that far forward. He goes down. There's no immediate objective for Garm to grab, but it's still a good kill.
Yeah, it's nice to sort of slow the tempo, catch the goal. Guri might be caught out here, though. No, I think Garm are going to let him go away.
It's really hard to catch Guri with their comp because you can't really hook him because the dogs tank it, and you can't really Nautilus ult him because they can just invuln it. But Kiaya says, can't invuln that, mate. Can't park there as he comes in, takes him down.
Can't park there. We were talking about how you can't catch him. Kiaya just ran him down. Flash ult, ran faster, like W away from that.
Hook.
Like
Kratos has to flash. The Nord ult will follow in. They come on the other side. Can Sulong get anything done? The hero's entrance should allow them to kill Artemis. There it is. Taken down before the Mega Inferno Bomb lands. A good fight back from MVK. Diffuses the push. Teleport being used. This will just be Kratos getting back out onto the map. Has a big shield, but I don't think Garm are close enough for him to really do anything. They are pinging Drakthar. They want to catch him. They're burning 2 teleports to kill Drakthar here. They must kill him, but I think they absolutely will. He will not be able to build the ult in time. He does go down.
Yeah, that was almost essentially 3 TPs coming in, right? Because Kratos went deep, and then we saw Chica and Haki all TP. Like, obviously, without a jungler for the next 40 seconds, the objective is the Baron. They're going to push these waves in. They're all running out to the Rift. Yeah, they're going to try for this Baron as soon as it spawns here, Carrots. This is aggression. Yeah, with no jungler, it's going to be really, really hard for Garm to contest this one if they want to contest it at all. It is 4v5 for the next 20 seconds. They should have this kill before Drakthar even gets close.
Yeah, it's not going to come down to who can steal a Baron. It's if MVK peel off to take the 4v5. They do at the moment. Massive Mega Inferno Bomb. Taki has already fallen. Kiaya having to use a zoning ult. A huge shockwave. Oh, wow. If Garm knew that shockwave was landing, I think they would have just hard committed to the fight. But you can't know that, of course.
Yeah, that was a good sequence. Garm successfully deter MVK from the Baron. They buy themselves the time, the space they need for Drakthar to get back out onto the Rift, push the waves out. So now when MVK, it feels inevitable when they go for the Baron, they will be able to contest. But the 5th Drake of the game is on the Rift. So now a choice needs to be made. What objective will these teams go for? And Kratos is on that Drake. So I think it's going to be that one. Guri has shown up. They're going for the Drake. They want to get this soul point here, Carrix. And Garm, I think they kind of think that a Baron is going to be happening. They're all in that mid heading towards the top Baron pit. Maybe they want to try and force MVK into them.
Yeah, it is an interesting play. Sulong caught out by Drakthar going in. Drakthar doesn't really have any help immediately. Kiaya a little bit too far behind. The Leona is very tanky until that Eclipse runs out. It finally does. Hero's entrance being used. Sheikah just has to flash. Its resources burned, but as you said, MVK did pick up the Drake. They're now on Soul Point. Garm sieging the top lane. I think both teams kind of happy with how that went.
Yeah, Guri, I mean, just shoves that mid lane in hard as well. Doesn't even go to this topside fight. Now MVK, they're there to defend, and my goodness, Guri is going to try and go for this inhibitor turret, forcing a response out of Garm as well. Like, it's all they're messing with each other's tempo so much, right? Garm went to that top side, as we do see this play here in the mid one more time. Taki walking up does land the hook onto Haki, but it is protected by that sort of edge of night, that spell shield that he has. That Mega Inferno Bomb just absolutely cleared Taki's health bar. And as you say, Kiaya's defensive ult there, but the shockwave, if they'd overlapped that, that could have been a very, very different fight, because Garm's composition is built for team fighting, whereas MVK's, it doesn't feel like it is that heavily indexed into the team fight. Yes, there's the Galio, but yeah, look at the damage. Oh my gosh. Haki has to be happy with that.
Yeah, Ziggs, we love him, don't we? We love how much damage this champion can do. I think the matchup to really watch is Guri versus Artemis, though. Guri has to assassinate Artemis. And if he succeeds, I think MVK instantly wins every fight. But Artemis now, being Varus, having those random AP ratios, is able to pick up that Seeker's Arm Guard, which makes Guri's life really hard.
Yeah, and speaking of protection as well, that Seeker's Arm Guard, a beautiful, beautiful choice. Haki also has that spell shield. Kiaya also has a spell shield. Like, so much protection is coming through. I'm wondering when the junglers themselves are going to start to pick up these Guardian Angels as we get later and later into these games. The Baron still on the Rift, and you do see MVK, they've pushed this mid wave in. They're posturing to head towards this Baron. Chica getting that top lane pushed out, and we see Kratos responding to the bot side push. But Garm, they're 5 members strong here in this mid lane. That one did no damage to Taki.
Yeah, Taki pops his shield. He's fairly tanky on this Nort. Just clears the wave out, though, as Haki still just able to be really safe on this Ziggs. Sits super far back, as you said, has that spell shield, is almost unassailable at the moment. But Drakthar clearing the vision out of the Baron pit, and he's going to stay on the Baron. This is Garm now, daring MVK to come close.
Yeah, they said, MVK, we know that playbook. We've done it a million times before, and we're going to go for it. Baron down to 7,000 already. 5 members of MVK here. Kiaya on the flank, caught out by Kratos.
He doesn't want to fight Kratos. Not actually a fight he's favored in, especially with the Mega coming in. Oh my word. Look at the damage from MVK, able to get this going. The Baron has been taken. Sulong should fall. No, he doesn't yet. Drakthar finally cleans him up, but it's traded onto Kiaya. In the backside, they're going wild. Artemis goes golden, manages to survive for now. Needs to get the auto attacks out. The intargetability will make sure Artemis goes down, but it's a triple kill picked up for Drakthar, and he's gonna keep it going. He wants to take out more of these Baron buffs. There's a quadra kill, Logan. Haki uses that Mega Blast Cone, but Drakthar can chase and chase and chase. Is out of that dragon form. Those empowered berries not able to catch Haki yet. Haki still trying to fight, trying to battle, and Drakthar will say, I suppose 4 is good enough.
4 is good enough. My gosh, we got so close to another Pentacarax. I was ready for it. But Haki masterfully just pokes, pesters, prevents Drakthar from being able to close that gap as we do go back to this Baron fight. And it all feels like it started with Kratos catching Kiaya out on that flank. MVK able to move forward into the front, hurting Garm in here. But then Garm turn it back around. They're able to find these fights. Drakthar with that ultimate flashing forward, closing out Kratos. almost gets Guri before he gets Artemis. If he had have been able to prevent that, it would have been a very, very different back end of this fight. But Drakthar proving his value as the aggressive jungler we know him, as we love him to be, as another fight breaks out in live here, Carrick's around the Drake.
Yeah, we're going to go straight back in. MVK, of course, can pick up Soul on this one, and champions like Nefiri, like Galio, absolutely love themselves a Chemtech Soul. But in we go, the dragon roars as Drakthar jumps onto the backline. This time he does not immediately find success. This is not going the way Garm wants it. Taki low already, but Kiaya doing so well. Artemis able to rain the arrows down. Drakthar desperately trying to cling to life, manages to do it, needs to find his way onto the backside of the fight as Garm are being dismantled. It will be the dragon secured, and now Drakthar able to continue. It's once again Haki and Chica bid to be Dragon Slayers. Can they do it? Can they save the world? No, Aris will be here to bring home the damage. Drakthar, the dragon, coming in, and it's a Shyvana Garm once again saving them.
So far, so good for Drakthar on the Shyvana. That last satchel, I thought it wasn't going to get the job done because it clipped him into the wall, but Drakthar was like, all right, that's enough. I have to back away. Able to secure the Drake. It is 3 Drakes apiece here, Carricks, in this VCS derby. The ultimate clipping 2 members of MVK, frontlining the world here, Drakthar was, soaking so much damage from Guri, from Haki, while Garm got the job done on the backside. Artemis allowed to just free rain damage down onto MVK. Nothing they could do about it. And then Drakthar able to just close these kills. Absolutely love that work. Chica doing his best to kind of taunt and tank and prevent, but nothing he could do. And Ares thankfully comes back here, helps close Chica out a bit earlier, but
Once
Carricks,
more,
it's non-stop.
though, it never stops as Drakthar goes into that dragon form again. It's another fight. Nautilus ult is used. Doesn't quite get enough done. Mega Inferno Bomb just trying to hold them back, but Haki's out of mana. He must base. There's nothing on the map at the moment. 2 minutes until Baron, 3 until the 7th and final dragon. Oh, the VCS derby is delivering.
The tension is building, but it is a good idea to reset, recall. It is not worth all-inning over absolutely nothing and risking everything for. So it is back to those jungles. It's back to trying to get as much gold as you can before the next big fight. Baron, 1.5 minutes. 7th Drake, and it's going to be a Chemtech Soul, is 2.5 minutes away. That Chemtech will be so, so helpful. Look at the level advantage. So Kratos, a full level above Kiaya right now, but in turn, Drakthar a full level over Guri. Everywhere else, relatively even matched. That bot side, though, a level apiece here. Full item completions coming through. Rabadon's death cap for Haki. Those super mega inferno bombs will be hurting a lot. Artemis picks up a defensive item there. So the next fight, it feels like this is a 37-minute plus game. The next fight, it feels like it has to decide the game. If you can win it and win it convincingly, the game should be yours.
It certainly should be. But there's now an 8-kill Drakthar. Shyvana getting absolutely massive. Ultimate ready to go. The rage bar's full. The Baron is 30 seconds away. Both teams will be desperately trying to farm their carries up and get there on time.
Yeah, 100%. But we look at that level, right? Haki's just hit level 18. Artemis still sitting on level 16. Got to get some more XP into him, at least get him to level 17 before that next big fight breaks out. And we've got to get that vision control down. Got to contest it as there's some jungle poking going on here. Drakthar v Guri as the pack is separated and suddenly it comes back together after that. And Drakthar first to the Baron. Garm have priority on the position, but they don't have the vision control that MVK does. It's important not to get caught out here. Artemis getting poked at by Guri. it almost feels inevitable. It feels palpable. The tension, the fight that is brewing, the calm before the storm here, Carrick's. But which way will the storm go? Will it go the Soul? Will it go the Baron? We won't have to wait long to find out.
I think it will be wherever Garm chooses to go. Garm currently calling the shots. They got that Void Scuttle on the top side. They know where the vision is for MVK. And there's another item Drakthar Guardian Angel picked up. You thought he was hard to kill last time? Now you have to do it twice. 20 seconds on Drakthar and Ara still need to roll back out on the map.
A very, very important pickup there for Drakthar. Just so much harder to kill, take out of the fight, and keep out of the fight now. 8, 2, and 7. 50 CS up over Guri. Fighting over this mid-priority. Kratos and Kiaya, though, on the bot side. Kiaya caught out.
Kiaya has to rip the ult. That's a really big deal. Flashing away from the Narc. Kratos is burning resources from Kiaya. Whether he can kill him or not, he may well be able to as he lands the wallop. Kiaya caught and Kiaya killed. 4v5 on the map. Disaster strikes for Garm. They have to answer back. The dragon will be called. Can they find anything before the other two members of MVK collapse in? No, they cannot. Drakthar now, he doesn't have the ult. They have to try and burn this dragon. Garm are in a really hard spot. Artemis desperately trying to find his way through this fight. He's doing a really good job of it. The shockwave is good. The hero's entrance comes down. Artemis will be cleaned up momentarily. Finally, he goes down. But Drakthar still very healthy, still in dragon form for a little bit longer. Guri moving over to Aris, who's very low on mana. Drakthar desperately trying to play bouncer for his carries, but he's just trying to pick up the pieces. Stay in dragon form as long as he possibly can. No, he will shift back into human, but it's only 2 members of MVK dead, but it still feels like Drakthar is too much and they must back off.
I think Garm has to be happy with that. Kiaya getting caught out. Kratos running him down, nearly solo boloing him. Guri was first to respond there, though, which was interesting because there was members of Garm in the way, so he was just able to get over those walls. But MVK, they've come back for more. They start the Drake up. Drakthar is here. TP committed.
Drakthar desperately trying to build up that rage bar, just hitting everything he can. Gets the Scuttle Crab. They move in onto Kiaya, who has that big health shield from the teleport. Dragon on 4,000. Both junglers in range. They'll move in. The smite will go over to Drakthar. Garm secure soul. Kiaya landing a big ult, but will die to the damage. Drakthar says, see ya, as he jumps over the wall. Guri follows up. The dogs are coming. As Artemis now rejoins the fight, will play around the taunt, lovely, but he can't play around Kratos coming in at mark speed from another angle. Desperately trying to land these auto attacks. He does enough to take down one. He can't get the second, but Drakthar can. Double kill for Haki, but MVK are once more fearing Drakthar's roar. He's 1v2. He has put Garm on his shoulders. He gets his soul. He wins them. Doesn't win it, but manages to stave off defeat. And we keep going.
This is a 42-minute plus game, Carrick's, and the reason it is still going is because of Drakthar. He got a quadra, he got a triple, he just keeps on keeping Garm in these fights, and it feels like MVK aren't putting the priority they need to on taking this dragon out first or early in these fights, because once the fights start getting messy, once they start getting halfway done, he just cleans up, and Haki is out here clearing jungle camps now. Garm, they did secure that Chemtech soul. They are so tanky because they also have those 3 Chemtech Drakes on their side. So MVK does not have a way to get any more of these Drakes, these dragons. Elder is on the map as the next Drake objective in a few minutes time. And I have to say, Drakthar has turned this around. He was having a quiet early game, but mid to late, his name is being screamed everywhere. It is the VCS Shyvana that we hoped and dreamed for, but Kratos found a fantastic angle into the back line here, and Garm kept Artemis alive for so long. He was able to get so much damage down before Haki super mega inferno bombed onto 2, but it just is not enough to kill Drakthar. And we're back to live. We're posturing around this Baron. Garm in the area, MVK in the area. It feels like this is do or die, Carrix.
100%. Both teams know that a decisive fight ends the game. The problem is all of these fights haven't been decisive purely due to the heroics of Drakthar Shyvana. This is incredible stuff as Taki will clear out the ward. They're going to be the ones to start up the Baron. This does die extremely fast in front of Artemis. Can MVK get close enough? Guri is there. Guri can get over the wall, but Drakthar's going to pull the trigger. Goes in on the ult. Sulong is the target. Look at the damage raining in. Kiaya chasing forward. Can they take out Haki? No. Hero's entrance keeps him alive. Drakthar desperately looking for more targets as Chica is zoning off the rest of the team. It is a kill there for onto Kiaya, taken down, but Drakthar is bringing down his jaws. This Shyvana is resplendent. Takes one more. Artemis gets the kill. Drakthar comes back to life. It's 4 members of Garm on the map. RS is going to go back, clear this wave. Does not actually have the TP to rejoin the fight, so we will once again go back to a holding pattern, Logan. We still have a game.
45 minutes of game so far as, we see Drakthar. He just goes straight over the wall with that ult. He is in front of every member of MVK. It's essentially 5v1 there, as this is a fantastic response from Chica, able to save Haki from the jaws of Drakthar, buy some more time, tank it up, and we're back to live, and they are fighting over Baron again.
Drakthar's low and doesn't have access to ult. Guri can get into the pit, but it doesn't matter. Draktar's better. He is better. As he hits the smite, they go in, they clean up Haki, and that feels ominous for MVK. Drakthar getting closer and closer to that dragon form. Chica having to back on the top side. Garm now has Baron on 5.
Yeah, finally that Baron does go down, hotly contested for over 2.5 minutes by both teams. The waves not in a good place for Garm though. They do have to respond to those waves crashing into their base, but these are full item ADs, mids, junglers. They are double TPing into that mid wave. Now is the time for the 5v5. Now is the time for Garm to crack this tier 2, this inhibitor, walk it towards the Nexus and see if MVK can respond. Recalls coming through. Carrix, this feels so final. Surely Garm takes it from here.
You'd certainly think so, but MVK will still have something to say. Drakthar diving forward. They're going to try and go in immediately onto Guri. They layer as much as they can, but they don't quite land the kill. Kratos does manage to get out. Whether or not he can actually participate in the fight, who knows? It doesn't matter because they just hit the Nexus, and Garm will take an absolute cracker of a 2-1.
The longest game in LCP Split 2 so far, over 45 minutes. Garm take tonight's best of 3 series between Garm Esports and MVK Esports. And I know MVK lost this one, but my goodness, they need to hold their heads high. They pushed Garm to the last possible minute. Garm had to work for that so hard. Very, very impressive coming out of both teams here, proving the VCS is such a fantastic and strong region. We are honored, we are humbled to have them here in the LCP with us, Carrix. And you know the VCS so well. You know the history of that Shyvana and the impact that has to have on the spirit, on the mentality for VCS.
Yeah, it's like, it's look to the skies. Drakthar looked up, and instead of Mufasa in the clouds, it was Levi. And instead of an inspiring speech, it was pick the dragon, lol. As that's what they do. When Garm needs it, they pick the dragon, and it always ends up working. Shyvana is different now, of course. It used to be that you built her full AP and you were just artillery. No, Drakthar had to get up in their faces. Yes, Haki dealt the most damage. That's Ziggs throwing bombs from 2 screens away. Drakthar did 53k damage as a melee tank champion.
Yeah, that is some spectacular numbers. Nearly a 47-minute game. No one can say this best of 3. No one can say this game 3 didn't go the distance. And I would love to see like a scaling graph of how much damage was done over what period of time, because it almost feels like Drakthar did very little to no damage in, say, the first 10 to 15 minutes, whereas Haki was doing a lot of damage during that time as well. Drakthar did so much from like the 20-minute mark onwards, getting the triples, getting the quadras, nearly getting the penta, and there is the player of the match for the jungler of Garm, Drakthar. Well deserved. Great kill participation across all 3 games, Carrick, but look at that damage per minute.
Well, I mean, look, frankly, he could have gone 0-10 in game 1 and 2, and you would still give him player of the match for that game 3. He is the only reason Garm wins that game 3. He saw how the game was going and went, nah, don't like that. I think we should win. And they did.
Yeah, and he didn't go too deep this time either, right? Like he was initiating, he was diving, but Garm was right there with him, and it wasn't like he went beyond and past all 5 of MVK. He went into the middle of them. He frontlined them and forced them to fight him, and he was just so resilient in the face of 5 members of MVK that they weren't able to sort of get past him onto the back line that they so critically needed, even with Nefiri on their team. And this is where we go to these highlights, these matchups, and 6.5 minutes into this game 3, there was still 0 kills apiece. Like, we couldn't have predicted this would be such a high kill game by the end, Carricks.
No, we really couldn't, and it was just this series of indecisive teamfight where Drakthar bails out Garm, indecisive teamfight where Drakthar bails out Garm, until finally the dam broke. They were able to get a clean catch onto Haki, able to shut that Ziggs down, and once the Ziggs was gone, there was simply nothing for MVK to do. Logan,
yeah.
What can we say that hasn't been said?
What's that song? You took the words right out of my mouth. Because 47 minutes, right? We touched on everything. We touched on the wave clearing. We touched on the priority. The Chica doing his heroes entrances to extend the fights, to save Ziggs so many times. Shulong, the target of so many initial engages and fights, being able to live so long with those Ws, dragging the fights out. But Garm had enough damage to eat through all of the health bar that Shulong and Chica had to present. They were able to connect that damage onto Guri, despite Guri becoming untargetable. But it felt like for so long, every single team fight wasn't a clear-cut, decisive victory, right? I mean, that team fight where Drakthar got the quadra, he snatched it from the jaws of defeat. MVK was so many team members up. Yes, they were low, but they had more people alive, and Drakthar was just able to clean them up. And that was the story of every single fight right up until the Nexus even. And the only reason I think that they closed it out right then and there is because they went, kill the turrets, kill the Nexus, do not pad the stats, do not go for kills, win the game.
I'm just hoping that my throat can recover, because I am so hyped at that series. What an absolute banger game of days. 6 games, the most we can get. And that's how we want the LCP. We love it. We love it. We love it. And Garm really showing that they still have that fight in them.
Yeah, this VCS derby absolutely delivering. Garm have to be so happy with that. They've now won a series here in the LCP, split 2. MVK probably less happy because they didn't take the win, but there's still so many positive notes for them to take away from this as well. Like they literally did push Garm right to the very bitter edge and end of this one. Kiaya, obviously with that Kennen pick, I feel like it was a really, really good pick. Like you called out in the draft, works so well with that Orianna when they are able to connect. We saw an example of it halfway through where they didn't. If Kennen had been in the midst of it with the Orianna Shockwave, it would have been a very, very different situation. But I feel like that was just, the pressure of the moment in that environment. But Artemis, he quietly did a serious amount of work on that backside, collecting a couple of kills each and every fight, forcing them to prioritize killing Artemis when it feels like they probably should have been trying to do something about Drakthar, but you can only put so many resources into so many things, Carrix.
100%, and it's so hard to deal with this Shyvana. It is just this late game monster. You see the healing constantly coming in. Drakthar just able to tank up everything, and the Ziggs was a smart pick for so much of the game, but once you hit 40 minutes and there's a Shyvana just doing terrible things to your team, you're just praying that you could just have an ADC instead.
Yeah, and that passive scaling as well that Shyvana gets now with that rework basically means infinite scaling. So the longer the games go, the stronger and more powerful Shyvana gets. And like we said, this was a 46 minutes, 59 seconds, 47-minute game. So much power, so much scaling in this Shyvana, and it was on show here tonight. Tanked the world, damaged the world. Like, there was nothing this Shyvana could not do in this game, character. It was spectacular to watch.
And I feel like this highlight reel, like, is this just the Drakthar highlights, or because he got player of the match, or is it the full game highlights? I think they might be one and the same. Because there's about 20 minutes of Drakthar going absolutely crazy that you could pull out of this one. Even in this fight where things didn't look like they were going to go well, he's still so huge that they end up turning around. Artemis lives for ages here. If there's no Mega Inferno Bomb, he lives. Kratos does not kill him here. He's able to kite this out. It's only the Mega Inferno Bomb that kills him.
Yeah, and the Mega Inferno Bomb manages to pick 2. That Zenith Blade missing as well there. But the engages were fantastic as well, timed so well. This one, it pushes Kratos so far away that he's actually unable to partake in the fight. Kiaya able to get straight onto Haki, only saved there by Chica's ultimate, which prolongs this fight. It saves MVK from being completely aced here on the back end. And it just feels like Haki was able to stay so far away that he wasn't taken out in a lot of these fights because the team played for Haki. The team protected Haki, and it feels like they did it from Drakthar. Like, you had to stop Drakthar getting onto Haki, but by doing that, he got into the rest of the team. He was able to close out everybody else, and that gave them the tempo. It gave them the advantage. It got the gold into their pockets, and there is tonight's results. CFO take their first win 2-1 against DFM, who are yet to find a series win. MVK go down to Garm 1-2, so now they are both 1 win, 1 loss apiece here. Carrix, oh my goodness, so much action happening in the LCP, and it's only day 1 of week 2, our 3rd day yet, and the updated standings coming through. Why don't you take us through them?
Well, we've got a lot of games left to play, of course, but Garm do put themselves in the winners column. MVK, having dropped a series, it's still in that 4th slot, still zero game diff overall. Say 1-2-1, they lost 1-2. They're still in a decent position in that mid bracket. It is really only DFM that are in a pretty bad spot at the moment down on the bottom, but they did manage to pick up a game today. No one locking themselves in a second player of the match yet. It is still all tied for first as we're all at 1, but we've still got 2 series tomorrow, Logan.
Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to watching those series tomorrow night as Drakthar and Shadow are the new entrants to our POM standings, entering here in week 2 after tonight's games. But tomorrow night, Sunday night's match, Ground Zero Gaming in a best of 3 against SHG, both teams undefeated so far, followed up by another best of 3, every single best of 3 for the regular split. Relove DCG versus Team Secret Wales, the grand final rematch from Split 1. That should be a really good best of 3, Carrix.
Yeah, that's a big one for DCG. They need to take themselves off Fraud Watch after Series 1, where they did go down to MVK. They need to prove that they are still a top-tier team here in the LCP.
110% there. But Carrix, that is enough from us here tonight. It has been an absolute pleasure to be your host and caster as well through 6 phenomenal games of LCP action. Don't forget, we are live again tomorrow night to bring you even more. That's been all from us here from the LCP. Good night. See you tomorrow.